Okay. Can you route me so I can hear Behetta, please? It's Russell. Exactly. Hey, can you guys route me so I can hear Melissa, please? Got it. Thank you.
Alright guys, you are looking at a live scene of a bank robbery in Jacksonville, Florida. First Credit Union, the Community First Credit Union in Jacksonville. We're hearing a number of hostages being held inside this bank. The Jacksonville Sheriff's Office just updated the public on their Facebook page about 3 minutes ago. I'm going to go ahead and play their Facebook live video for you in the corner of your screen so we can get an update from officials there. Stand by. I'm on it. Yeah, you're live. Come to us, come to us.
Is everybody ready?
We're not sure we're ready. Are you introing it? Hey,
Ready? It's 10:10. We said we were going to start at 10:10. I'm Officer Melissa Bujetta with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. At 9:06 a.m., the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office responded to the bank, Community First, in reference to a bank robbery in progress with individuals inside. When police responded to the scene, multiple individuals were verified to be inside the bank, as well as the suspect is still inside the bank. We did get one phone call saying a report of a person who had been shot. It has not been confirmed, and we have had no more shots fired since we have been on scene. We are asking anyone in the area to stay away from the bank at this time. It's unsafe. It is an active SWAT situation. JSO SWAT as well as JSO hostage negotiators are on scene, and we're...
All right, so it looks like that video was just a short, brief video. Working to get you guys any additional information, any other updates. Looks like that live feed stopped just after a minute and a half, but we did hear from that Jacksonville Sheriff's Office official that the suspect is inside the bank. There are hostages inside the bank. They heard one shot. They had a report of one person shot, though they haven't been able to confirm that. And that is what we got from that update. There is a Fox reporter on the scene. So if he steps in front of the camera to do a live shot, we will be able to get that update from him as well. Alright guys, in the upper corner of your screen, we're going to check in with our Fox station in Jacksonville, Florida. They are doing a Facebook Live right now, so I'm going to check in with them. Put that in the upper corner of your screen. We can listen in on what some of the anchors are saying for context regarding the Jacksonville community.
Shots were fired there as well. JFRD is saying that there could be multiple people hurt. We're waiting for confirmation on that. JSO is not confirming.
And in terms of any type of hostage negotiation going on now.
And it looks like the reporter's about to go live, so let's listen in to him since he's at the scene.
Are we able to use Sky Action News Jax?
Again, waiting for an update from this reporter who is live at the scene, the KFOX reporter, Fox Station in Jacksonville. Looks like he'll be doing a live update momentarily. Stand by.
Yeah, and Melissa Bujeda just said it live on our air herself. Our priorities, we want to make sure everyone is safe. So that includes letting people that are down Edgewood Avenue get out and get away from this very volatile situation. Out here where I am right now, which is at Gainesville and Edgewood, the officer here is doing a great job letting people get off towards Gainesville or turning them around if they even come close to this area. We've been bringing you live reports here for a long time. I would say we're a couple hundred yards at least from that Community First Bank down on the left. It has the white sign and it looks like the light blue and purple lettering there. That's where this investigation is going on. And we also have a JSO helicopter flying above. It's been circling this area, keeping an eye on things. Presumably, should this suspect leave from that bank, that would give JSO a bird's eye view to know exactly where that person goes. JSO did say that they only have one suspect in this case. They asked us to not reveal SWAT locations and tactics. Of course, we would never do that because theoretically the person inside could be watching this broadcast. So Ms. Melissa Bujeda with JSO making a plea to the community to not take any photographs and put them on social media, and for us to not do that as well. So of course we won't. We do have a bird's eye view for you from Sky Action News Jax, Jacksonville's only news helicopter. It can show you the extent of this scene. I've been saying it for a long time now. This is not your average crime scene that we see here in Jacksonville. Unfortunately, we cover a good amount of shootings here, but not like this. This is a large-scale situation, an all-hands-on-deck kind of effort, as we have SWAT. We've seen JFRD ambulances in and out of this area, and of course the SWAT helicopter, JSO helicopter, circling us overhead. A lot of boots on the ground here as part of this investigation. I want to take you now to part of that press conference you just heard moments ago on Action News Jax with JSO's Melissa Bujeda. How long do you want me to keep going, Nikisha?
A quick look at that soundbite, guys. Stand by.
Multiple individuals inside the bank. It's unknown exactly how many. We don't have a verified number. I can say multiple people we believe are inside the bank. And then we further got a call saying that one person had been shot. But we haven't been able to verify any of that information. Are there customers?
Let's go back to that
now. One thing
reporter
we
now.
did hear, and as Phil mentioned, very smart, she did not reveal where that suspect is in that bank. A crucial piece of information for this ongoing investigation and for SWAT, who is around this area as this continues to develop. She did promise to bring more updates as they come, and of course we will bring those to you live. But meantime, where I am at Edgewood in Gainesville, no one being allowed in a car beyond this officer right here, and anyone that is down there, stuck down there, is being asked by officers to get away from this area, because as I mentioned off the top, the number one priority for police out here right now is making sure everyone is safe. Let's go back to you guys.
That was a update from the reporter out in the scene. Obviously, the ground shot of the bank. They are keeping a good distance from the bank. They do not want to give up exactly where those SWAT officers are located. It's a dangerous situation out there in Jacksonville, Florida. Multiple people inside that bank being held hostage. Reports of one person shot. Now, according to our Fox station in Jacksonville, their lower third says 11 people inside the bank. Let's go ahead and listen in to what they have to say. I'll keep that in the corner of your screen.
1623 Edgewood Avenue. If you're familiar with that area, cross street near that bank is Orlando. Also the Star Meat House right across the street. Dollar General right down the street from there as well. So that's what we're looking at right now, live from Sky Action News Jax this morning. Once again, it's the Community First Credit Union. They have a number of branches all around town. This one, once again, on Edgewood there. The scene of a bank robbery this morning, and now looks like a possible hostage situation, or at least that suspect holed up with a number of other people inside. Let's go to Ken Jefferson right now. He's live on the phone with what's going on and what possibly could be going on with hostage negotiators, Ken.
Well, as I said previously, they're going to try to negotiate him out, try to talk him down. If they establish a dialogue with him, I'm not certain as of yet. And of course, investigators don't want that information out as it stands now. And it stands to reason, because they're trying to do their job and they don't want people to second guess and report something that they're not sure of. So they're all set up. It appears that they did a good job of evacuating the area, keeping the traffic flow at a minimum of people just going out, exiting the area. It sounds like they're on top of it, and we just pray for a peaceful resolution.
All right, very good, Ken. We'll keep you on the phone here, but once again, I want to give you a lay of the land, and Paige Kelton has been talking with a number of businesses in that area and also a better view of where this bank is. Paige?
I have. I've been talking to businesses in this area, and I want to kind of give you essentially a Google Maps look at this area, because, again, we don't want to zoom in. We don't want to, get in the way of JSO's investigation there and possible SWAT team members and what they're doing. This is the bank right here. And this is Fernandina, and this is Orlando right here. You see all of these businesses nearby. We have a restaurant, there's an auto shop, there is a large U-Haul, which I'm told there are a lot of customers in there. There is a steak house there, and then there's a large church right here. We've spoken to people basically in all of these businesses, and they essentially are being told to shelter in place. Russell Colburn showed us some vehicles being allowed to leave, but those are people who were near their vehicles, and it's easy for them to do so. There are many, many people inside these businesses right around the Community First on Edgewood Avenue, being told to essentially not move. I spoke to several people who said they heard no gunshots, one in the business directly next door. They said this started about 9 o'clock this morning, and as Phil said, he went onto the Community First website. The bank did open at 9 o'clock this morning. They are seeing tactical units in this area, people kind of looking out the windows. The people that I spoke to, they're very calm. They feel very assured that JSO is on scene, that they're going to handle the situation. Again, JFRD on its Facebook page posting that there may be up to 11 people inside the Community First Bank. Let me kind of zoom in a little bit more here on Edgewood. Right off these streets are residential neighborhoods. This time of day on Edgewood Avenue here, it's very, very busy. Again, both directions, just closed in both directions on Edgewood. Moving up of Edgewood, there's a lot of industrial buildings, but directly right around this bank, that is the center, that is the focus of this JSO investigation. A lot of businesses right now are starting their day, customers coming in and out. Those people, we don't know how many at this point, but I spoke to several, and they say they had about a dozen people in their business just waiting and seeing right now and watching Action News to get the latest. Phil, Dawn?
All right, guys, stand by. It looks like we've lost our live feed, so I'm going to take this Facebook page in full.
On the scene We don't quite know exactly what that means just yet, but of course, we are waiting for word. In the meantime, let's go to our Romney Smith. She's in the newsroom right now. And Romney, you've been on the phone. You spoke with a business owner in that area. What did they have to say about the situation and how police are handling it there?
Don, Phil, the people who I've spoken with on the phone are completely surprised. I've been calling around to several businesses in that area. Some are not picking up the phone. Some are letting it go straight to voicemail. But I did speak with Beauty Max. They are on Edgewood, just a block up the road from that bank that we're all looking at right now. And basically, they're at the corner of Edgewood and Tallahassee. I spoke to an employee who said she had absolutely no idea what was going on. And it was actually a customer that came in and said, hey, do you realize that there are a ton of JSO deputy vehicles outside? A bunch of the employees went outside, and at that point, they realized that something was going on. At this point, they still had no idea, so they went back inside. They locked the door where the customer said she wanted to leave. So as Russell Colburn reported not too long ago, the customer was allowed to leave the business and then leave that area. Meanwhile, the employees at Beauty Max locked the door, and they were kind of looking out the window to figure out what was going on. At this point, I asked them, did anyone come inside and tell you what was going on? Did you get any instruction? They said they had no clue. I also asked them how many JSO officers they saw. They said they never saw any speeding, but they did witness at least a dozen JSO deputy vehicles. Also, they have been watching Action News Jax to get the very latest on the information through our app. And a customer also said that this was happening specifically at the Community First Credit Union, which we have now confirmed through JSO. Right now, they're actually considering closing for a little bit because, as Russell has said, no one's being allowed into that area. So they're not selling anything. Business isn't as usual right now, but they are taking care of their neighbors. All of the businesses say they're calling the personal cell phones for other business owners on Edgewood and in that area to make sure that everyone knows that there is a hostage situation at the bank, and they should all be careful right now. I will work to continue to call other local businesses to see what the atmosphere is like, what safety precautions they are taking. And when I asked her specifically if she had any video or if they had a security system herself, she said she didn't want to comment specifically on that, but she will be reevaluating their safety. Reporting live in the newsroom, Romney Smith, CBS 47, Fox 30, Action News Jax.
Thank you so much, Romney. JSO, of course, still working that area. It's a fluid situation, as Melissa Bejeda said just about 20 minutes ago. A number of police officers, SWAT teams surrounding that bank at Community First. Once again, that tweet came down about an hour ago saying there was an active shooter in the area right there at Edgewood, intersecting Orlando and Fernandina Avenue. But when asked by reporters, Melissa Bejeda said that a shooting call did come in, but there's no confirmation of any type of shooting or if anyone was hurt or injured. But a number of people still holed up in that bank right now, and of course, JSO trying to establish some type of communication, if they haven't already, with that suspect.
But we do know that medical personnel have been dispatched there to the scene. Rescue crews are there on site as well, and a number of them. You have hostage negotiators there, and you also have the SWAT team surrounding this area. And we're not going to show you that from Sky Action News Jax. We do want our officers all to be safe. So we are watching the developments and giving you what we can, but at the same time, making sure that we keep the integrity of this investigation and this hostage situation.
Sky Action News Jax, the only shot you could see right now from the air. This is on tape taken a little bit earlier of the situation over at Community First. Not live right now, of course, because SWAT officers are doing the best they can, obviously, to get these people out safely, as well as talking with, hopefully establishing some type of communication with that suspect. Don't know who the suspect is, obviously. Don't know the other people inside that bank. You would assume possibly bank employees, but we have not confirmed that. And once again, this went down shortly after 9 o'clock this morning, shortly after the bank opened right there on Edgewood Avenue. Number of streets closed. People asked to avoid that area. As you can see, the police cars there blocking off both areas of Edgewood Avenue. That's where we have Russell Colburn on one side of Edgewood, as well as Bridget Matter on the other side at that staging area. The staging area is near an auto parts store, we understand. No word yet on when the next update will be, but of course they're busy trying to come to a close here, to try to safely have this come to a close, hopefully soon.
That's right, and of course we are hoping that. But let's get to our Ken Jefferson right now, who was with JFRD for a number of years. And Ken, when you're talking about a hostage situation like this, what is it that can be done to try and talk that person out, but there could be people hurt inside who need medical attention right this minute.
And that's the question, Don. However, patience is the virtue in this whole situation. Recognizing that there could be persons with injuries that need medical attention, and they want to negotiate and try to talk, convince this person to surrender, creates a challenge. However, you have to be patient in this process. You have to allow them to try to get the biggest threat out of there. If he has a weapon, to rush in to try to get the injured and try to overtake him could be costly. So you have to be very, very patient. You have to understand the process.
Ken, I just read a book about a former FBI negotiator, and it was fascinating on what he says that they try to do to establish communication and maybe some type of camaraderie with these people who are hostages or holed up in certain situations. And that's what they're trying to do, trying to have everything remain calm, trying to answer those that person's question, but at the same time, giving him or her demands and what he or she has to meet too.
You're right. And doing my career with JSO, I was a certified hostage negotiator as well. And you want to make sure that you keep the perpetrator as calm as possible. You want to establish a dialogue. You want to make sure that he understands or she understands what's going on and how they can resolve that. And it's just a constant, repetitive conversation that you're having with the perpetrator, trying to convince them and compelling them to do the right thing and just surrender and let's sort it all out through the judicial system. He understands already, and he doesn't need to be reminded that he's in a lot of trouble. He's created a lot of havoc. He's caused the agency to deploy a lot of resources, and then there are people that are being held against their will. He understands all that, so there's no need to remind him of that. What their objective is to keep him calm, try to establish a dialogue, an ongoing dialogue, where he'll continue to engage them, and then they make their strategic move from there.
And I would.
And for those of you just joining us, you are looking at some live coverage out of Jacksonville. This video courtesy of W Fox in Jacksonville. WFOX, our Fox station in Jacksonville, Florida, where this bank robbery is taking place. We just read a tweet from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. I want to share this with you about 4 minutes ago. This coming from the Sheriff's Office. Community First Credit Union, media, we are asking again to not show SWAT officers and where they are going. This is for safety reasons. Again, a SWAT situation as hostages are being held at Community First Credit Union Bank in Jacksonville, Florida.
Negotiating a surrender, they'll give him step-by-step things that he has to do to surrender.
But JSO would have to approach this situation differently since there are a number of people, including the suspect in that bank, versus the suspect in that bank by himself.
Well, yeah, but if they're negotiating a surrender, then if he follows the instructions, then everything will go out fine. But what you have to understand is it's only being reported that it's one person. There could be someone with him that we the public don't know about. So they have to be very, very cautious, even when taking this person down who might want to surrender. They have to be very, very cautious because there could be someone else in the crowd. That person could have a weapon. I'm not suggesting that or even implying that, but these are some of the things that go through these officers' mind that they have to be aware of and have to think about.
All right, thank you, Ken. Stay on the line if you can. We'll, of course, ask you more questions as this unfolds. This is happening, once again, if you're just tuning in, at 1623 Edgewood Avenue, a bank robbery suspect in the bank holed up there with a number of other people, possibly up to 11 people in that bank. 1623 Edgewood, right there off of Florida Avenue and Orlando. Let's go to Bridget Matter right now. She has additional information. Bridget?
Relatives, everyone started calling my phone at one time, telling me that somebody was being held hostage and shooters.
And now you're just trying to get as close as you can?
Yes.
And waiting to hear?
Yes, very
And
devastated.
how long
nervous.
has it been since you heard from him? When did you first start calling him?
I got word probably about after 9. I was in a morning meeting and they told me I started getting calls.
What is your son's name?
DeAndre Schumann.
And have you talked to him at all?
I haven't. It's going straight to voicemail.
How long has he worked at the bank?
Not long, maybe like 2 or 3 months.
Can you tell us how you're feeling right now? Because there's other families.
Nervous. I'm very nervous. I want to walk up there and see what's going on, but they won't let me pass.
Has JSO told you anything about
Nothing. They're just telling me that the employees are still inside with the robber. So, nothing else.
How long has he worked at the bank?
About 2 or 3 months.
Did you get text or anything when it first happened?
Nope. I haven't heard anything from him. I keep calling his phone and it's going straight to voicemail.
Has he ever said anything about there being anything like this before at the bank? He's
Never.
always felt safe?
Never. We've never had any issues. He worked at Vice first. Now he's over here at Community First. Never had any
Has he
issues.
said anything about other employees that might be disgruntled?
No. Nothing.
Customers?
Nothing.
This is a total shock.
This
to
is
you.
a total shock. And I'm so nervous right now.
Do you live in the area?
Off of Dunn Avenue.
Upton Avenue. So have you gone to this bank before? Again,
No. No.
so your 18-year-old son is an employee at this bank and is inside.
Yes.
And have you ever had a chance to meet some of his employees?
Not at all. Haven't met any of them.
Okay, but has he always said he had a positive experience?
Yes. His dad drops him off in the morning and picks him up. We never had any issues.
So his father drops him off every day, picks him up, no issues?
No issues.
And do you know about how many people he works with at the bank?
Not a number, no.
If you could describe what the bank is like inside.
The atmosphere is a normal, regular day. I work at a bank. Normal, regular working day.
How large is the bank?
Community First is not very large. So it's
about how
small.
many tellers does it have?
Not really sure. Around 6, 7.
But you have not been able to make contact at all with your son this morning, correct?
No contact with him.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And again, what is your name?
Latarsha Schumann.
And what is the spelling of your name?
Latar.
All right, you just heard from the mother of one of the employees there at the bank, an 18-year-old. Bridget was interviewing right there, Bridget Matter, who went to work today. She's been trying to get a hold of him, calling him, texting him, and there's been no answer. He's an 18-year-old, has been working at the bank for a small period of time. His father drops him off and picks him up. Never had any issues at the bank, but that mother, I can imagine how she's feeling trying to get a hold of her 18-year-old son.
That's right. And I actually got a Facebook posting from a Facebook friend who's saying that they have a brother inside who's saying, I'm alive, I'm okay, but the bank is being robbed right now. So I'm working on that. I'm also working on a few things. There's also a business owner, a friend of a business owner who tells me that that office is locked down in that area. They are quite concerned, but they are listening to what police have to say as far as just closing the shop, staying inside, and having people stay out of that area. Here's what Melissa Bujeda with the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office had to say about half an hour ago about this bank robbery and hostage situation going on right now.
I don't know who the initial person that called police was. It came in on our 911 line saying that it was a robbery in progress at that bank. Whether it was an individual inside that bank or an employee, I don't have that at this time. We can't confirm even how many people are inside. So whether who, what, or who the people are, bank employees or not, we don't know. The specifics as to what's occurring with hostage negotiators and SWAT, we're not going to get into at this time. But I'm not sure if you heard, we're asking everybody to not take pictures, the public as well as the media, as to where SWAT officers are, not to compromise this situation.
And JSO is saying that this area is not safe right now. They're saying that no one is safe. They do have SWAT and hostage negotiators there. They do have dogs in that area as well. The streets east and westbound of Edgewood Avenue are all closed off, and so only people are allowed out of that area and not in. And we've been showing you scenes of the bank, of the First Community Credit Union here from Sky Action News Jackson. You can see that those roads are closed off, but we have seen cars leaving that area.
We're getting bits and pieces of information on social media right now. Let's go over to Romney Smith. Romney, you've been monitoring. What have you been seeing, what people are saying right now?
Phil, Dawn, I've been looking for images and tweets from people, business owner and, of course, law enforcement. Right now, JSO and JFRD are responding to that active shooter situation at Community First Credit Union on Edgewood near Lem Turner. Now, that situation is so dangerous that this is JSO's official Twitter handle. They said Community First Credit Union media is not safe, trying to get closer to the scene. Then they actually put out a warning. You are at your own risk if you're not at that staging area. Of course, we do have a presence at the JSO staging area to make sure we're on top of any statement they might want to give. We also have live team coverage with Action News Jax reporters. In fact, Russell Colburn is down there right now. He sent out this tweet: JFRD Medical Support Unit arriving on scene with this picture. As you can see, this is their mobile bus that goes to very large things. They don't take this out every single day. This is only to respond to large situations that happen that are emergencies. Also, Deanna Bettineschi also at the scene as part of the Action News Jax team coverage. She tweeted this: "Scene on Edgewood for bank robbery, hashtag ANJax breaking." That's also the hashtag you can search if you would like to see the latest pictures. And she included this picture. This is just a scene of part of the law enforcement covering this story. As you can see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 JSO, some more down there. We know that there are
All right, guys, we're having some technical difficulties with our internet feed. Stand by. All right, while we work to get this feed back working for you, I want to go ahead and show you guys a live scene of a search for a burglary suspect here in Arizona. Stand by. Actually, we're in luck. It looks like Jacksonville Sheriff's Office is periscoping the scene now, so we're going to take you there to this feed instead. Jacksonville Sheriff's Office periscoping live from the scene. While we watch this periscope, I do want to read to you some of the tweets coming in from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. About 14 minutes ago, they tweeted regarding the Community First Credit Union robbery. Media, we are asking again to not show SWAT officers and where they're going. This is for safety reasons. 56 minutes ago, they tweeted SWAT and hostage negotiators are on scene. 57 minutes ago, they tweeted, the suspect is contained inside the bank.
And the public to do. So we're not going to hinder anything.
Again, this scene has been unfolding for the last hour. It looks like we have lost this feed now. They have wrapped up their feed. See if we can get that Jacksonville feed back up.
Still inside with the robber. So, nothing else.
Police are not able to give us or victims' families information right now because they don't want to compromise their investigation. They, like I said, are trying to get everyone out safely. And, you know, they could be watching us right now. The suspect could be watching what's unfolding outside of this bank, so they want to keep as much information to themselves as possible. Of course, we'll stay on scene for you. Back to you guys.
All right, very good, Bridget. And if I can ask you a question now real quick. When you were talking to that mother herself is also a bank employee, so I can imagine how she feels right now. And also, apparently, her husband or the boy's father drops him off and picks him up at the bank every day. And apparently he dropped him off at 9 o'clock, and now they can't get a hold of him.
You know, her son is only 18 years old, so a scary situation for anyone. But this is an 18-year-old, a teenager who's in this bank. He's only worked there a couple of months, and she was kind of talking to us, saying there's about 6 to 7 tellers that do work there. We don't know how many people are inside, and you know, honestly, if you do have somebody who's inside, it might not be a good idea to call them, to have those phones going off. She says that his phone is just going to voicemail. She has no information from the inside here. She's asked officers, but officers really can't tell media or these family members much information right now. And we have no new information either. We're trying to gather more information as this progresses. And that's all we have for right now. Phil.
All right, very good. Thank you so much, Bridget Matter, reporting live on the scene right there on Edgewood Avenue. We continue to show you those pictures if you're just tuning in. The bank, Community First Credit Union, over on Edgewood Avenue, the address 1623 Edgewood Avenue. Someone came into that bank, possibly came into it shortly after 9 o'clock. Don't know if that person was already there when the bank opened, but the bank robbery was in progress. Someone called in that information. And then also another call later on saying shots were fired. Melissa Bejeda, the PIO, could not confirm that anyone was shot. However, a number of people still hold up in that bank right now, along with the suspect.
That's right, and we have had sources to tell us that they did hear shots coming from inside, and JFRD has said that there could be multiple people who are hurt, and we do know that there are medics there at the scene. They have brought in medical personnel and rescue crews, but we haven't seen any activity of anyone coming in or out of the bank right now, but we continue to watch that. Let's go out to our Russell Colburn. He's there as neighbors are standing in the area, some of them trying to figure out exactly what's happening. Russ?
Yeah, this has become quite a spectacle, as you may guess. Where I am is over at West Edgewood and Gainesville Avenue. We've been telling you all morning long, this officer here has been rerouting traffic down Gainesville. If we can swing over here, you can see all the people that are having to move around back roads to get around this. They may be part of their morning commute or their errands, what have you, but we've seen a lot of people lining this area. JSO has specifically asked that we not show anything specific to you live because of SWAT tactics, but I think we can get down there and just show you the people gathered around this scene. We're going to zoom you down, staying very careful to stay to the right of where all this is happening. As soon as this van moves out of the way, or this vehicle moves out of the way, you'll see all the people. But a lot of people just all out here hoping for a peaceful resolution, on edge right now as all of this unfolds. We have Sky Action News Jack circling above us and the JSO helicopter circling above us. As I've been telling you, the reason for that is if this suspect, who is believed to be contained into that bank, were to flee, then that helicopter could give JSO a bird's eye view of what direction that person heads. Now, yeah, we're going to stay to the right here, just show you the people that are just gathering near where I guess Bridget Matter is, down there at the staging area. Obviously a major spectacle for people. You don't see something like this every day, to say the least. A hostage situation unfolding right in our backyards at this Community First Bank. Heartbreaking sound from that mother of that 18-year-old who doesn't even know what's going on inside there, is just hoping and praying her son is okay. And that's the feeling of the people I've been speaking with out here. No one knows a lot of information, but they're all just hoping everyone inside there is doing okay and is safe, and this comes to a peaceful resolution. When JSO gave us that briefing a little while ago live on our air, that's what Melissa Bejeda wanted to reiterate. We are just out here to make sure everyone is safe. That is the priority. Let's go back to you guys.
Right, and once again, Russell, we're seeing that area between you then and where those people are located and where Bridget Matter is. That's the entire part of Edgewood Avenue that's closed right now, and of course the bank right in the middle, right?
Exactly right, and we don't want to zoom you on down again because JSO came over to us and told us that we are going to have some tactical things happening out here regarding SWAT. We don't want live feeds. They were very respectful to ask us to do that, and we are obliging right now. But we are at Edgewood and Gainesville, and just as Phil said, it's like several hundred yards down to that Community First Bank down, if you zoomed on the camera left. So if I turn here, it's my left, it's my right, standing facing you. And Bridget is down there as well, bringing you live images from closer to the scene. And as I just mentioned, a lot of people gathering around. No one has any answers right now. They're all hoping for the same thing, that this comes to a peaceful resolution, that no one in that bank is harmed. Guys.
Okay, and we've just gotten word from one of the mother we just talked with a short time ago.
Latasha Sherman.
Latasha Sherman, whose son is in the bank. She has a message from her son saying that he is safe. And I also have a Facebook friend here who also has a brother inside, and that brother has been texting him, and we're trying to get in touch with them as well.
Yeah, we're going to try to get more information from Ms. Sherman, too, about how she found out about her son being safe, either by a text or a phone call or something. But we don't know if that boy, that 18-year-old, is still in the bank. We're assuming he is, but we'll get the latest for you on that as soon as we talk with Ms. Sherman again.
In the meantime, let's go to our Bridget Matter for more on where she is exactly. You've spoken with Latasha. How did she find out that her son's okay, Bridget?
She got a text message from her 18-year-old son who's in that bank saying, "Mom, I'm safe." She doesn't really know many more details other than that. We asked her if her son is still inside the bank. She says he did not say, but you could see that sense of relief on her face. And we asked her, what's going through your mind? Did you ever imagine that something like this could have happened? And she said, no, you never think that something like this could happen to you. But like we said, she did get a text message from her son saying, "Mom, I'm safe." So that's good news right now. But you can see that there is still a heavy police presence here. We have not been given an all clear. We don't have any new details straight from police telling us that anybody has been taken out or anything like that. As far as we know, there are multiple hostages inside this bank as well as a suspect. Phil and Don.
All right, a little bit of good news there when it comes to the 18-year-old son of Latasha Sherman. They're saying he's safe, but really no more details when it comes to that, or if he's with any of the other people who are in the bank, where he is, nor probably does he want to say that maybe right now as well. No idea where the suspect is in the bank. Melissa Bejeda, as she should, did not want to comment on that, but you would think there would be some type of negotiation right now going on between JSO and that suspect.
Okay, and I'm getting word from our producer that we're not going to show any more shots right now from Sky Action News Jackson. That's because it looks like there is some activity now there around the bank, closer to the building. We're trying to figure out exactly what that is, but we're not going to show you from the air because we do want to keep our officers safe, but we're working on that as we speak.
We also understand, according to our chopper camera, that our producers are monitoring behind the scenes now that 3 hostages have been released. Apparently 3 hostages released. That's according to the pilot of Sky Action News, Jax, who is monitoring the scene from high above. We're not showing you those live shots right now, but according to him, 3 hostages have been released. No word if that could have been Latasha Sherman's son, who says that he's safe right now.
That's right. We understand the SWAT van is now close to the building and taking people away. We're still waiting to hear exactly how many. We know at least 3 right now, but JFRD did mention earlier that there could have been up to 11 people, not including the possible hostage taker, bank robber, who was inside. So we're waiting to hear how many people are coming out of that building. Do we know right now, Nikisha? Just 3 so far.
Okay, that's according to our pilot and photographer who are high in the air right now taking these pictures, which of course we'll be showing you later on. But here's a tape version of what they're seeing, not now, but before, of where that Community First credit union is. So these forces, these JSO forces moving in, a special tactical unit apparently right now, according to our JSO eye in the sky here, our SWAT. Okay, apparently the SWAT team, we understand, running around the building of the Community First Federal and also
they have
breaking
down the door
right
now to get folks out, and we just want to let you know that we're showing you video on the right-hand side of our screen right now. We're not going to show you that activity. We do want our, as we keep saying, our officers to be safe, to be able to do their jobs effectively. But what we do have is a SWAT van that's close to that building, bringing hostages out, and there's a lot of activity now with our SWAT team moving in.
Let's go to Bridget Matter right now. She is talking to someone who is directly, apparently, on the phone or talking to someone inside that bank. Bridget?
We're with a woman named Rochelle. She's communicating with somebody inside the bank. This person has told her that 2 people were shot and they have just released some hostages. And you know somebody inside this bank. Who is this person? What is he telling you?
My friend is Andre. He's letting me know that 2 people have been shot. The gunman is nervous. He's walking around with a gun. He just released some hostages. He's sneaking on his phone to text me. I asked him, was he one of them coming out? He said no, but he's not hurt.
Okay, so, you know, right now we can see a lot of activity. We're not going to show you the positions of those SWAT officers like we've been saying, but there is a lot of activity. This could be in relation to those hostages that are being released. But like this woman has told us, not everyone has been released, including her friend that she has been communicating with. He works at the bank, or is he a customer?
No, I think he's a customer. Yeah, he's just a customer.
Okay, so, you know, a very fluid situation here right now, but some good news, if this is true, that there are some hostages that are being released right now.
Certainly is, Bridget, and apparently she's just had some limited contact now. Now, this is a relative, correct?
This is one of her friends. She's not, this isn't a relative.
No, it's not a relative, just a friend.
Okay, and has he responded back to you again?
No, I just asked him, are they out? And he hasn't said anything yet.
Okay, and can you describe again what he was talking about, the gunman? Did he have...
I asked him how many gunmen was it, and he told me it was 1. And he told me that the guy was walking around with a gun and he was nervous. And that he was getting ready to release some hostages. That's it right now. He hasn't responded back yet.
Okay. Thank you so much. I know one of the producers was trying to communicate. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear. We are still here live on scene. We did see a lot of activity. Like I said, a few people were coming towards the bank, a few officers, SWAT officers as well. We are not going to show you that detail at this point. That's all we have for right now. Back to you guys.
Very good.
Richard. And just now, JSO just sent out another tweet saying that this is a very active scene. Stay away. And they have said earlier that this area is not safe. It's not safe for anyone. And so they do want folks in that area to listen to that.
Once again, if you're just joining us, this is the Community First Credit Union located on Edgewood Avenue. The address over at on Edgewood, 1623 Edgewood Avenue. Shortly after 9 o'clock this morning, someone went into that bank and was trying to rob it. Don't know what happened, why that person didn't get away right away, but he now is still, or she, in the bank right now. However, 3 hostages, according to our Sky Action News Jax helicopter pilot and photographer, have escaped or have been let out of that building. Also, a large JSO unit in that area, too, right next to the bank. Let's go back to Bridget Matter. I understand she has a witness. Bridget, what are you learning?
Okay, he's typing.
This man is typing right now. If you've just joined us, this is Rochelle. She says she has a friend who is in the bank who was a customer this morning, and he is being held hostage. He's describing this gunman as having a gun and acting nervous, walking around. He's sneaking on her phone right now to talk to her, and he said that some hostages have been released. This is not confirmed from police. This is just a customer who is in the bank. Rochelle, kind of give us an overview again of what this person has told you from inside the bank.
They are releasing some. They're releasing. They're letting out the hostages. They let them out. Okay, so he's right. He told us that it was letting out the hostages. I'm still waiting to see what else he's going to say next.
Okay, we are seeing some hostages are being released. SWAT has. JSO did just say that all hostages are out, is what I'm hearing, that all hostages are out. Okay, 11 hostages, I'm being told, have been released from the Community First Bank on West Edgewood Avenue. If you can see from our shot here, you can see that some people are walking out of that bank to safety. As far as that suspect, we're not sure on any information on him as of right now.
All right, some live pictures from Sky Action News Jax right now showing those hostages being taken out and leading out down the street of Edgewood out of that bank. The hostages now are free, we understand. It looks like the
I counted
fluid situation.
at least 10.
Good.
I counted at least 10 people, and as you can see, they're surrounded there and protected by members of the JSO SWAT team. And so this is very good news. We are waiting to hear if everyone is okay, because sources did tell us that they heard gunshots inside. Hopefully that was into a ceiling or something. And take a look at all of these emergency vehicles there, the rescue crews. They're all walking that way, of course, to be checked out, making sure that everyone is okay. But they walked out on their own.
Yeah, we're confirming right now to make sure if all those hostages are safe, but the number of ambulances there to help out just in case, you could see that. Also, we understood earlier, just a few minutes ago, that JSO was just walking in and out of the bank, and there was no urgency at that point after those hostages were released. So no word yet on the suspect and or gunman or woman who possibly is in that bank.
And remember, I told you I counted about 10 people coming out of the bank. JSO now says we have 11 hostages out. JFRD first told us that there were 11 people holed up inside of that bank with a gunman, and now we're learning 11 people are safe. Happy to report that at this hour.
All right, some good news. Once again, live pictures of the scene there on Edgewood Avenue, 1623 Edgewood, where that Community First Credit Union is, right across the street there. And those are all those emergency vehicles there. Hopefully, of course, those hostages, former hostages now maybe being looked at, but you could see the crowd of people there off to the left side, possibly relatives waiting for word. And there was a lot of information apparently later on as the morning unfolded closer to, say, 10:45 or so. We were understanding that information by text was going back and forth between relatives and friends. One woman we talked to, Miss Sherman, Latassa Sherman, her 18-year-old son was in there, and we understand another friend also heard from her relative, who was an 18-year-old friend, or actually a friend, talking back and forth saying that he was safe. And then shortly afterwards, we found out that all those hostages, apparently according to JSO, have been released, and they look like they're in good condition walking down Edgewood Avenue.
And we want to show you some video just into the Action Newsroom. Now we can show you this now that it looks like these hostages are safe. But here's how JSO got into the building, into the first Community Credit Union here. They broke down the door, made their way inside, and shortly after, they usher everyone out. Okay, we understand right now that the gunman did surrender. The gunman surrendered in this attempted robbery of Community First Credit Union. The gunman has surrendered and the hostages released. You see how they broke down that door. This is new video taken just moments ago. That what looks like a small cat machine there with a battering ram on it went in and broke down that front door, went in, and then that gunman, according to the information we're receiving now, gave up. He did surrender. And this has been 2 hours at this point in the making, because this started shortly after the bank opened there on Edgewood Avenue this morning. And we've been with you every step of the way and bringing you alerts. But I guess there's just sheer relief knowing that 11 hostages are walking out of this bank, especially after sources told us that shots were fired and possibly there were people hurt, but they were able to walk to those medical and emergency vehicles on their own. You're getting an exclusive view, too, of what Sky Action News Jacksonville's only news helicopter, has taken for you, giving you complete coverage of this bank robbery with hostages that happened over the last hour and a half to 2 hours on Edgewood Avenue. And you get a look at where the hostages then came out that door, it looks like, after that battering ram went in there to open up the door for the hostages to come out. The gunman did surrender. No word if that person had been injured, but he did surrender. No word on the extent of possible injuries, but we understand at least the hostages are
safe, the former hostages now being reunited with family members, just waiting for them, many of them right across the street.
And we'll also wait to hear from JSO on the talks between themselves and the gunmen inside, and if the negotiators were able to work something out with them to bring those hostages out. We have to wait on that and wait for word, as well as how all of this unfolded in the first place and what kept them safe inside as well.
Exactly, because that's what we were hearing with the text messages before apparently JSO went in there to ram down that door, that one of the hostages told their relative, their friend, that he was safe. So that was happening, and that the gunman was very nervous, apparently carrying a gun, and was nervous walking around the inside of that bank. No word why JSO decided. Of course, we'll learn in due time that they thought now was the right time to go in, use that battering device to knock down that front door and essentially save those hostages this morning on Edgewood Avenue.
That's right, and we want to get more now from our Bridget Matter there. She's been talking with families who have been there at the scene, concerned. Bridget, tell us what you're seeing there right now.
You know, we're told that 11 hostages were safely taken out. You did hear from Rochelle, that woman that I was speaking to earlier. She was talking to a man who was inside there. He was a customer when this happened. He was texting her saying that this gunman was nervous, was walking around, and that 2 people were shot. That information is unconfirmed from police right now. That is something that we were told from one of these hostages' friend, that she was communicating with him while he was still in that bank. JSO said 11 hostages were released, and we're being told that that gunman has surrendered. So good news right now. It looks like this situation will be wrapping up eventually. There's a lot of investigation that still has to be done. If you can see the scene behind me, there's still a lot going on here. This is not something that's done just yet. We do still have SWAT here on scene. This road is completely closed down, and we do not have the details on how this happened, how this person surrendered, who this person is. Those are still questions that we are going to
All right, Bridget, and we want to show you scene there at the Community First Credit Union on Edgewood Avenue. Video of those hostages walking out about 10 minutes ago, Phil, walking out on their own to the emergency vehicles, waiting to check them out. And you can see them here. What a sight. This is best case scenario, because not only 11 hostages walking out on their own, but you also have a gunman who has surrendered.
This essentially lasted about 2 hours, because the gunman did come in shortly after 9 o'clock when it opened, the bank opened, and then roughly 2 hours later is when he surrendered after the battering of the front door. Here's a look at where all the hostages, former hostages, were taken to. They're being put in a van too. We understand they were put into a van. Of course, maybe not. They talked to their relatives first, but of course what JSO wants to do now is get everyone's story, right? What happened? What did you experience? They need to write up exactly what happened. Fortunately, a good outcome here, but they needed to get everyone's information and story. Now, what we're seeing here is apparently, well, it looks like someone maybe rolling around with a big white shirt on there. Not quite sure who that person is, but maybe one of the hostages being helped out, it looks like, right after being taken out of the bank, being put into, once again, those units right there. Some of those hostages you just saw there, maybe that man was rushing out and slipped and fell, and the JSO helping him back up and then being put into the van. That must have been one of the first 2 or 3 people let out.
And I tell you, this is exclusive video here from Sky Action News Jax, Jacksonville's only news chopper. Only we can give you this type of bird's eye view. We're giving you a live look right now at the emergency crews and the command center. This is the area where they took those hostages, of course, to talk with them and to check them out and make sure they're okay. And our Bridget Matter is sharing with us right now that a text message from a hostage while they were inside, and this particular person was communicating with a family member saying that I'm in the bank is being robbed right now, we're being held up by an armed robber, and it looks like there could be people shot. Please pray for us. And then later the message goes on to say that, you know, we're okay, he looks nervous. And you can take a look at one of the text messages here. I'm in the bank, you okay? Yeah, this man is stupid, 2 people shot. They dead? No. But basically saying pray, and then later saying he is nervous. But again, this armed robber, according to JSO, has surrendered. Yeah, that's a text from the friend of a person who was in there saying that that person was safe, and saying that suspect was very nervous walking around inside the bank. And you could see the text messages going back and forth off of her phone right now. Another live shot of the Community First Credit Union right now as we take a look at the scenes. Not as fluid, obviously, as it was about a half an hour ago, but still that entire area of Edgewood Avenue near 1623 Edgewood being blocked off now. Still no traffic there. Of course, they're going inside, JSO going inside that bank, processing the scene, seeing what happened there, and at the same time talking to the hostages about what they saw and how the gunman reacted during that time. No word yet on that gunman, where he is, if he's been taken, he is in custody,
if he's been taken to jail right now or the hospital. That one text message you saw that 2 people were shot, according to that one text messages. However, the hostages were released, it looks like, safely, according to JSO.
That's right. And in just the last couple of minutes, JSO says that this bank robbery suspect, hostage taker, is right now in custody. And so we're waiting to hear about charges and the mental state even of this person. But what we do know is that the bank opened at about 9 this morning, and very shortly after, that's when we got word that there was a bank robbery in progress with hostages inside. Sources said that shots were fired, but the good news is once again, I can't say it enough, we saw 11 hostages come out of this bank.
Yeah, it seemed 3 of the hostages came out right away, including this man. Apparently he slipped, fell, then the SWAT team members helped him up and put him into that tactical unit. And then other hostages shortly afterwards were released. He may have gotten out of that bank right away after that JSO battering ram, that Caterpillar, that small cat, went in and pushed the door down to get those hostages to be released. And then they all filed out shortly after that, man. There's a look at that battering ram that they used off that cat there, that bobcat. Going inside, breaking down the door, and then apparently the hostages came out that way. About an hour and a half or so, hour and 45 minutes after that suspect went into the bank to hold it up.
And we are told that JSO is now leaving the area. We want to see if we can go, JFRD, I should say, not JSO. JFRD is now leaving the scene here, especially knowing that these hostages are free and apparently they are okay. We want to go back out now to our Russell Colburn to get more on those crews that are leaving. We don't have Russell. Do we have Bridget right now who can tell us more about JFRD leaving?
Stand by. Yeah, we did just see JFRD leave. They just passed by this way. You can see, though, this scene is very active. We still have a lot of SWAT officers on scene. A lot of police are still here, but JFRD, they did just clear out of here. Like we told you, 11 hostages were released. That gunman, he also surrendered. we're trying to get in contact with some of these hostages that were held up inside. We did speak to a woman who was communicating with a man who was inside, and he was texting her saying that this gunman was walking around with a gun, that he was acting nervous, that he was sneakily texting this woman. He said that he was okay, but 2 people were shot. That information is unconfirmed from police right now, but that is just information that we are getting from a hostage through text messages that he was texting a woman while this was all going down. He said that it was like a movie and that he was praying that everyone would be let out safe. Now, we are told 11 hostages were released. We are still waiting for police to brief us and kind of tell us how this hostage got out and or how the hostages got out and how this gunman surrendered. Back to you guys.
All right, very good. We're also receiving word from JSO's Twitter page. The next update will be at 11:45. So in about 25 minutes from now, they're going to come out, Melissa Bejeda, possibly others, telling us about what went down here just about 25 minutes ago there on Edgewood Avenue at Community First. A sigh of relief, although we don't know if, one person said 2 people were shot on that text message, so we're not sure who those people are or, if what their extent of injuries are too.
But again, at 11:45, we will hear from JSO and we'll learn more about how this situation unfolded. But we want to show you some video that came in a short time ago again of the situation ending and how JSO was able to make their way inside of the bank. And we're going to start with the video of the hostages walking out of the building. And of course, when we saw this, we all breathed a big, huge sigh of relief to see this, because for quite some time, about an hour and a half, Phil, there was no activity other than the streets and roads were closed and everything looked, from our vantage point, very, very still. Right. We didn't know exactly what was happening inside of the Community First Credit Union at the time. But again, about 20 minutes ago, JSO was able to beat down that door, get inside, and just a few minutes after that, those hostages walked out. And those hostages, a mixture of bank employees and customers. At least one customer was in there. We heard from that one woman who was texting her friend back and forth that he was in there, apparently doing some business right after 9 o'clock. When that bank robbery suspect did come in. There's one of the hostages who was let go and then put into that tactical unit there. So 11 hostages altogether. That man surrendered. No word on what his condition is, although he is in custody right now. No word if he's in custody, possibly at the hospital or at the jail. But we are waiting to figure out and learn more again from JSO at 11:45 on exactly who's who and more on this suspect and who he is. But again, he made his way inside of that bank shortly after it opened at 9 this morning. Of course, they use that equipment, JSO, not very often, but in extreme situations like this, that battering ram, we've seen that actually in other situations when it comes to going into drug houses, and they have to use that to stay far enough away, going in at the same time, a total armored unit, that Caterpillar unit with the big battering ram on the end of it going in. You saw after the battering ram did its job, JSO, the SWAT team, just kind of still surrounding that area and making sure there was only one suspect and not more than one. Once again, a couple of the tweets that were coming down from JSO, JSO telling folks, including the media, to not show SWAT officer positions, even folks who were taking pictures on the time. There were a couple of Facebook Lives that we saw also at the time when people were taking shots, and JSO didn't want that as it was going on. But right now, that situation, at least for the time being, is over. Now, more details are going to be coming out at 11:45 from JSO, telling us exactly what went down and who, if any, people were injured. And what I'm seeing right now on social media, folks watch right along with us online, watching us live and saying that they just give kudos to JSO and JFRD for keeping families and businesses in that area safe and letting them know exactly what was going on, because they said very early on, this area is not safe. Please stay away. They allow people out, but not in. And businesses listen. They closed down. They closed their doors, locked their doors, stayed away. And JSO is now saying, just got this word from our producers, no one is shot. We had heard from sources that shots were fired inside of the bank this morning, but no one is hurt.
All right, we have Deanna Bentneshi. She's live now with us.
We just heard from that anchor that authorities are saying no one was shot. Now, you may have remembered seeing this text on air between someone on the outside and someone on the inside. The person on the inside saying that 2 people were shot. We can now confirm that no one was injured, according to the local news broadcast. Let's take you back now to that broadcast.
Talking about a hostage situation and the people come out and they're safe, what happens after that?
Well, police want to talk to them. They want to get as much information from every single hostage because they want to make sure they don't miss anything. You know, these people were petrified at the thought of being held at gunpoint against their will. It's an experience that no one wants to experience, or a situation that no one wants to experience. So they want to talk to them and get as much information out of them as they possibly can, number one. Number two, they also want to have them medically checked out just to make sure that they're okay and that no harm was brought to them by this person.
And we saw a few of the JFRD ambulance and fire trucks leave here. Is it something that they'll actually go and interview them at the hospital, or do you think that they would interview them on scene before they get to go to the hospital?
Well, if someone was injured here on the scene, they'll allow them to get transported so they can get the medical treatment that they need if they're being transported to the hospital. And then officers and investigators will go to the hospital to interview them, to get it while it's fresh on their mind, so that if they are under any kind of anesthesia or anything that might throw off their thinking, then they get that before all that happens. So every single person that was held hostage will be interviewed, and you know, because they want to know everything to build their case with this individual.
And then as far as the suspect, we heard that he or she did surrender. What's next for them? How do the charges come about, especially for a big situation like this?
Well, of course, he's facing a plethora of charges. You know, one with the attempted bank robbery, then he held 11 people against their will. That's 11 separate counts in and of itself right there of unlawful imprisonment that he's facing. And, you know, it could be aggravated assault if he injured someone. It could be aggravated battery. So the charges are just going to continue to mount as they conduct their investigation. But let me just say this. I think that the community showed its support for one another by coming out, checking on the well-being of people, some people that they did not know, they're not even aware of. That just shows how close-knit this community is. And also, I've got to take my hat off and commend JSO for their rapid response, for their professional handling of this particular case with the SWAT team, as well as the hostage negotiators, even down to the officers who are controlling the traffic. They did it in a sympathetic way. They did it in a professional way. So I've got to give them credit for that.
And then just being here in Jacksonville, we've seen a handful of bank robberies where the person will go in and leave. It's been a very long time since we've seen something of this magnitude where someone actually holds up hostages. So JSO, we saw them, you know, swarm in. Is this something that they continue to practice even when they have those smaller bank robberies?
Yeah, they're constantly practicing or rehearsing, if you will, for things like this. You know, when I rolled up, it looked like something out of a movie, you know, and this was the set. It just seemed so surreal because we haven't had this sort of thing to happen here in Jacksonville. It's just, you know, even though we hadn't had it, they were prepared for it and they responded properly. And I might add, almost 15 years ago, 6 days from 15 years ago, there was a bank robber here where an officer responded and he was shot. He survived the incident and he's still living now. But there were 2 gunmen. He got into a gunfight with them. They were eventually caught. So it's ironic that 6 days from now, that would be the 15-year anniversary of an incident that happened here.
And then we've seen, again, so many people come out of businesses and just be here to sort of look on and wait to see what's happening with those witnesses. Will JSO try to go and talk to them as well, maybe to just get some background info, see if anybody saw the beforehand of what happened when he walked in?
Yeah, they will leave no stone unturned. They're going to talk to as many people as they possibly can. If someone was driving by and they might have seen something going on, someone running or whatever, they want to talk to that person as well. They want to make sure that they get every bit of information that they can from everybody, no matter how small it may be, no matter whether or not it contributes to a charge of this individual, but they want to make sure that they get all that information from everybody.
And again, that's what we're sort of waiting for out here. We saw the witnesses come out, or the hostages come out with their hands up. So still a very active scene here. We're still waiting to see how they're doing. We're going to continue to stay on this and bring you the latest information. Back to you guys.
All right, very good. Thank you, Deanna. We'll continue to show you some more pictures there of the scene not too long ago. I just got a tweet from one of my followers saying that tactical unit that broke down that front door, he says, is named the Rook. It's manufactured in Jacksonville by Ring Power. So that's the unit that went in there that broke down that front door to get those people out and, of course, force that suspect to give up.
So it looks like the bank may be closed for a little while until they can get all of that repaired. But the good news is folks are safe. The hostages who are inside are safe. And so many people we're seeing here on social media are saying that they were praying, they were watching, and just hoping that those officers would be okay, make it out okay with those hostages. And there it is, realized all those prayers answered.
Now, JSO was on the scene for at least an hour and a half before deciding to go in. No word why at that time, shortly before 11 o'clock, they decided to go in and break down that door and get that suspect. Unfortunately, none of the hostages were hurt. Also, we're hearing reports earlier that some shots were fired. That may or may not be the case. However, no people were hurt. No people were shot, is what we're getting confirmed by JSO right now. So even though that one tweet said 2 people were shot, JSO says no one was shot in this incident.
And right now we're waiting for JSO to hold another news briefing, and that's coming in about 15 minutes. And so we're waiting on that. Let's go back out to our Bridget Matter, who's been speaking with concerned family members who are now relieved family members and folks in the community who are coming out now and witnessing all of this, Bridget.
Well, and I think the thing that's really going to showcase what was going through the mind of these hostages inside is that text message that I don't know if you guys have it, if you can pull it up, but we've been talking about it today. There was a 35-year-old man who was texting one of his friends out here who was on scene saying that there is a gunman inside. He's nervous. He's walking around with a gun. And then he said, you know, we're praying. I'm sneaking, trying to text you. And at that time, he wasn't sure if he was going to get out, and then finally he was able to say, you know, I'm safe. He's letting some hostages out. Soon after, we did see a lot of activity. This is where everything happened. This is where everything's still happening. 11 hostages were released, and that suspect surrendered. As far as the people that were inside, as of right now, we know that there was that man that was speaking to that woman that was here. We did know that there was an 18-year-old who was also inside. He was speaking with his mother. She was calling him over and over again, saying, and she kept saying that his phone kept going to voicemail, and finally he said, you know, Mom, I'm safe. We did talk to her earlier, and she just was so relieved to know that her son was going to be okay. We do have a briefing from police that's in about 10 minutes. They're going to tell us more details of how this all went down. This is still going on here, and this happened a little bit after 9 o'clock this morning. But thankfully, everyone is okay, as we know. Back to you guys.
Certainly so. They got that call right after 9 o'clock. No word exactly who called in this bank robbery or why that suspect was not able to get away right away and ended up holed up in that bank. And then shortly afterwards, they got a call about a shot being fired, which wasn't confirmed, that Melissa Bejeda said about an hour ago. And apparently, shot may or may not have been fired, but no one was hit. And then shortly afterwards, actually within, I'm sure, very short period of time, JSO showed up and surrounded that area, and that suspect was holed up inside until that one tactical unit went in and broke down the front door.
Right, and I tell you, I'm just watching just a flood of posts and comments, and just kudos to JSO coming in and to JFRD saying thank you for keeping our community safe and keeping us informed and doing what you have to do to make sure that we got a peaceful resolution to this hostage situation. And again, you and I talked about this earlier. We have covered many of a bank robberies, but never have I seen one where a situation like this, such a scary, tense situation where there were hostages inside and a bank robber being held up inside as well.
And hopefully ending out to be a good situation like this. We were talking earlier with Ken Jefferson about the possible negotiation process that was going on between JSO and that hostage taker. How possibly the hostage taker wanted to make sure that he would be safe if he did give up. And then some of the demands that JSO would be given him at the same time. So apparently that whole process went very well, and no one was hurt. We'll be getting more information about that probably in the next 10 minutes or so when we hear from this media briefing at 11:45.
And this is exclusive video that you're watching right here on Sky Action News Jax on the right-hand side of your screen there. And that's one person who was being taken into custody, it appears, separate from the hostages who walked out to the emergency vehicle. So we're waiting to hear more about that to put into that van. You saw that person there with what appeared to be a big white jacket on, and there seemed to be a little tussle there with some of those SWAT members. So we'll wait to hear at 11:45 from JSO on exactly who that was and why that person was separated from the others.
Although when that person came out, you would think JSO would put him in handcuffs right away, and he wasn't in handcuffs. He was just with one guy and one arm being led onto the tactical unit. So we'll get to the bottom of that, of course, in this conference to see who this person is. You know, where is he from? He is a hostage, we understand. Okay, so he was one of the hostages coming out. I think one of the first few hostages that came out separate from the group of hostages that came out later on, that group right there. So yeah, he's the same gentleman right there with the white shirt.
Okay, so that's clear.
So apparently he went from one area to another and walked with all the hostages. And they're getting, as Ken said, the police are getting debriefed pretty much by them right now. They're telling them about what happened
inside.
Right? And what went on during that time. Obviously, a very scary situation for all these people who were in the bank, not only the employees there, but at least one customer, possibly more in the bank at the time. And they're pretty much reliving their story right now with JSO.
Right. And we have seen where some of them took their chances and they went ahead and text family members, letting the family members know exactly where they were, what was going on, that they were inside of a bank. It's a hostage situation, and they're hoping to get out and to please pray for them. And just reading and looking through some of those text messages, it's just amazing.
And those phones becoming so essential in communication, you know, maybe even with JSO.
All right, for those of you just joining us, we have been monitoring this bank robbery situation in Florida. Now, the suspect has been arrested. He is in police custody. The 11 hostages were freed. We are waiting for an official press conference to begin in just a few minutes. As soon as the press conference begins, we'll carry that here live for you on News Now, and then we will transition to some other major news headlines. I know Paul Ryan, Speaker of the House, holding his weekly press conference, and Donald Trump about to leave Trump Tower and head on over to Indiana. All that today on Fox News Now. Stay with us. We appreciate you guys tuning in.
Family members or to 911. In this case, we have seen where those people inside were trying to reach out to their family members and let them know that they're okay right now. But just know that this is a real situation that's happening right now.
That one hostage telling that I believe it was the friend that he was sneaking around trying to make those text messages out to that friend, telling that friend that he was okay. So we're going to be getting a lot more information and pretty much a debriefing of what happened here coming up in just a few minutes. Stick with us for this because once again, as Dawn said, we don't see this in Jacksonville to the point of hostages being taken, thank God, to the extent that we've seen here at a bank. The number of people, too, taken hostage by that one person.
Can we go back out to our Bridget Matter, who's there at the scene, or Deanna Betneshi, who's also there and speaking with people in that area? From what I understand, they're gathering more interviews right now from people who have watched the situation unfold and watched those hostages make their way to those emergency vehicles.
That area of Edgewood Avenue, we understand, still being blocked off right now. They're still processing the scene at 1623 Edgewood Avenue, the site of that Community First Credit Union. Probably about a 1.5 to 2 block area, it looks like, blocked off on each side. You can see some video right there. This is a live view of Melissa Beheda there, the back of Melissa Beheda. She's getting ready to talk to the media here in just a few minutes to debrief us what's going on. And boy, it just turned out, I guess, really not any better than how it turned out. In terms of those 11 hostages being released, all of them are safe, and even the gunman there, the robber, also taken into custody and not shot.
That's right. Now, Jacksonville Fire and Rescue, they've already left that area. They have crews that are leaving, and that started maybe about 10-15 minutes ago, where they were given the clear to leave that area. In the meantime, we're waiting to hear from those businesses in the area to see when they will reopen, as well as the roadways surrounding this Community First Bank that's on Edgewood Avenue.
Look at the number of units, though, Don, and we were talking about this.
Flooded the area.
Right after the call came out, all the ambulances, many of them, you could see more than a dozen ambulances there coming out. We heard reports that 11 people were inside that bank. I'm sure at least 11 ambulances did come out to go ahead and attend to them if need be. Fortunately, they didn't have to have any issues in terms of any physical injuries, but I can imagine right now those people pretty shaken up of what happened when they either went to the bank to do some business, or if they were working at the bank and that gunman came in, taking them hostage.
K-9 units we saw were dispatched in that area, as well as those ambulances that were there just waiting in case that they were needed, and it looks like they were not after all, and those officers were able to get in there and take control of the situation and bring those hostages out.
Everyone was told to stay indoors, which it looks like the business owners did do, as well as the homeowners too, but as Ken Jefferson pointed out, a lot of people kind of towards the end there, when we were hearing more and more about this, and they were tuning into their televisions that this was going on, the people who lived in that area came around that area, in the safe area, just to see what's happening. The community support, they were hoping that everything would turn out okay, and it did. And it's because of JSO and JFRD came out there and followed their tactical procedures, and it turned out to be a successful apprehension of that suspect.
And hopefully we'll get some more information here in the next 5-10 minutes from JSO about who the suspect is and exactly what was the conversation between that suspect, that gunman, and also the hostage negotiator. What was the communication between them? One of the hostages inside texted that he appeared to be nervous when he was inside of that bank. So we want to know about that. But one of the things that our Ken Jefferson told us, our law and safety expert, crime and safety expert, told us that he'll be charged with 11 separate counts for each of those hostages. So the charges against him will be a long list.
A number of different counts, as you said, 11 counts in total. I had the information here. Let's see, but we had 11 counts of unlawful imprisonment as well as the attempted bank robbery and possibly aggravated assault and aggravated battery, depending on what transpired inside the bank while he was taking those people hostage.
That's right. So we'll wait to hear more about that suspect, but we do know that he's been taken away and is in custody right now. But again, we are waiting in the next 5 minutes to hear from JSO to give us a news briefing to see where the investigation stands right now and what they've learned since this situation ended, what they've learned about what transpired over the last 2 hours.
You know, Don, you were talking about the negotiation that was taking place to have this guy possibly give up, although he didn't walk out of that bank. The JSO and the SWAT team had to go in and get him, battering that door down. But also the amount of communication that we saw with the texting back and forth with family members, how maybe that information was fed to the negotiator. So he was able to get more information, and JSO in general to decide now this is the time to go in and break down that front door and get those hostages out. No word if the suspect maybe was becoming more volatile or if he was becoming more docile, and they were able to go in and rescue those people.
Because as we've seen so many bank robberies in our area, and folks go in and they leave very quickly. Some of them are found, sometimes not. But in this case, this is a situation that played out over 2 hours' time, a very long 2 hours, waiting for this to end. But it has a good ending this time.
Let's go to Bridget Matter right now. She is waiting at that media area. And Bridget, here in the next, 3 or 4 minutes, we're expecting to hear from JSO and have a debriefing of what went on here this morning.
We are waiting to hear from JSO. They're going to give us more details on how this started and how this ended. And thankfully, those 11 hostages, they were released, and we're being told that that gunman, he did surrender. And we've talked about that text message that, I don't know if you guys have it, but we've been talking about it throughout the morning. And it really just kind of set the scene for what was going on inside there. That hostage was, you know, kind of being sneaky and texting somebody on the outside saying that this gunman was walking around inside and he was being nervous. And he said, you know, he wanted to pray and that he was scared and hoping that he would be able to get outside. And luckily, all those hostages, those 11 people, were released. Now, you can see behind me, there's still a lot of police that are on scene here. They are wrapping up this scene. They are going to be interviewing those hostages, and we're still waiting for more information to come from police at this time. Back to you guys.
Bridget, were you able to talk to any other family members there shortly afterwards? I'm sure they went, or they tried to get right to their relatives or their friends right away when they were released. But have you talked to any more people there who were friends or relatives of the hostages?
No, we just talked to those two women. The first one, she had an 18-year-old son that she said worked there for a couple of months, and she had tried calling him over and over and said that his phone had gone to voicemail all those times that she tried to call, and then finally he gave her a text message saying, "Mom, I'm okay." And she just had this, obviously, a sense of relief that came over her when she found out that her son was going to be okay. And then we did speak to that other woman who had a friend that was inside. But as far as where they are now, I'm sure they're trying to reconnect with their loved ones.
Sure they are, after they get, they talked to police about what happened inside that bank. That woman, Latasha Sherman, she had her 18-year-old son who worked in the bank. She thought there were probably around 6 or 7 tellers in that bank. Once again, there was a total of 11 hostages, so possibly there were, you know, a fair amount of customers, maybe other folks, other employees there, as well as tellers who were in the bank at the time. Latasha Sherman said that her 18-year-old started the job a little while ago. His father dropped him off and picks him up after work, and never had any issues there at the bank. Of course, no word why the suspect chose this bank branch there on Edgewood. If he lives in the area, if he's not from here, but we'll be learning more about that possibly in a few minutes or as the day progresses. But in all this, no word. We heard that the shots were fired, but no one was shot. JSO did not confirm that shots were fired. They did confirm that no one was shot. So no word if a gun was used in this bank robbery. We'll be finding out more about that and what shots, if they were fired, where they were directed, or if the suspect possibly just missed or used it as a way to frighten people. Once again, we'll know more here in just minutes.
And that news conference is expected to start at any moment now. It's supposed to start at 11:45, and our Bridget Matter is getting into place as we speak to be ready when Melissa Bujeda from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office starts to give us some new information. But again, on the right-hand side of your screen here, we're showing you exclusive video from Sky Action News Jax, and here you're watching those hostages go walk out of that bank and to safety. And boy, was that a welcome sight a short time ago this morning.
It certainly was. We're going to be going to that news conference as soon as it starts. Melissa Bujeda had a short news conference a little while ago and said that another one would happen at around this time. There is a possibility that JSO is waiting for Sheriff Mike Williams to show up at the scene, or I'm sure he's getting debriefed as well on what happened. We might be hearing from him at the scene here in just a few minutes, but a number of police officers, a number of squad cars showing up, SWAT teams showing up, bringing out all their equipment. You saw the ambulances earlier from Sky Action News Jax from the air, showing you at least probably about a dozen of those larger ambulances, JFRD ambulances showing up at the scene, knowing that 11 people were inside of that bank at the time, taken hostage, and just in case, obviously, they showed up. If it turned out to be worse than it did, unfortunately it didn't. And all those 11 hostages were let go after that suspect was taken into custody. Once again, a live look. That man that we saw earlier with the white shirt there, he may have came out first, second, third. About 3 people came out first. There he is, right there. He kind of fell to the ground a little bit, I'm sure, trying to run, get away from what was going on. And the officers helped him up and helped him to that tactical unit. And then shortly afterwards, he was joined by a number of other people, the rest of the hostages in the bank that came out.
And one of the questions that we have, sources tell us that they heard gunshots ring out. Now, JSO has told us that no one was hurt, but we did hear about gunshots. And now I'm also hearing from one of my trusted sources who says that the suspect may have had a dog with him, possibly a pit bull. So we'll be sure to ask about that as well. But lots of questions still unanswered. Of course, we're just happy to know that there's a peaceful ending to this, but still for 2 hours, what a tense and scary situation there in Northwest Jacksonville.
And people heeded to the police's advice, too, to stay out of that area, to stay away from especially that 1.5 block area, to not go past police tape, which people did just for their own safety. The suspect had a gun, and obviously he could fire it, and police could fire back. So police did do that, and people did heed to that advice to stay away from that. And they brought in their big units there. Doesn't look like any explosions were used, anything that exploded to get that front door down. Instead, just that battering ram. This is the aftershot that we found from Sky Action News Jax, who was hovering over the scene. That front door pretty much just destroyed by that, what's called the Rook, apparently. It's a battering device there. By one of my Twitter followers, said made by Ring Power here in Jacksonville, of course, maker of heavy machinery and heavy equipment. That's like a little cat there with that battering ram on the back of it. Just went in and knocked that door down, no problem. So shortly after that, we didn't see the shot of the people streaming out of the door per se, but we did afterwards on the street as they were walking down the street there with not running, but walking down the street with SWAT team members and that suspect already taken into custody.
And now what we're seeing here, some of those crews are able to leave, but there were more units there than we could count at a certain point, Phil. Oh, yeah. Whether it was ambulances, patrol cars, you had all kinds of emergency vehicles in that area. And so now we're starting to see roads starting to have a little more traffic being allowed in and out of that area after the roads were shut down for about 2 hours until this was brought to a resolution. But we are waiting any second now. JSO is going to give us a news briefing, and that's what we're waiting on right now.
Remember the businesses in that area? You saw that U-Haul there. Apparently there was a steakhouse across the street there. No word if it was open that early. Also down the street, a Dollar General store. All those people stayed inside, we understand, and heeded the advice of police officers to, kind of hunker down, stay in place there as they got this situation under control. We saw the number of JSO officers that just swarmed the scene in just a matter of minutes after that initial call came in. Still no word on who made that initial call of a bank robbery in progress there at 1623 Edgewood Avenue. Community First Credit Union has a number of bank branches all across Jacksonville. That's their north side branch there on Edgewood, not too far away from Orlando, we understand, Edgewood and Orlando Avenue. So we'll be continuing to monitor the situation and wait for the news conference, possibly waiting for Sheriff Mike Williams to also address the media here. That was supposed to happen about 5-6 minutes ago, but once again, still not as fluid a situation as it was earlier, but still fluid in terms of maybe getting the right information out and being correct the first time.
So we are right now waiting our Russell Colburn, Deanna Betneshi. We have our Bridget Matter there. We have a number of crews there in that area as they're talking right now with homeowners. We're talking with family members and friends of those employees who work there at the bank and business owners as well. And those business owners, we spoke with some of them, our Paige Kelton and also our Romney Smith. They were calling and speaking with those businesses who say that they were inside of those stores. They did listen to what JSO had to say when it came to make sure that you stay safe, because the area for 2 hours, they said, was not safe. So you want to make sure that you get out of the area if you can, but if you want to
here. On Twitter, there were a number of Twitter replies to the JSO Twitter page saying, thank you, JSO, for all of your hard work during the hostage situation. Your quick actions saved many lives today. Hashtag thank you. Also, another person tweeting, you guys are true heroes. We are blessed in this nation to have such dedicated and experienced first responders. And hear to that, right?
We do agree. Let's go out now to our Bridget Matter now, who's there live and waiting for this news conference to start. Bridget?
Well, like Phil mentioned, JSO doing a really good job, also very active on Twitter, telling media to stay back, telling everybody to stay away from this area when this was going on. Everything was closed down here. You can see that a lot of police have left. We are expecting a briefing here in a few minutes. It's unclear exactly the time that that's going to happen, but it should be soon. We are standing by for that. We'll be getting more information on how this ended, how it started. As far as what's happened, we'll give you a quick overview. This call came in after 9 o'clock this morning. We did speak to a couple of the hostages' friends and family members. One mother, we were talking to her as all of this was unfolding. Her 18-year-old son, who has been working at the bank for a couple of months, was inside there. She was trying to call him over and over, and those phone calls kept going to voicemail. And finally, as she was here on scene, waiting to hear from her son, waiting to get more information, she got a text message from her son saying, Mom, I'm okay. And just that sense of relief, you could really see it, as you can imagine, just come over her face. And, she kind of described that she can't wait to get a hold of her son to just give him a hug. And she said she just never thought that she'd be in a situation like this. We also spoke to another woman who was texting a man who was inside, who was he says a customer when this was happening, and that he said that the gunman was acting nervous and walking around. The sheriff, he did just pull up, so this briefing will be starting momentarily. He is going to be stepping out of his car here to come up here and speak to us and give us a little bit more detail on everything that happened here today.
I see that the councilwoman Katrina Brown is there behind you now. She and her father have a business, Jerome Brown's Barbecue, that's in that area. Looks like the news briefing is about to start any second now, but maybe we can speak with her as well. That's her district,
this morning,
her area.
About 9:03, obviously JSO responded to a call of a bank robbery in progress. We then got another call of a potential individual who was shot in the lobby of that bank. Patrol officers responded. Immediately, we were able to identify some activity inside that they, believed to be a bank robbery in progress. Notified their watch commander, who in turn notified the SWAT command staff and the dispatch, our dispatch process to get our SWAT negotiators at the scene. SWAT negotiators arrived at the scene, and obviously that information Patrol had determined to be accurate when they arrived at the scene. That it was in fact an individual. There was in fact an individual in the bank, armed with a gun, with at the time we believed to be potentially somewhere between 10 and 13 hostages inside the bank. We were able to establish some initial communications with the suspect. We were able to talk to the suspect a little bit. He made different demands about requesting family members to be at the scene, that type of thing. He did, through negotiations, again, this was a really long incident, but he did, through negotiations, release a couple of the hostages. But he also continued to threaten people inside the bank. He threatened to kill hostages multiple times. We had verifiable information that he was actually putting the gun to the back of the hostage's head at a couple points. Based on that, those threats and that activity escalated through this event, became more and more intense through this event. Reviewing that, the SWAT command staff obviously made the determination that at the next opportunity that they would make entry into the bank to rescue the hostages. There was an opportunity that presented itself not long ago where two people were hiding inside the bank, unknown to the hostage taker. Those two people took an opportunity to attempt to flee the bank. When they did that, it distracted the hostage taker. And at that point, the SWAT team took that opportunity to make entry into the bank, placed themselves between the hostage taker and the hostages, in essence rescuing those hostages. Upon seeing the SWAT team, the suspect surrendered inside the facility. So we were able to take him into custody without incident, and again save the lives of those hostages. So listen, a fantastic job by the patrol officers at the scene, fantastic job by the SWAT team, and those guys work and train hard every single day for days like today. And it paid off today. We were able not only to resolve it, but resolve it peacefully, through some really professional expertise, again, to be able to make the right decision at the right time and be able to execute that, and again, take this individual into custody and rescue the hostages. So I want to, obviously publicly thank them for that. So, John, you got to say a few words?
Yeah, on behalf of Community First Credit Union, we are just so very thankful that this hostage situation ended up resolving itself in a safe way for everybody. Clearly our hearts and prayers are with the families and the membership who were involved in this. But we are very thankful also that the JSO, the SWAT team, the negotiators did a fine job in bringing this to a resolution. And we certainly do appreciate everything, Sheriff Williams, that you've done. And once again, we need to get back with our employees. We need to get with our membership and make sure that everybody is taken care of, and we'll do whatever we can to make that happen.
Sir, you're the owner of the bank?
I'm the CEO and president.
And if you could state your first and last name and the spelling of it.
Yeah, it's John Hirabayashi. JOHN-HIRABAYASHI.
Extremely relieved in this moment.
Yes, absolutely.
We have heard, sir, that there was a dog with the suspect. Is that confirmed?
He did come in with the dog, and the dog is safe right now. So we were able to retrieve the dog successfully too, and he is unharmed, and I believe in the care of animal control at this time. So let me wrap up one last thing. So the investigation now is beginning. Lots of questions still left to be answered. We know this individual now to be DeAndre Schumann, we believe, black male suspect, late 20s, early 30s, still trying to verify his date of birth. We will get that information to you through the PIOs. He currently is looking at charges potentially of bank robbery. Again, things that we have to verify still. But in addition to that, armed kidnapping, aggravated assault, multiple cases of those, obviously because of his interaction with those hostages inside the bank. I'm sorry?
Spell his name? Do you have spelling?
DeAndre, common spelling, D-A-A-N-D-R-E, Schumann. Tom dispelled it.
Was he working at the bank? He stated that he was robbing the bank.
That's part of the investigation. So he did at one point ask for some money. So we still, again, have to verify a lot of this information. But clearly, once inside the bank, taking the bank over, threatening the employees, and making demands of, law enforcement employees during his time inside the bank.
Sheriff Williams, was he an employee of the bank?
He was not an employee of the bank.
Did he have a white vehicle that he drove up to the?
He did come up in a vehicle. I'm not aware of the. I don't know the color, but yes, he did. My understanding is he came up in the vehicle. Again, still part of the investigation.
Has that vehicle stolen?
I have no idea.
Was that vehicle stolen?
I don't know. Do not know
Sheriff,
this
how are the
time.
hostages doing at this point?
Well, as you can imagine, they are shaken up. I mean, you had employees inside the bank that just came to work, and were victimized by this individual. You also had people just going to the bank at 9 o'clock on a Thursday morning who were victimized by this individual. So, they've got, again, a legitimate reason to be shaken up, and they are. They are all very cooperative with us, obviously, and we obviously pray for their recovery.
More questions.
Are you confirming the gun was loaded? Is the gun loaded?
Have not confirmed any of that yet.
Condition of Robert right now.
The condition of the
Robert.
he is in custody and uninjured.
What about the victims? How many people were shot, and what is their condition?
Nobody was shot. Nobody was
Thank
shot.
you, Sheriff.
Yeah, we'll update you on more information.
Identity of the suspect, have they released that?
Yeah, we released it, and we'll get more information to DeAndre Schubin is his name.
Do you know how old he is?
Do not.
Approximately? Is
Not
he young?
late 20s, early 30s.
Thank
But
you,
that's all we
Sheriff.
can tell. Thank you so much, and we'll give you more information as we get it. Thanks.
Okay, guys, so that is the final update from authorities. We are going to cut out of this bank robbery coverage and switch on over to some live coverage at a LaGuardia airport where Donald Trump's plane is about to take off. Both the Trump plane and a smaller Trump plane departing from LaGuardia momentarily. Trump kicking off his thank you tour in the Midwest. And in case you missed it, Donald Trump is going to be holding a thank you tour, a multi-state tour. He promised to embark on a multiple state victory tour after winning the election. Trump expected to speak alongside VP-elect Mike Pence in Cincinnati, Ohio, as part of his thank you tour tonight. Before he goes to Ohio, however, Donald Trump is expected to visit Indianapolis to announce a deal with Carrier to keep some 1,000 jobs in the country. The company's air conditioning plant previously planned to move more than 2,000 positions abroad. Donald Trump's Cincinnati stop will be the first of several post-election rallies. He's expected to visit other states that help propel him to a surprise victory on Election Day. Donald Trump's rally will be streamed live here on Fox News Now at 7 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Mountain Standard Time.
Next question. Right Side's definitely going to be streaming the thank you tour, huh? Oh, you've already seen them post about it?
They had to leave yesterday early, the elevator squad to go to Cincy. But what we're going to get on is the Carrier. They won't be there for Carrier. It can't be in two places at once.
They don't have the resources. How are their numbers? I wonder, do you think they're going to have their big numbers tonight? Did you make a standalone of that?
No, Jeff didn't want it.
Yeah. Okay, great. All right, guys, so you are looking at LaGuardia Airport. Donald Trump leaving New York City to head it on over to Indiana. He'll be going to Indiana to make his big announcement, keeping 1,000 jobs in that state. Keeping those jobs from going abroad. We're going to go ahead and show you guys another camera angle of this Trump departure. There you go. Trump leaving New York City.
That's okay.
All right, guys, it looks like they just cut out of our Donald Trump feed from the airport. So, oh, nope, they've given it back. They realized they switched the wrong channel. Stand by. Looks like we're having some technical difficulties. I know many of you guys are watching this feed, perhaps a little puzzled as to what you're looking at. We are looking at a live look at LaGuardia Airport. Donald Trump, Mike Pence, taking off. They're on their way to the Midwest. First stop, Indiana. Next stop, Ohio. While we watch this shot, I want to go ahead and play in the upper corner for you Larry King. We spotted him on Trump Tower Watch this morning.
So now where do I get my picture? Well, no, I just met him. I didn't know who got a picture of that. I was like, where do I get that from?
Who else did we see get on the plane? I didn't even see the president. No, they're not. I don't know if I put in my note. I put in my note. President-Elect Trump.
All right, guys, so we just lost the feed. We just watched the Trump plane take off. I want to go ahead and take you guys now to Capitol Hill, Paul Ryan's weekly press conference.
Morning, everybody. How you doing? First of all, I want to just say how excited we are with the fact that we passed the 21st Century Cures legislation yesterday with a vote of 392. This was fantastic bipartisan legislation, which also included our mental health reforms. Kudos go out to Fred Upton, chairman of the Commerce Committee, Tim Murphy, who worked so hard on these pieces of legislation. I also want to thank the Democrats for working with us in good faith on the Commerce Committee in particular for getting this legislation across the finish line, and I expect this to pass in the Senate. Another issue I believe the Senate will be taking up hopefully later today is the 10-year extension of the Iran Sanctions Act. That's something we passed near unanimously in the House. That is a legislation that needs to get done, and I expect the Senate to fully work on that as well. We have completed the conference report on the Defense Authorization Bill, the NDAA bill. That gives our troops a much-needed 2.1% pay increase. This is extremely important to give our warfighters what they need, to give our military the kinds of reforms they need to stretch our military dollars farther. That's something that we're excited about bringing to the floor. We're getting close on the Word of Conference report. This is something that we think is important. We're hoping to achieve wrapping that up, and then ongoing on the continuing resolution, which we hope to bring to the floor as soon as possible next week. With that, I'll just open it up. On it.
As a free market conservative, I'm wondering if you're uneasy in any way with the Trump administration offering incentives to carriers to keep jobs in this country, essentially, some critics would say, picking winners and losers. Or should the free market work its will?
Well, I'm pretty happy that we're keeping jobs in America, aren't you? I don't know the details of the carrier, the arrangement, but I do know that Mike Pence is still the sitting governor of Indiana, and I have no doubt that he probably had a hand in helping this, and this is what governors do. I talk with Scott Walker about this stuff all the time in Wisconsin, where governors get involved in helping make sure that their companies stay in their states or they attract companies to their states. That's something that's pretty common for state level of government to do. And I don't know the details of this, but I think it's pretty darn good that people are keeping their jobs in Indiana instead of going to Mexico. Christina. There are hundreds of executive actions that are out there that we're going to be sifting through. So I'm not going to kind of get into everyone on their merits. That's something that the transition team is working on right now as to what executive actions that the Obama administration did and how they're going to deal with it. So I just don't have an answer for you because this is something the transition team at the executive branch is going to be working on. I know what they want to do is make sure that we have smooth transitions. What we're focused on with respect to immigration, securing the border, making sure that the border is secure, making sure that the resources match the authorization that currently exists to actually secure the border, and that's the legislation that we're focused on.
All right, guys, we're going to cut it to Paul Ryan and take you live now to the White House Daily Briefing, a live press conference.
They've sent some paperwork into the White House asking the president to do that. Can you say what the status of their request is? Is it being considered?
Well, I only learned of this shortly before coming out here. I'm not aware of any work that has been done thus far in terms of reviewing their request, but it sounds like they may have just submitted it. So, I'm sure we'll take a look, but I don't have any announcements or anything to preview on this matter at this point.
Is there enough time left in the administration for that request to get a thorough review, do you think?
It seems...
Or would that be something that
well,
will be passed on to the next administration?
Hard to say. I would... I think it's fair to say that any action on this matter before the end of this presidency is unlikely.
Second, on Pakistan, would this White House agree with Donald Trump's description that Pakistan is, quote, amazing and its citizens are, quote, one of the most intelligent people? That's the description the foreign ministry provided of the conversation Donald Trump had with their prime minister yesterday.
Darlene, I saw the readout of the telephone call that you're referring to. I can't speak to the to the accuracy or to the tone of that phone call. I'd refer you to the President-Elect's team for a more of a description of what the President-Elect may have communicated to the Prime Minister of Pakistan. Obviously, President Obama's conversations with his counterpart in Pakistan have been an important priority. The U.S. relationship with Pakistan is one that's quite complicated, particularly when you consider our overlapping national security interests. The relations between our two countries, particularly over the last 8 years, have not been smooth, consistently smooth, particularly in the aftermath of the raid on Pakistani soil that President Obama ordered to take Osama bin Laden off the battlefield. But this obviously is an important relationship. There have been areas where the United States and Pakistan have been able to effectively coordinate our efforts. But one of the things that I'm reminded of is that every president, regardless of which party they're in, benefits enormously from the expertise and service of thousands of patriotic Americans at the State Department. These are men and women. Some of them are career Foreign Service officers. Some of them are just career civil servants. But these are individuals who are committed and passionate about serving our country and representing our country overseas, regardless of who the president is. And President Obama benefited enormously from the advice and expertise that's been shared by those who serve at the State Department. And I'm confident that as President-Elect Trump takes office, those same State Department employees will stand ready to offer him advice as he conducts the business of the United States overseas. Hopefully he'll take it.
According to their readout, Donald Trump also said that he'd like to visit Pakistan, and I know President Obama's never been there.
Not as president.
Not as president. Is there anything you can say about why he never visited as president?
Yeah, at one point in his presidency, I do recall President Obama expressing a desire to travel to Pakistan. For a variety of reasons, some of them relating to the complicated relationship between our two countries and at certain times over the last 8 years. President Obama was not able to realize that ambition. But one thing we do know is that it sends a powerful message to the people of a country when the President of the United States goes to visit. And that's true whether it's some of our closest allies, or that's also true if it's a country like Pakistan with whom our relationship is somewhat more complicated. But ultimately, when President Trump begins planning his overseas travel, he'll have a range of places to consider, and Pakistan would certainly be one of them. Okay. Roberta.
Thanks. I wanted to ask about the trip to Tampa. You had said that it's a chance for the president to, a final opportunity to discuss at length his counterterrorism strategy. But I'm wondering if it's also an opportunity to sort of talk about anything left on his to-do list as he runs through the tape, as you say. Is there an opportunity for him to sort of lay out what he didn't achieve, or something that he hopes to still accomplish in his remaining days?
Well, I don't have too much of the speech to preview at this point. I think the president, on a number of occasions, particularly over the last couple of weeks at the variety of news conferences that he's convened, has acknowledged that he's proud of the record of success that we've demonstrated during his presidency, particularly in the area of foreign policy. But there are some objectives that we did not complete. And I'm confident that, in addition to listing off the numerous accomplishments and numerous reforms that we've successfully implemented, the president will certainly spend some time talking about the important work that remains to be done.
And when it comes to transition issues and the transition for the intelligence community, how is the White House feeling about how that transition process is going? Apparently there's only one member of the transition team named so far to deal with the intelligence community issues. And I'm just wondering if you could give us an assessment of any concerns you might have about the pace of that part of the transition.
Roberta, I haven't gotten a detailed update about the status of transition efforts in the intelligence community. What I can tell you is that from the Obama administration perspective, we've been planning for the better part of a year to organize paperwork, organize briefings, prepare materials for the incoming administration. And that groundwork has been laid, and the president has made clear to his team that ensuring a smooth and effective transition is a top priority, and certainly is a top priority for the 50 days or so that are remaining. But I have not gotten an update on how it's been going with regard to conversations in the intelligence community. I think I'd refer you to them for the latest assessment. Okay, Michelle.
We're going to see this event today on the carrier jobs announcement, and it's going to be this kind of presentation and celebration of that. And given the little that we know at this point about what was involved in that deal, do you think that it merits this kind of event, and is it worthy of a celebration at this point?
Well, listen, as you heard me say yesterday, we obviously welcome the news. Once the details are released, but based on what we know now, it appears that several hundred or maybe even 1,000 U.S. jobs will not be moved overseas, and that the plans have changed. That's obviously good news, and an announcement that we would welcome. But again, as I mentioned yesterday, Mr. Trump would have to make 804 more announcements just like that to equal the standard of jobs in the manufacturing sector that were created in this country under President Obama's watch. This is good news, but the incoming president has a high bar to meet when it comes to putting in place the kind of economic policies that are going to benefit American workers. Let me give you one example, the overtime rule. And it's a poignant example because that was a rule that was scheduled to go into effect today, December 1st. This was a rule that President Obama announced earlier this year. But the bottom line is that every week there are millions of middle-class Americans who work more than 40 hours a week, but don't receive any pay for their extra work. There are 87,000 such workers in Indiana. By definition, these are the hardest working people in America. And earlier this year, the administration finalized a rule to expand overtime protections to more than 4 million Americans, something that would boost wages by $12 billion over the next decade. This is boosting pay for people who are, by definition, middle-class Americans and Americans who are working harder than just about everybody else. So the way that this rule was implemented was that we modernized the way that the government calculates the salary threshold under which most workers qualify for overtime. And that essentially changed the threshold from $23,700 to $47,500 and indexed it to inflation going forward. And this would essentially ensure that people who were intended to be eligible to collect overtime pay could do so. Unfortunately, this rule was blocked just a couple of days ago by a federal district court judge in Texas. And that's unfortunate that you essentially had Republican governors colluding with some of the biggest businesses in America to prevent the hardest working middle-class Americans from getting a raise. If anybody deserves a raise in this country, it's middle-class Americans who are working overtime and not getting paid for it. So, hopefully this is the kind of thing that Democrats and Republicans would actually be able to work together to implement. And I haven't heard what the President-elect has had to say about this, but the possibility is there may be 87,000 middle-class workers in Indiana who may be interested in what he has to say about this, and another 134,000 workers in Ohio who are affected by this rule who may be interested in what he has to say about it as well.
What does the administration think of the details that we know so far, that it was millions of dollars in tax incentives to stay, and then I guess there are other pieces that we don't know of it?
Yeah, listen, I think at this point it's, I think ultimately we'd have to rely on the executives at Carrier to explain why they made the decision that they did. But again, if we're talking about 1,000 U.S. jobs that have been saved, we would welcome an announcement like that. But again, that's we need to see another 804 of them to equal the number of jobs in the manufacturing sector that were created in the United States under President Obama's watch.
So you're saying it's good, but it's not that great? I mean, how would you kind of...
No, if you're one of those, if you're a worker or you live in one of the 1,000 families where that paycheck is being collected, then obviously that's welcome news. I'm not criticizing it at all. I think what I'm trying to highlight is, as you evaluate the strategy that's being put forward by the President-elect, I think it's worthy drawing a comparison to what was done in the last 8 years under President Obama. And if you'll indulge me, we talked a little bit about the Affordable Care Act earlier this week, sort of some metrics that you could use to judge the wisdom and approach that's put forward by the incoming administration with regard to health care reform. We've put together some metrics that you could use to judge the performance of the incoming administration's economic policy. And many analysts who've looked at the data have concluded that some of the rhetoric from the President-elect was critical to his success in winning the election. So I think people come in with some high expectations. So let's look at some metrics. The first would be jobs. Under President Obama and under the strategy that we have implemented, our economy has seen the largest streak of total job growth in our nation's history. Over the last 80 months, we've created 15.5 million jobs, and the unemployment rate has been cut in half from its peak that was reached back in 2011. So on the jobs front, President Obama has set quite a high standard, and one that will be a high bar for the next administration to live up to. The second metric would be wages. So far in 2016, we've seen wages grow at an annual rate of 3.1%. That's good wage growth. Not off the charts, but it's good. And we'll see if that's a rate that the policies of the next administration can continue. The third metric is something that got a lot of attention during the campaign: inequality. And what we know about 2015 is our country made historic progress in reducing inequality under the leadership of President Obama. We saw the median household income rise at the fastest rate on record, $2,800 a year, or 5.2%. The largest gains were for middle class and working families and for low income households, who in 2015 saw their income rise almost 8%, while those at the top saw their income rise less than 3%. So we see a growing economy. We see wages and income growing for everybody in the country, but growing faster for those in the middle and at the bottom. That is important progress in reducing inequality, and certainly will be a high standard for the incoming administration to meet. Just two more. The fourth one is actually something that should be familiar to the President-elect and many of the people that he has nominated to his economic team, and that's just the stock market. Since President Obama took office, let me be precise, since the stock market reached its low in March of 2009, just 2 months after President Obama took office, the S&P 500 has more than tripled. That certainly means money in the pocket for a lot of people who've invested in the market, and certainly a lot of money in the retirement accounts of a lot of middle-class workers who've been saving for their retirement and investing in the stock market. We'll see how the incoming administration performs based on market reactions to some of the policies they put forward. The last thing I would note is poverty. And in 2015, the number of people in poverty fell by 3.5 million. That is the fastest rate, or fastest decline. It's the fastest rate of decline since the 1960s. And that is a metric that the president is quite proud of. I haven't heard the incoming administration identify this as a priority, but President Obama certainly believes that fighting poverty and reducing poverty is a priority. And on his watch, last year, poverty rate fell faster than it has in 50 years. So this is an economic track record that President Obama is proud of. I think it is a clear illustration of the smart strategy that we have implemented. The president-elect is preparing to take office, vowing to overhaul that strategy. We'll see if the reforms that he's promising work as well as what the Obama administration has been able to achieve. And again, I can understand why the stories that you may be working on today may not have room for all of this data, but at some point in the future, there'll be.
As well, maybe about the strength of the dollar.
I'll let the incoming Treasury Secretary comment on that. But what I will, at some point, there will be some senior economic official for the Trump administration standing up here talking to all of you about the success of their economic strategy, and hopefully you'll draw upon some of the notes from this conversation and ask them about it.
Okay, and just one more thing.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Now, I should apologize for the long answer, but I appreciate it. I will.
15 more questions. Okay, so.
All right, everyone, we're going to cut out of this White House press briefing. We want to bring things back to our local scene here in Phoenix. Danielle Miller about to do an FBI physical fitness test. This is really a unique experience. Danielle, you are live on News Now.
Hey, Samia. Yeah, we're here at Grand Canyon University, where we're here on the track. This is where we're going to be doing this physical fitness test for the FBI here. And it's definitely, my nerves are a little bit going right now because we have to do quite a bit. So we have to do a minute of continuous push-ups, a minute of continuous sit-ups, a 300-meter sprint. That's timed. And as well as, I think it's a 1.5-mile run, which is also timed. So in order to pass this entire test, you have to get 12 points to pass, but there's a possible 40 points. So I'm looking to come home with the whole 40, but who knows? We'll see. I'm a little bit nervous. I'm going to stretch out here, starting to warm up here with the beautiful sun. So hopefully it gets my muscles, my bones, everything good to go.
That's so exciting. I know both you and Troy are taking part in this. I know there are bets here in the newsroom as to who will beat who. Have you guys been trash talking out there on the field?
You know, Troy is not here yet. He's still on his way because obviously he had the morning show, so he should be here soon. But on my Facebook page, I was talking a little trash. So I definitely think I'm going to beat him. I think I have a lot of things over him, so you can go ahead and tell him that. I'll tell him that when he gets here. But my main goal, there's a lot of other reporters out here from different stations. We even have Cronkite News out here from ASU. My main goal is not these other reporters. It's Troy Hayden. So Troy Hayden, I'm coming for you. So we'll see. He's on his way.
So this is a really unique test. So I'm reading the press release that they sent over to us. Basically, there are 4 events in the following order with no more than 5 minutes of rest between each event. You have maximum number of sit-ups in a minute, timed 300-meter sprint, maximum number of continuous push-ups, untimed, and a timed 1.5-mile run. Danielle, we in the newsroom know that you work out, you're really active, but I mean, for viewers at home who don't know, what's your daily workout routine like?
I do a lot of classes, actually. So I do a lot of Pilates, a lot of yoga, things like that. So I'm definitely a runner. I love running. I do half marathons quite often. Never did a full, but so the running I'm not so nervous about, but it's the push-ups, it's the sit-ups, things like that. And especially there's so many FBI agents out here. So being put on the spot like this with all these people out here watching you, I think hopefully my adrenaline kicks in. But the thing that I'm most nervous about is those push-ups and sit-ups. The running, I think I'll be okay. Should be fine, but the push-ups and sit-ups. They also said we cannot do girl push-ups. So that I'm a little upset about because girl push-ups, I can do those all day. But actual real push-ups, not so much. So we'll see.
Girl push-ups are the ones where your elbows are on the ground, right?
It's your knees. So you're on your knees and you can push up. So
Clearly I don't do push-ups often.
So this is a girl push-up. There you go. So those all day. But the actual real physical push-up, we'll see. I don't know. Maybe I can get 10. I'm hoping for 10 at least.
Well, thankfully you have a job as a Fox 10 News reporter and you're not actually applying to join the FBI.
Exactly. But hey, maybe I might impress somebody out here. They might give me a job as a special agent. So you never know. But hopefully I think I'll stick to my day job because I don't think I can do what they do every day. But
all right, Danielle, well, thanks for checking in. I know this official test starts in about 20 minutes, right?
Yep, we're going to get started here. I think my session starts at 11 o'clock, so I will definitely check back in with you guys. Hopefully I'm not huffing and puffing, but I think I should be good, but as long as I beat Troy.
That's all that matters, Danielle. Thanks for checking in.
Yep.
That was Fox 10's Danielle Miller live at GCU. We'll be checking in with her a little bit later on. In the meantime, let's take you back now to the White House.
Private sector, to go back to the wage growth issue, do you expect, based on what we're learning about the new Treasury Secretary, potential new Treasury Secretary, do you expect to pay, or wealthy Americans will pay a higher or less overall tax burden?
Well, even some of the rhetoric that we're hearing from the incoming administration is difficult to discern. During the campaign, I know that the president-elect vowed to raise taxes on people like him, and just yesterday his the individual that he intends to nominate to be Secretary of the Treasury indicated that that there would actually be no change in the net tax that's paid by higher income Americans. So, look, I think the fact is they're still formulating exactly what their policy is going to be. And when it comes to tax reform, we know that ends up being complicated business because it has to move through the United States Congress, too. Again, one of the things that I did not include on here was tax policy, but you could certainly include in here the wisdom of the approach that President Obama has pursued in terms of locking in, making permanent tax cuts for middle-class families while asking those at the top to pay a little bit more. And that's had a positive impact on our economy, a positive impact on job growth, a positive impact on broader economic growth, a positive impact on reducing the deficit, and had the benefit of making our country just a little bit more fair. So the kind of approach that President Obama has pursued, I think, has been a good one, and the facts bear that out. But it sounds like we'll have an opportunity for another president to come in and suggest a different approach. But we'll have a chance to see how it stacks up with the approach put forward by the Obama administration. So, thanks. Kevin.
Thanks, Josh. Can you have someone, Jason or one of your staff, send out those notes you just sort of rattle off, those economic
Yes,
notes?
I can.
On the carrier thing, I know you probably were just making the point that you all had a great deal of success in your approach economically, but I think some people wondered if you were kind of taking a shot when you said, well, he's going to have to do it 800 more times to sort of get to where we are, given the sensitivity of the people on the ground who are very worried, very concerned about losing their jobs, did you want to walk that back a little bit?
No, because again, I certainly am not doing anything other than welcoming the announcement from Carrier that stands to benefit potentially 1,000 workers and 1,000 families in Indiana. That's good news. There's I don't have anything bad to say about it. I think the observation is just a coherent strategy will be required to ensure that people all across the country can enjoy the benefits of a particular economic strategy. And the economic strategy that we have put forward is one that saved actually more than 1 million jobs in the manufacturing sector and created another 805,000 jobs in the manufacturing sector. So again, I think if anything, I'm suggesting that the success of the incoming administration in protecting those manufacturing jobs is something that they're going to have to aggressively ramp up if they want to meet the standard set by the Obama administration. Just a little rough math would indicate that if President Trump is fortunate enough to serve 2 terms in office for 8 years, he's probably going to have to average about 2 of these announcements a week, every week of his 8-year presidency, in order to meet the same standard. So, bar's high, but he'll have an opportunity to try it his way, and we'll see if it works.
I want to ask you about the Rolling Stone interview, and
Yeah.
I don't want to make more of this perhaps than some people might.
Okay.
The president was talking about the untenable nature of this sort of patchwork of having marijuana laws, in Colorado and Washington, and there's a new one in California and Massachusetts, and then other states have medical marijuana provisions. He's not suggesting, or I'm going to ask you, is he suggesting that there needs to be a federal standard when it comes to the management of marijuana law?
Yeah, I think what the president is suggesting is that it's increasingly difficult for federal law enforcement officials to be enforcing the law differently in a variety of states. And as we see more states change their laws with regard to marijuana, it makes it more challenging for federal law enforcement officials to enforce the law. So that's something that I think that the next administration is going to have to grapple with, and certainly law enforcement officers in the next administration and some policymakers are going to have to sort of consider what's the most effective way to move forward here. I don't think the president at this point was trying to signal any specific policy change, but rather just indicating that this is an increasingly complicated situation that is facing federal law enforcement officers.
I want to ask you also about something the incoming president-elect has said about regulation. He's actually, 2 parts. First of all, is the president engaging in sort of any midnight regulations push between now and when he leaves office? And I guess the second part of the question would be, given that the president-elect has suggested that for every new regulation, maybe we ought to take away 2 others. And I've heard the president himself suggest that, this regulatory environment is cumbersome, to say the least. Does he agree that this might be a useful way to go about cleaning up regulatory policy?
Kevin, I can tell you that the regulatory work that's being done in this administration is not going to be characterized by a last-minute rush on the way out the door. I think what it will be characterized by is a continuous and persistent effort to complete the work that's already been started. And that is to say that there are a number of rulemaking actions that were commenced earlier this year that haven't yet been completed. And we'll be working to complete them on schedule before President Obama leaves office. But these are, in every case that I'm aware of, rulemaking actions that began before the outcome of the election was known. And the president's view is that that's a actually a smart way to make rules and make regulations. It also is a smart way to effectively implement them and ensure that they have the maximum intended benefit. With regard to this this idea of taking away two for every rule, that's taking away 2 rules for every new rule that's initiated. That's the kind of thing I think that probably sounds pretty good on the campaign trail, but maybe a little bit more complicated when you implement it. And the reason I say that is not because the president's against eliminating regulations. In fact, President Obama has actually presided over a regulatory look-back proposal that has resulted in the elimination of a substantial number of regulations with a substantial economic benefit. We can get you the particular numbers. So we've been engaged in a regulatory look-back to take away rules that don't make sense anymore, that are outdated, that are unnecessarily cumbersome. Because I think people have an expectation that to the extent that government is involved in some aspects of the economy, they shouldn't be posing an unnecessarily high burden to companies or to private individuals. And that's certainly something that has been an important part of the regulatory look-back process. So, but I think the point is that each of those rules that are considered for repeal should be evaluated on the merits. And shouldn't just be evaluated because somebody decided to create another rule in another place. Okay? Tolu.
Thanks, Josh. And a couple of times you've been asked about the calls between the President-elect and the leader of Pakistan. You've mentioned that there are career diplomats at the State Department who are able and willing to help the President get ready for those types of discussions. Mm-hmm. Is that to be read as some kind of tacit criticism of Trump for not taking advantage and talking to the State Department before making several calls to world leaders?
No, I can't speak to any conversations that the President-elect may have had with the State Department. It's possible that he was briefed by the State Department before that call. I don't know. You'd have to ask them. I think I'm just making the observation that there are dedicated experts, public servants at the State Department that have years of experience that they have amassed that they're prepared to use to advise the incoming president. And President Obama benefited from that expertise, and I'm sure that President Trump will as well.
I also wanted to ask you about, there's been a letter sent by 7 Democratic senators on the Intelligence Committee, basically saying that the president should declassify some of the intelligence regarding Russian interference with the election. Has the president received that letter? Is that something that you're considering here?
I've been briefed on the letter. I don't have a sense of what the status is of responding to that letter. Obviously, in advance of the election, the intelligence community released a letter to the public presenting their own analysis and some of the conclusions that they had reached about the efforts of the Russians to use some of their tools in cyberspace nefariously to try to undermine confidence in our political system. And that's something that we talked about quite a bit in advance of the election. But if there are additional details that these members would like to have declassified, then I'm confident we'll take a look at it, but I wouldn't hazard a guess at this point about what kind of response they would receive.
Just one more on the JASTA legislation, the Justice Against Sponsors of Terrorism.
Oh, yeah. I remember that.
It seems to be coming back in the news as Senator Graham.
It does, doesn't it?
Senator McCain are offering an amendment or a change to that legislation to, I guess, specify that...
offering a change to a piece of legislation that they passed, and then when the president expressed some concerns about it, they passed it anyway, over his objection. Then the president, recognizing that this was going to be a problem, vetoed the bill, and these same members, knowing that these problems existed, still overrode his veto. And now 2 months later are trying to figure out how they can clean up the mess they created. That's the bill, right? I'm sorry to do that to you, Tolu. I couldn't resist.
Yeah, so...
This is Jeopardy.
I know, it's good. This is really good.
Has the White House reviewed the changes that are being offered up, and are they sufficient to basically get the president's support?
Right. Well, we've obviously been in regular communication with members of Congress for months. First warning about the flaws in that bill, and then after the president's veto was overridden despite their full knowledge of the flaws in the bill, we've been working with them to try to put together some changes to the bill that would address the significant concerns that we've raised. I don't have an update for you on those conversations, but I can tell you, I can confirm for you that they've been ongoing since shortly after the veto override vote. And I guess you can tell from my tone that we obviously would welcome congressional action to clean up the rather significant mess that they've made. Okay. Cheryl.
Thanks, Josh. Okay, so we're 9 days away from a government shutdown, the usual. And wondering if you would support a...
Boy, where's the optimism in the room today?
Support a CR in May, which is what is now being discussed on Capitol Hill.
And so what's the question?
Oh, would the president sign a CR that would go through to May, which is something that's being discussed on Capitol Hill?
Well, there are discussions about a number of different proposals, and I think there might be, this is a situation that we have seen before where there might be some disagreement between Republicans in the House and Republicans in the Senate, and they're going to need to do some work to try to resolve those differences, and hopefully they'll do that work mindful of the need to work with congressional Democrats, and mindful of the need for a Democratic president to sign it into law. With regard to the specific question about the timing of a CR, I'd actually refer you to a letter that Secretary of Defense Ash Carter has sent to senior members of Congress, expressing his profound concern about the possibility of a CR that extends through May. He's concerned that that would hamstring the ability of the Department of Defense to initiate a number of programs that are critical to our national security. And he continues to be concerned that the kind of funding that would be provided under essentially a long-term CR would limit the resources that are available to the Department of Defense for the important work that they need to do to wage the counter-ISIL campaign, to follow through on some of the promises that we've made, to enhance the support that we provide to some of our European allies in countering Russian aggression. I think there's also a concern about the funding stream that would be available to resource the military commitment that we've made to Afghanistan. So his problems, the concerns that he's raised are quite significant, and the concerns that he's expressed are shared by the Commander-in-Chief. So this is something that my colleagues at the Department of Defense have conveyed to members of Congress, and I hope that members of Congress will take very seriously the responsibility that they have to adequately resource our men and women at the Department of Defense who are doing work every day, putting their lives on the line to keep us safe. It seems like the least that Congress could do would be to just pass a budget and make sure that our men and women in uniform have what they need to keep us safe. That's a basic responsibility of the Congress. It is one that Republicans in Congress have shirked far too often. And the election's over. It'd be time for, now would be a good time for Republicans to set aside politics and just focus on the best interests of the country. And passing a CR that extends through May would be inconsistent with that kind of approach.
And would that also apply to other, the government at large? How bad would it be to have a CR through May?
Well, our most prominent concerns are at the Department of Defense. There are other concerns other places. There's a reason that Congress is tasked with passing a budget every year. And passing a budget on time for a year gives the United States government the certainty that it needs to plan effectively and make sure that the interests of the American people are being well served. Passing a budget resolution for 2 or 3 months at a time is not a very good approach. So we're hopeful that if Congress does have to pass a CR, that it's a short one so they can get back to work after the holidays and actually pass one through the remainder of the fiscal year. Obviously, the ideal would be for them to pass a budget through the remainder of the fiscal year. But given that that budget bill is unlikely to be forthcoming, we're hopeful that they will be able to come back after the start of the year and do that rather quickly, and not wait till May. I guess is the point. Okay, Lana.
A Russian diplomat says that the Kremlin is talking directly to the President-elect's transition team about Syria, which is the White House think of that?
I can't speak to any conversations that they may be that may be taking place on that matter. I know that the President-elect's team has given voice to the principle that you've heard me cite on a number of occasions, which is the United States of America has one president and one commander-in-chief at a time, and Barack Obama will be the President of the United States until January 20th, at which point he'll hand off that awesome responsibility to the President-elect, and it'll be his responsibility to determine an effective path forward. I think it's been widely chronicled that the President-elect has been engaged in some conversations with world leaders, but the descriptions of those calls have primarily been social calls and him returning congratulatory calls that he received in the aftermath of the election. But again, for greater insight into the potential substance of those conversations, I'd refer you to the President-elect's team.
Less about the insight, because I don't expect you to know what the President-elect is saying with the leaders in the Kremlin, but does that concern the White House? Does it feel like they're going around sort of diplomatic protocol?
Well, again, there is this principle that I think it's important for everyone to acknowledge, and the President-elect's team has acknowledged it. And I think it's been reflected in a lot of the statements and actions that they've taken over the last 3 weeks, which is that there's one President of the United States at a time, and right now, at this time, Barack Obama is the President of the United States, but on January 20th, we'll do the transition. It's important for everybody in the United States to understand that that principle is being observed by both the President and the President-elect. It's also important for people around the world to understand that that principle is operative. So again, it's hard for me to render a judgment one way or the other without knowing the content of the conversations. And as we discussed, I just don't.
Bernie Sanders called the carrier deal corporate welfare. Does the White House disagree with that assessment?
Well, again, at this point, it's hard to tell exactly what kind of deal has been brokered between.
From Indiana.
Yeah. Well, listen, that's there's some indication that it was the promise of a federal benefit that may have actually changed their mind. It's just hard to tell what exactly swayed them. It's also hard to tell exactly what they were offered. It does appear that they were offered a substantial economic incentive by the lame duck governor of Indiana, who's also the Vice President-elect of the United States. And these kinds of state-based incentives are something that states will often do to try to compete for business. But I'd refer you to Indiana about the wisdom of the approach that Governor Pence has elected to pursue.
We spent a lot of time earlier this week talking about phone calls between the President-elect and the President. Have there been any more?
If there have been, I will not be the one to announce them.
What about with former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton? Any calls that have occurred beyond the one that we talked about that happened on election night?
Not that I'm aware of, but again, if those kinds of calls took place, we'd likely keep them private.
And yesterday, Senator Chuck Schumer invited the defeated Democrats in the Senate to have lunch with him. Would we expect that, or are there any plans that the President might do the same with his former Secretary of State?
I'm not aware of any social plans that they have at this point, but if that changes, we'll let you know. All right? Okay. Francesca.
Earlier you said that this would be a final opportunity for the President to talk about his terrorism strategy. Do you also expect this to be his final domestic trip? And could we expect to see another major policy speech from him before he leaves office on January 20th?
I wouldn't rule out additional domestic travel in January, but we'll keep you posted.
As far as another, at least major speech, I understand that would fall into that as well, but even here at the White House, do you have any plans for additional major policy speeches, particularly in other areas?
Nothing to announce right now. But stay tuned.
Thank you.
All right, Dave.
Thanks, Josh. I wanted to follow up on Tolu's question about the Intel Committee and the Russian hacking.
Mhm.
The Democratic senators said in their letter that they were conveying specifics through classified channels to the White House. And you said you've been briefed on this. Can you confirm that the White House has received whatever sensitive information they had?
I can confirm that we received the letter that they sent over. I can't speak in any detail about the contents of the package that they sent over. But we'll do what we always do, which is we'll carefully review and consider the requests from those senators. But at this point, I wouldn't predict what kind of response they'll receive.
Senator Shaheen today renewed her call for congressional hearings into the subject of Russian meddling in the U.S. election.
Mhm.
Does the White House support that and look at whether Russia is deeply involved in trying to meddle with our election?
Well, listen, I think ultimately this will be a decision for Congress to make. I don't think we'd weigh in one way or the other. But obviously Congress has legitimate oversight over these kinds of questions, and I know that the intelligence community in particular takes seriously the responsibility that they have to maintain an open line of communication with relevant congressional committees. I know that it's something that Director Brennan and Director Clapper and other leaders in the intel community and in the Obama administration have taken quite seriously. And sometimes there have been some disagreements, some rather high-profile disagreements between leaders in the intelligence community and some members of Congress. But given the nature of that work and given the fact that in most cases, significant public transparency is not possible. That kind of congressional oversight is particularly important when it comes to confidential or even classified matters. This administration has obviously taken seriously the need to cooperate with legitimate congressional oversight in this area. Hopefully the next administration will as well.
Can you say, is it still the White House's view that the integrity of the election was not compromised?
Well, I think what we have said is that the intelligence community and the Department of Homeland Security did not observe an increase in malicious cyber activity on Election Day from the Russians that was directed at disrupting the casting or counting of ballots. I think if that is something that had occurred, we probably would have spent a lot more time talking about it over the last 3 weeks. Fortunately, it did not. So that's the conclusion that we've put forward. But look, what was true before the election is that there was a conclusion that was reached by the intelligence community that there were a variety of malicious efforts undertaken by Russia in cyberspace that were aimed at trying to disrupt or destabilize or shake the American people's confidence in our political system. And that's not an insignificant matter, and it certainly was treated quite seriously and has been treated quite seriously by this administration.
Just one more thing.
Sure.
Your answer just now sort of implies to me that there was that you don't really take the Senate Democrats' complaints seriously because you've already established that there really wasn't any meddling. And so do you think the Senate Democrats are just motivated by partisanship here? No,
and I don't mean to leave you with that impression. We'll certainly take quite seriously the concerns that they've raised and the requests that they've made, and we'll take a close look at it. We just received the letter today, so I just can't predict at this point exactly what kind of response we will provide them. But we'll certainly take it seriously, and this is a matter that the United States government takes quite seriously. Our political system and our democracy is at the foundation of our Constitution, and is at the foundation of our ability for the people of the United States to govern themselves. So this is a very serious matter. And I think in those opportunities that the President had to discuss this matter publicly, I think he indicated just how serious it was. I recall him being asked about this when we were in China, I believe, and he indicated that he'd raised more broadly concerns about Russia's activities in cyberspace and the way some of that malicious activity had had an impact in the United States. So if this is if these are the kinds of issues that are coming up between the U.S. president and the Russian president, I think you can assume that the U.S. president certainly takes them quite seriously. Okay, Scott.
On the overtime rule, has the administration decided yet whether you're going to use the remaining 50 days or so to appeal the Texas rule?
I'd refer to my colleagues at the Department of Justice for more details about our legal strategy, but I can tell you that everybody across the administration feels quite strongly, not just of the wisdom of this approach, but in the legal basis for the decision that was announced earlier this year.
Are you going to rely on the incoming administration to advance that argument in the courts?
Well,
or are you going to make that argument yourself?
I guess the observation that whether or not we'll make that argument in the Obama administration is something you can ask the Department of Justice. But you've raised exactly the point that I was trying to make, perhaps too subtly in talking to Michelle about it. Much was made in the aftermath of the election about how middle-class workers, blue-collar workers, supported the Republican nominee based on his promise to shake up Washington, D.C. and ensure that their views were represented. He had a rather, variety of colorful expressions for doing this, draining the swamp. And I assume this is part of what he meant, making sure that the hardest working middle-class Americans are treated fairly. Right now, 4 million of them are not. 4 million of them work overtime, but aren't paid for it. That costs their families $12 billion over the next 10 years. That's a lot of money for a middle-class family. There are, as I mentioned, 87,000 such workers in Indiana and another 134,000 such workers in Ohio. So presumably, and the only reason this is not moving forward, it should be moving forward today, December 1st. It's not because of an injunction that was granted by a federal district court judge in Texas. And that injunction was granted to some large businesses and Republican governors who had colluded to try to disrupt the implementation of this rule and essentially continue to take advantage of more than 4 million of the hardest working Americans. So this seems like the kind of thing that for all the profound differences between the president and the president-elect on policy, this seems like something they should be able to agree on. But we'll see.
And I'll put out a presidential finding today that any relocation of the U.S. Embassy in Israel should wait another 6 months. Can you just talk about the thinking behind that?
Yes, this presidential determination was issued today, consistent with the Jerusalem Embassy Act. This is a piece of legislation that was passed back in 1995 that essentially called on the United States, essentially mandated that the United States president move the U.S. Embassy in Israel from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. But that legislation included waiver authority, essentially giving the U.S. president the opportunity to issue a waiver and delay that move. That waiver has to be invoked every 6 months, and that's something that President Obama has invoked every 6 months of his presidency over the last 8 years. And the reason for that is simple. It has long been U.S. policy that the final resolution of Jerusalem is something that should be determined between the two parties through face-to-face diplomatic negotiations. And that's been a policy of U.S. presidents in both parties. But we'll see what policy the incoming president chooses to pursue. Okay, Gregory.
I have another question, but I want to follow up on that.
Okay.
What would be the consequences of failing to issue that semi-annual waiver and moving the U.S. Embassy to Jerusalem?
Well, in almost every case, and maybe it's true in every case, that the U.S. Embassy in a foreign country is located in that country's capital. and obviously a formal, concrete action by the United States signaling our determination that Jerusalem is the capital of Israel would be highly controversial and could be viewed by many, not just in the region but around the world, of the United States making it harder for the two sides to resolve the status of Jerusalem through negotiations. The United States has, again, this has been the policy not just of the Obama administration, but of Democratic and Republican administrations since 1995. It's actually, it was a policy before then, but was less relevant because the bill was passed in 1995. So, you know, I wouldn't predict exactly what the consequences would be, but that is the concern that we've heard Democrats and Republicans in the White House express for more than 20 years now.
Second question. The president visited Walter Reed on Tuesday. We're told that he met with 13 soldiers and awarded the Purple Heart to 12 of them. Is that something the president does routinely, directly awarding Purple Hearts?
I know it's something that he's done routinely when he's visited Walter Reed. I know that there have been other occasions where he's been able to offer those kinds of military honors to our men and women in uniform.
Can you give us any insight as to what kinds of capacities those troops were serving in and in what theaters?
I can look. We often will. Let me see if there's additional information on this that we can provide to you.
The reason I ask is because you talked about the president's visit to MacDill next week. Last time he was there was in 2014, which he said the American forces that have been deployed to fight ISIL do not and will not have a combat mission. And you've addressed this a number of times, but if we are not engaged in combat operations, how is it that American troops are being injured due to hostile fire?
Well, Gregory, this is something that we've discussed a lot, and it's important for people to understand exactly what the president's approach is here. And it's simply this. The men and women in our military that have been sent to Iraq and Syria to participate in the counter-ISIL campaign are being sent to some of the most dangerous places in the world. They are being sent to an area where there's a war being fought. And these men and women in our military put themselves in grave danger to train and equip and advise and assist those forces that are taking the lead in fighting for their own country. Our country has borne a significant burden by pursuing a policy in which the commander-in-chief deploys a large-scale protracted ground combat presence to go fight a war somewhere else for some other country and to occupy that territory and defend it until that country is prepared to fight for itself. That strategy didn't work. That was basically the strategy that was put forward by the Bush administration in 2003 when they invaded Iraq. And we're still, to this day, dealing with the consequences of that poor strategy. The strategy that President Obama has pursued is a different one, and it's a strategy that envisions working closely with Iraqi security forces to equip them, to train them, to offer them advice, and to offer them assistance so that they can go and fight for their own country. In Syria, the situation is more complicated because we're not able to work with the host government. That host government has lost the legitimacy to lead that country. So, you know, we're training and equipping and advising and assisting opposition fighters there, all against ISIL a terrorist organization that threatens the United States and our interests. And the wisdom of this approach is that it puts fighters at the front of fighting for their own country. But it does not eliminate the risk that is facing our service members. It's a smaller number of U.S. service members that are facing that risk, but they're still assuming a grave risk. So the men and women who are sent into Iraq and Syria are trained for combat, they are equipped for combat, and there are some situations where they've encountered combat situations. And in some of those situations, those service members have given their lives. In some of those situations, those service members have been wounded. We owe them a deep debt of gratitude because they are doing the dangerous work to protect America and to protect our freedom. And President Obama pays tribute to that service in a variety of ways, including by traveling to Walter Reed once a quarter to visit with those service members, to visit with their families, to check on their recovery, and occasionally to award them military honors. But it's important for people to understand that the mission that President Obama has given them is different than the mission that President Bush gave many more U.S. service members. But the mission that they've been given by President Obama is one that's dangerous, and in some cases requires them to pay the ultimate sacrifice. And it's why we are deeply indebted to them. So thanks for the long answer. Give me the chance to give the long answer. John, I'll give you the last one.
Thanks. The Senate very shortly is expected to pass the Iran Sanctions Act. Is the President satisfied with what lawmakers have come up with? Will he sign that?
Well, we'll take a look at the bill once it's been passed. What I can tell you is that many members of Congress have indicated that they strongly support this legislation because they believe the administration should have authority to impose financial penalties against Iran. And what I can tell you is that the administration retains and has used substantial authority to impose sanctions against Iran because of a ballistic missile program that is inconsistent with UN Security Council resolutions, because of their ongoing support for terrorism, and because of the willingness of the Iranian government to routinely violate human rights. So this administration has repeatedly imposed financial penalties and imposed sanctions against Iran because of that behavior. We've got plenty of authority, and we're not shy about using it. But we'll take a look at the bill that's been passed by Congress, and we'll let you know what the President decides to do with it.
Also, Senator Heitkamp is headed to New York to meet with the President-elect tomorrow, possibly to talk about a cabinet position. In any of President Obama's conversations with the President-elect, did he recommend Senator Heitkamp or any other Democrat for a cabinet position?
Any personnel recommendations that the President may have offered were recommendations that he made confidentially. So I'll protect his ability to offer some private advice and counsel to the President-elect whenever the President-elect seeks it. Okay? Thanks, everybody. Have a good rest of the day. We'll see you later.
All right, folks, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. Coming up in about 30 minutes here, we're expecting to have that Donald Trump event live in Indianapolis. He's going to be talking at Carrier about the jobs that he did save there in Indiana, close to 1,000 jobs there. We'll have that here live for you right now here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. It's supposed to be starting about 2 p.m. Eastern time, so stay right here with us. All right, we'll continue here on the Fox 10 News Now stream with the next space station crew previews their mission.
The crew of Expedition 5152 will be launching to the International Space Station from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan in late March. With us today we have first-time flyer NASA astronaut Jack Fisher. He will be the flight engineer for Expeditions 51 and 52. And to his right, we have veteran cosmonaut Fyodor Yurchikhin, who will be the flight engineer for Expedition 51 and the commander for Expedition 52. Jack, can you tell us a little bit about your 2 expeditions and what you guys are going to do when you're on board?
You bet. And when I was trying to think of what to say, I wanted to talk about an unofficial patch that we came up with. Can't show it to you because it's unofficial, but I can talk to you about the 2 main things that we were trying to infuse within that patch. It honors the Apollo-Soyuz mission over 40 years ago when they started a legacy of cooperation, international cooperation, that has evolved into the International Space Station. Fyodor and I feel extremely lucky to be a part. I think I'm dead, aren't I? I'll talk loud. We're a part of that tradition, and we're extremely happy to be a part of that tradition. The other thing is it has a saying on it, "Одна команда исследует вместе." One team exploring together. And that reminds us of the huge team of thousands of people across the globe that make spaceflight a reality. And we are extremely grateful to be a part of that team. And we hope today we can answer your questions and give you kind of an understanding of what we'll be doing up there so that you're inspired enough to follow us and watch us explore together. As far as what we'll be doing up there, we'll be joining Peggy Whitson, Thomas Pesquet, and Oleg Novitsky on orbit, and then Sergei Ryazanskiy, gosh, I can't even think of Comrade's first name. Randy Bresnik, Comrade's his nickname. And Paolo Nespoli will be joining us later in the summer. As far as vehicle traffic, we have 2 SpaceX vehicles that will hopefully be up there during that time. 1 orbital vehicle that will be coming. I'm particularly interested in that one because it has my underwear. We have anywhere from none to 4 or 5 EVAs on the USOS side. That still depends on the vehicle traffic. And we also have 1 Russian EVA during that time frame to test out a new suit, and Fyodor will talk about that. As far as science, we'll probably get into more detailed questions about that later, but just as a big overview, we're at about 210 experiments right now. That'll probably go up to about 300 during the 6 months that we're on orbit. You know, the vast expanse of science and experiments that we've done on the space station over its lifetime is quite extensive, but the basic 4 tenets are off the Earth, for the Earth. So we are trying to benefit humanity in studying everything from medicines to new production techniques and the such. We're also trying to create a thriving commercial market in low Earth orbit, both through science and through the vehicles. We are trying to enable long-duration space flight beyond low Earth orbit. So trying to figure out how we can send astronauts all the way to Mars, both propulsion technologies, human physiology, all of the things and pieces that we need to make that happen. And then probably the most important, and this brings us back to the patch, to enable and serve as a basis for that international cooperation. We need to remember that the space station is arguably the best example of international cooperation in the history of mankind. And we are proud to be a part of it, and we look forward to your questions. Fyodor?
Several lovely words. And first of all, I am very proud, and Jack is one of crew in my command. Yeah, and since my youngest age, I like it space program. I like it everything about space, and I remember very well because I was enough big boy when in 1973 the Soviet Union and the United States began this great program, Soyuz Apollo program, Apollo-Soyuz program from American. And when Jack told me then it's his the one of greatest program in the world. Yeah, thank you, Jack. Yes, for what reason Jack told we have unusual patch, 1 team exploring together. About our job, we just a little cut our time now. Thank you, our chiefs. And we began our launch data now end of March. It's possible several possibilities, but we're ready for flight because we finished like backup crew member, and from Russian side it's again one progress we will have, and one very special. I hope it's my job, and I hope I, with Sergei Ryazansky, do it this EVA, because we should test it its new generation spacesuits, Russian spacesuits, Orlan MKS. And I hope we will have this very interesting, very explore EVA in Russian segment. And of course, we have a lot of medicine tests, geophysical, astrophysical, etc., etc., etc. Thank you.
We'll now take some questions for the crew. We'll start with the media here at Johnson Space Center. Then we'll...
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. While we do wait for Donald Trump to take place in Indiana, let's go back. Let's do a throwback Thursday here for you. Go back to April 20th, 2016, when Donald Trump did his rally in Indianapolis. Throwback Thursday, everybody, while we wait for the live event in a little bit.
Indiana, you know, beautiful. Thank you very much. Thank you, Indiana. You love Indiana, right? The Hoosiers, the Hoosiers. Oh, this is so great. You know, I wasn't supposed to be here today. I'm supposed to be here in 2 weeks, you know that. But I had to come early. I came early. I said, what are we doing? Let's go to India. It's true. Actually, that's a true story. So we had a great night last night in New York. The people of New York were amazing. They were amazing. And I thought they would be, but you never really know. And then I started getting these phenomenal polls, and everyone said, you're going to win way over 50%. Oh, that's okay. Oh, these people. But they make it exciting, right? You know the good news. Look at all those reporters back there. Now they'll go and they'll train the camera. It's right over there. Look at all the people we have. Go ahead. You can get them out. Get them out. Right there. Get them out. Don't hurt them, of course. Don't hurt them. All right. Get them out.
Wow, folks, to start.
It never ends. It never ends. But it does make it exciting. All right, that's right. Look, wise guy, wise guy. Yeah, that's right. You know, Bernie's gone. You know that, don't you? Bernie's gone. I love running against crooked Hillary. I love that. I mean, so much better, better. Bernie wouldn't be as much fun. All right. So I just want to thank you. But last night was amazing. We had an evening that was, and you never know with the polls, right? You know, I'm getting these polls. He's going to get 52%. He's going to get 54%. Then the press is saying, oh, if he doesn't get 54%, they'd make it into a loss. And, you know, who gets 54%? Very few, especially when you have two other candidates, by the way, that are in favor of Trans-Pacific Partnership, which is a disaster, that are, in the case of Lion Ted Cruz, Lion Ted, lies. Oh, he lies. You know, Ted, he brings the Bible, holds it high, puts it down, lies. And you know, the evangelicals, they've been supporting Donald Trump. It's been great. It's been great. We've won a lot. We've won a lot. And I will say this, look, you're looking at a situation in our country where our jobs are being ripped out of our states. I'm not just talking here. They're being ripped out of our states. They're being ripped out of our country, like I say it, like candy from a baby. They're going to Mexico. They're going all over. China has been doing numbers on us for years. And, you know, I don't mind China. They have been doing numbers on us for years. We're going to lose $500 billion in terms of trade, in terms of balance. Look at the balance. It's a one-way street. We have rebuilt China with a trade deficit that is unsustainable, and it's amazing that it's been going on so long. I told a story the other day to show you how incredible our country is. I have a friend, he's very sick. He was supposed to pass away a year ago. He's a great guy, tough guy, strong guy, tough, like a lot of the people from Indiana. I mean, he's tough. Not as tough as a true Hoosier, but he's tough. I will tell you, so he keeps lingering and lingering, and he's lingering, and I say, wow. And I call him every day, every other day. I say, how you doing? And he goes, I'm okay, I'm doing good. And just an amazing guy, strong. And that's our country. Because when you're losing the kind of money we do on trade, when we're defending the world on military and paying for it, and don't get the respect, don't get the proper treatment, don't get anything. You look at what happens with these countries that we take care of, it is absolutely horrible. When our country continues to go forward, even though it's got massive problems, massive deficits, it sort of reminds me of him. Our country is being taken advantage of, and eventually our country is going to be in such trouble. And I'm not going to use, because I would never use the word that our country's going to die, but it's going to be a much different place if we don't get smart very, very quickly on trade, on defense. We have to build our military strong. We have to build it big, strong, powerful, so that we're not messed with. You look at what Putin is doing in Russia with nukes. You look at what Putin's doing in Russia with his military. It's modernized. They're building all over. Wherever they feel they need, they put. We don't do that. We're getting smaller, smaller, weaker, weaker. We have to build up our military. We have to make it strong. Our country right now is so vulnerable. When General Oriano left about a year ago, he said our country is very ill prepared. And he said never has he seen it like this. And we're talking at a time when probably we have to be more prepared than at any time before. So we're going to build up our military. We're going to have a great and powerful military that hopefully we don't have to use. And by the way, and we're going to take care of our veterans, because our veterans have not been taken care of properly. So one of the reasons I had this incredible victory last night, everybody's talking about, it's really nice, you know, it's a great feeling. Build the wall. He wants to build the wall. Let's go. We're going to build the wall, believe me. Believe me, that wall's getting built. I love you too. I love you too. No. We're going to have strong borders. We're going to build the wall. And you know, when Carrier, that left here, goes to Mexico and they want to sell their product across the border and no tax, no nothing, we're going to say, sorry, folks, we have a nice, strong border. We have a nice, beautiful wall. You're going to bring it across the border, and we're going to charge you a 35% tax after what you did. It's no good. It's no good. I mean, I'm looking at statistics. One of the reasons that New York gave me such an incredible vote, a vote far beyond what the polls said, and I wasn't surprised. When you look, the vote was incredible. It was record-setting, and it's New York. And you know what is nice, I have to say? The place that knows me best gives us that kind of whatever. You know, it's really nice. They know me. They know the good, the bad, they know everything. They know me, and they're tough. They're tough, like you, they're tough. And we had a great evening, really a great evening. It was an amazing evening. But here's the thing. All over New York State, we're losing our jobs. All over New York State, Long Island, the whole place, we're losing jobs. We're losing them to Mexico. We're losing them to so many other places. And we cannot, as a country, allow this to happen again. And it's happening to you, and it's happening to every state. This isn't unique. And I can, you know what I did, and I always did. I go to places, and I say, give me some of the statistical information on the different places. This is you. And by the way, I have to tell you, you have a governor, Governor Pence, who's really fighting hard for you. All right, get him out. Go, get him out. Get him out. Oh, he's got a Trump mask on. Got a Trump mask. It's all right. Now, if he took the mask off, people would know who he is, but that's okay. Boy, these protesters aren't very tough around here. That's good. I don't know. I'm a little disappointed in Indiana. I said, get him out, and he walks out. That's pretty easy. You don't even need our great police. And by the way, the police forces of this nation have to be given far more credit than they're given, okay? They're great. They're great. Before I forget, I have to say, I have two friends in the audience, two great people, Steve Hilbert and Tommy Sue. Where are you, Steve? Where is my Steve and Tommy? Look at these, the greatest people. So I have to give them a shout out. Not a big deal. Takes only a second, but they're too special, and everybody knows who they are. Incredible people. Thank you very much. So before I come up to different places, and I did it all last week, I went to Syracuse, New York, I went to Rochester, I went to Albany, and I get these statistical workouts, and here we go. Because if you look at what's happened to your coal industry, folks, we're going to bring it back, okay? We're going to bring it back, clean coal. We're going to bring steel back to Indiana. Big league. Big league. But you look, and it says, few states in America have seen income declines more than Indiana. Now, one of the reasons is because our jobs are being gone. Indiana has lost 1 in 5 manufacturing jobs since China joined the World Trade Organization, 2002. Ted Cruz supports Chinese currency cheating. That's how they kill us. And I have to say, you know I'm self-funding my campaign, so when I come here, I come here. Got a lot of money in. Now, I have to say, I'm proud of the fact that I have a lot of money in, but I spent much less money than these politicians. I have to say, I'm proud of it. You know, if I spent more, I'm just another guy. I spent a lot less. You know, it was interesting. In New Hampshire, I spent $1.5 million. Jeb Bush spent, 20, 30, I don't know, some. And I was first in a landslide. We won New Hampshire, which is a great place. My first win was New Hampshire. I love New Hampshire. We won, and by the way, they have a massive drug problem. They have a massive cocaine problem. And I told them, if I get elected, I'm going to stop that problem. It's poisoning our youth, and you have it too. And we're stopping, and you know where the problem is emanating from, and everybody does, and it just keeps happening. So we're going to stop that problem. But it's sort of nice when somebody can spend less and get more. Isn't it nice? It's like I'm building in Washington, D.C. on Pennsylvania Avenue, the old post office, one of the most sought-after jobs in the history of the General Services Administration. I got it. In fact, I put Ivanka in charge. Does everybody know Ivanka? Yes. And I got it because we have a great statement and because we have a great plan. Everybody wanted. I mean, it was one of the most sought after ever in the history. And right now, the building is way ahead of schedule. It's going to open up like 1.5 years ahead of schedule, and it's under budget substantially. And I actually increased the scope. I went from linoleum to marble. I'll tell you what, this is going to be one of the great hotels of the world. But there's something nice, because I'm looking at the numbers the other day, and I said, wow, we're under budget, we're ahead of schedule, and the job is better than I ever promised the country it would be. It's on Pennsylvania Avenue. That was very important to me, because if I don't win the White House on Pennsylvania Avenue, then I'm just going to stay at my hotel, and it's practically, I mean, I want to be on Pennsylvania Avenue. I know I have your vote. This guy's shouting, I have your vote. I appreciate it. I think I have a lot of votes in this room. Do I have everybody's? You know, we're going to bring our country back, folks. We're like the people with the incompetent leaders that don't know what they're doing. They have no idea what's happening. They don't know about currency cheating, monetary manipulation. They don't understand devaluation of their currencies that are just absolutely eating us alive. And it's not going to happen anymore, folks. We've got to be the smart people. You know, I'm a free trader. Some of these people would say, he is not a free trader. I say, folks, I want to be smart. We want to have smart trade. You know, somebody would say, he is not a true conservative. I am so conservative. But we have to make great deals, right? Right now, when we have free trade, that's fine if you have smart leaders. We have dummies. We don't have smart leaders. We don't have smart leaders. So what happens, as an example, is China. China sends all its stuff over here, and by the way, they're dumping steel all over the place, and they're knocking out your steel. You understand that. But China sends stuff over here. No tax, no nothing, no problem. Come on in, folks. We don't care if it's good product, bad product. When we want to go to China with your companies from Indiana, it's impossible to get the product in, and if you do get it in, they tax you right through the hilt. I don't know if they were, I think so. Oh, we love it. Do we love this? This is, okay. Yeah, you can get them out, this guy. You know the only problem? The great thing is the cameras will turn. That's the only time they turn. They always keep the camera on my face. They never say, like, how big, look at the size of this crowd. But when they have somebody over there, they show the crowd. So look, friends of mine in manufacturing cannot get their product into China. That is not fair trade. It's not free trade. It's stupid trade for our country, and we're not going to do it anymore, folks. We're not going to do it anymore. Now, let's talk, because this hits home. As some of you know, I've been talking for a long time about Carrier. Yeah, get them out. Get them out. You know, they all came at the same time in the same little section, and they go one at a time, raise their hand. And I have to tell you, we have the safest rallies and probably the safest places to be anywhere in the country. The safety here is incredible. You know, when I first started this, we're getting these massive crowds. We had 35,000 people in Alabama. We had 25,000 in Tampa and Orlando. I mean, we have big crowds. And when I first started, when there'd be somebody like this, wise guys, you know, but when I first started, I'd say, get him out, get him out. And the next day, the press was like, oh, he was terrible the way he talked to those people. You know, you have these people screaming, shouting, and punching people. So I said, get him out. Next day, I said, you know, I'm going to do it differently. So we had a protester. You know, they're agitators. They're professionals. Most of them, do you ever see their signs? They're made in a factory, probably in China. They're not made here. They're made in China. But they hold up a sign that's factory made. I want the ones that make the signs in the garage, right? That's the ones. But the next day, we had a protester. And I said very gently, okay, get him out. Be easy. Don't hurt him. Don't hurt him. And, of course, we never want anyone to be hurt, right? Do we agree? No. What are you talking about? So what happened, I said, easy, don't do it, very easy. And the next day, so they criticized me for being too tough the first day. The second day, they said, Donald Trump's not as tough as we thought. Can you believe it? So you can't win with these people. By the way, those people, look at all those cameras zooming. They are the most dishonest people in the world. The media. They are the worst. They are the worst. They are very dishonest people. They are terrible. They are honestly, and I don't mean all, but I mean like 75, 80%. And they know it. They know it. They know. These are not stupid people, but they're very dishonest people in many cases. Do we like the media? Do we hate the media? Okay. Now, I don't hate anybody. I love the media. They're wonderful. But, hey, I guess we wouldn't be here maybe if it wasn't for the media, so maybe we shouldn't be complaining, right? So here's what's going to happen. You have, and let's talk about, because it's such a great example. Now, I could use Ford. They're moving, as you know, massive operations to Mexico. Nabisco, massive factory to Mexico, ripping it right out of Chicago. But here we have Carrier, so we're going to talk about it, okay? We're going to talk about it. So Carrier fired the 1,400 people. Are any of those people in the audience? You got to be kidding. Were you both fired? How long did you work there? 26 years. You look like you're 26 years old. And 26 years, 17 years. All right. Well, you tell me if I'm right. So they get fired rather ruthlessly by somebody that looked like he was upper mid-level management. And somebody had their cell phone going, and most of you saw the deal, and I thought it was terrible. I was sitting home, I'm watching the news, and I see 1,400 people get fired from Carrier. And the man said, we're going to Mexico. Essentially, you're fired. You know, I did well with that, you're fired. But, so, that's right, we'll fire Hillary. Hillary, you're fired. Believe me. Really, she'll be fired. She'll be fired if she ever gets a chance to run. I think she's being protected. You know, one of your local newscasters, a great person actually, said to me, well, what do you think of Hillary? Do you think she'll be allowed to run? Because she's going to win. Because, you know, it's a rigged system. By the way, just so you know, the Democrat system is rigged, but the Republican system is even worse, I will tell you. Because with the Democrats, you have the super delegates, and, you know, that's obvious. That's obvious. Because you'd read all the time, other than last night, Sanders wins. And then you see back there, they're saying, well, Sanders can't win. The reason, look, we got a rigged system, folks. We got a rigged system. The Republicans are worse. Here's this. I'm millions of votes ahead, millions of votes ahead of Lion Ted Cruz, right? I'm about 300 delegates ahead of Lion Ted. And, you know, it started when I looked and I won, and we have a great team. We have a great team. But it started when I looked at Louisiana. I win Louisiana. We had rallies like this, tremendous crowds, and I win. And I go home. And that election was on a Saturday. So I'm at Friday night. I'm at a massive airport hangar, tremendous, thousands and thousands of people. I made a speech. Everybody was crazy. I was going. I loved it. Everybody loved it. I leave. Next day they go, they vote, I win. And then I find out I get less delegates than the guy that I beat. I said, there's something wrong with the system. This system's not working too well. And you know, even my enemies up there in the media agree with me in almost all cases. It's a rigged, crooked system that's designed so that the bosses can pick whoever they want, and that people like me can't run and can't defend you against foreign nonsense and can't defend you against China and Japan and Mexico and Vietnam and India and every single country you can name, because we lose, believe me, with every deal we do. So it's a rigged system. It's rigged for the lobbyists, it's rigged for the donors, and it's rigged for the special interests. It's dishonest. And when you win the vote, you win. You don't go and win the vote. I mean, we have a situation in Pennsylvania where I'm doing great. And if you win Pennsylvania, you get 17 delegates. And the rest of them are up for grabs. What does that mean? And then they can take the delegates, they can put them in airplanes and fly them to resorts, they can have dinners with them, they can put them in hotels. essentially what they're saying is they can buy the election. And I can buy more elections than they ever thought of, believe me. But I think it's such a bad system. It's so unfair. And it really is. I call her Crooked Hillary. I can tell you this is a crooked system. This is a bad, bad system. And we're going to get it changed. We're going to get it straightened out. Now, despite what I just said, because it's so voluminous and our victories are so big, like last night, when you get more than 61% of the vote with, remember this, with 2 people running. Now, they're not the best people, but they're people. But 2 people are running. It's hard to get over 50%. They wanted me so much, the media. They wanted me so much to go below that 50% mark. I would have had, if I had 49.99, I would have had headlines in every newspaper. Trump defeated. Trump, even though I beat him by 25, 30 points each. Trump defeated in New York. Well, anyway, we can't do that. So what happens, the only way we can really beat the system, we have a movement going, folks. We're on the cover of Time magazine. This is a movement. The only way we can beat the dishonest, rigged system is by you continuing to come out and vote. You're going to get your chance in a few weeks. Come out and vote big league. And here's the thing. I'm not controlled by somebody that gave me $10 million and he represents the pharmaceutical industry. I'm not controlled by people that represent energy and lumber and all of the others. I'm controlled by you. I'm going to do the right thing. I'm going to do the right thing. And the truth is, our country can never, ever come back with these politicians, because you have lobbyists in Washington and they have on their forehead stamped, it says Cruz, it says Crooked Hillary, it says all sorts of because you have lobbyists that take care of Cruz. You have a company that wants to leave Indiana and go someplace, and they say you can't do it. They go and they see Cruz, or they see this one or that one, any one of them. And you know what happens? 100%. Go ahead, folks. So it's not in the best interest of our country. And we're going to change it. They're all bought off with campaign contributions and super PAC money, and we're not going to let it happen anymore, because you're being affected. And then you wonder, why do we have these deficits when we shouldn't? Why are we taking such good care of other nations, and why are we taking care of their military? Why do we take care of Saudi Arabia, one of the richest countries in the world, making, during the higher prices, $1 billion a day? And we defend Saudi Arabia. And now we know Saudi Arabia, and I have a lot of friends in Saudi Arabia, they would not be there for a week if we didn't defend them. So why aren't they paying us a fair price? We're losing our shirts on every single thing we do, and we're going to stop it, okay? We're going to stop it. We are going to stop it. Did you ever hear that we spend more money than any military in the world by many times? I hear it all the time. We spend more money than any military in the world by many times. You know why? We're defending Germany. We're defending Japan. We're defending South Korea. We're defending Saudi Arabia. We're defending many places. Then we take care of NATO. We have 28 countries in NATO. It's an obsolete deal. I don't mean get rid of NATO. I mean modernize it, because we have to make something for terror. We have a new enemy. It's called radical Islamic terrorism, and we have to do something about it. And we take care of many of those countries, many of whom are, and which are rich countries, and they're delinquent. They don't pay. You know why? Because we're not led by people that have any clue as to what's happening. Either you pay or bye-bye, enjoy yourself defending yourself, folks, okay? Enjoy it. I mean, we have countries that are known delinquents. You know, in our businesses we call them, they're delinquent, meaning they don't pay their bills. So why aren't they paying? They're not paying because the United States has weak leadership. And you know what? I'll be firm, I'll be fair, and we will have better relationships with our allies than we do right now. Believe me, better. And they will pay and be and do what they're supposed to do. Because we don't have good relationships with China. Look, we've rebuilt China. We have rebuilt. It's the greatest theft, what they've done to us, the greatest theft in the history of the world. What they've done to us, they've taken our jobs, they've taken our base, they've taken our money. We've rebuilt China. And you hear that when you look at the deficits. Just look at the trade deficits. Look at the kind of money you're talking about. You go to China, they're building bridges all over the place. They're building roadways. They have trains that go 250 miles an hour. We have, what do we have? We have nothing. We have nothing. We have obsolete airports, broken roadways, schools that shouldn't even subsist. We go to places, we'll build a school 3 or 4 times. But if we want to build a school in Indiana, they'll say, no, I'm sorry, we don't have any money for that. So we're going to change our way. And here's the problem. Those countries that we help so much, they have no respect for us. So look at China. We give them all of this trade, all of this money. They rip us off. We want to do business there. They don't take our product. But if they do, they charge you a fortune in tax. Their tariffs are unbelievable. Nobody talks about it. Nobody talks. But what do? In the South China Sea, they are building a military fortress, the likes of which you've never seen. Not supposed to do it. They're not supposed to be doing that. And yet, we make them rich. We're the ones paying for that. So all of that stuff ends if Donald Trump is elected president. Believe me. It all ends. You know, I was very honored over the weekend. There was a major story on Drudge, the top of Drudge, who's a fantastic guy, by the way, Matt Drudge. But at the top of Drudge was a major story that the Chinese finance minister, high up, is extremely angry with the rhetoric of Donald Trump. And I said, oh, that's great. Now, you know, I'm a candidate, I'm running. He was very angry. You know why? Because I've exposed that they've been ripping us off for so many years. And I'll get along with them just fine, folks. And I've dealt with China. I've made a fortune with China. I've made an absolute, I borrowed $1 million when I started, and I now have a company that's worth more than $10 billion. And that's the kind of thinking we need. Some of the greatest assets in the world, low debt, big cash flow, and I'm not saying that in a braggadocious way. I'm saying we need that kind of thinking in this country because our country is going to hell. And for your coal people that are in this room, you know where your coal, first of all, the mines are all being shut down all over the country, and we're going to have clean coal. But you know where the coal goes? Goes to China. They burn it, and believe me, they don't clean it. And you're talking about the atmosphere, so give me a break. That's where it goes. So when this all started, it was June 16th. Who would have known this was going to happen? They all said, Trump will never run, these guys. Trump will never run. He's just having fun. You have another one? Nah, throw him out. Yeah, I will say this, okay, for protesters. You know, if the crowd didn't say anything, you wouldn't hear them. They have very weak voices. It's when the crowd say, here he is, the whole place goes crazy. But it's more fun doing it that way, right? Yeah. So this all started on June 16th when I came down the escalator in Manhattan at Trump Tower with my wife. And, you know, it takes guts to run for president. I'll tell you, it takes guts. And I felt so badly about what was happening with our country. I look at the Iran deal, where we give Iran $150 billion. We get nothing. We get nothing. We don't even get our prisoners back. They should have never, ever negotiated that deal started until we had our prisoners back. We took our prisoners back like simultaneously with the checks going. It's a disgrace. And don't ever forget what they did to our 10 wonderful sailors, the way they treated those 10 wonderful sailors. And the only reason we have them back right now, you know the reason, because the money was supposed to pass the following day. And stupid they're not. They gave them back after roughing them up and roughing them up mentally and psychologically. Folks, when I'm running things, that stuff's not happening. Not happening. Not going to happen. And we're going to have great relationships with them. They're going to respect us again. Hey, Putin said Donald Trump is a genius. Okay, is that nice? Doesn't mean anything. Donald Trump is a genius. He's a real leader. Now, you know, my people that I debate up here, these Republican folks that are taken care of by all the lobbyists, they said, we want you to disavow the fact. We want you to say disavow. And I said, I'm not disavowing that statement. No way, not in a million years. We'll get along with Russia. And what's wrong with getting along with Russia? And what's wrong with getting along with other countries? And what's wrong if Russia wants to drop $1 million bombs on ISIS? I say, good, good, good. Our military geniuses, they say, oh, we don't want to do it. We want to do it ourselves. Believe me, we will get rid of ISIS so fast that your head will spin, okay? So fast. You know, for years and years, I'd read about medieval times. I love history. And in medieval times, they chopped off heads. But when do they do this? Now we're living in medieval times. We're weak. We're ineffective. During one of the debates, they asked Lying Ted about waterboarding. And he didn't want to answer because it was a very, it was a question. What do you think about waterboarding? And he didn't want to get involved because he was afraid it wasn't politically correct. And he gave a nothing answer, a weak, pathetic answer like we always give. They asked me, what do you think about waterboarding, Mr. Trump? I said, I love it. I love it. I think it's great. And I said, the only thing is we should make it much tougher than waterboarding. And if you don't think it works, folks, you're wrong. But you know, there are laws. We have laws that we have to abide by. So I say we're going to have to strengthen the laws and toughen up the laws, and we're going to have to make ourselves tougher. Because they can chop off heads. They can drown people in steel cages, right? They can put people in steel cages by 25 and 50 people and drop them in the water and pull them up an hour later, and we can't waterboard. How stupid are we? How stupid are we? Don't forget, I said very strongly, take the oil. I've made lots of predictions. And, a lot of people say, oh, I'm a little bit afraid of Trump, his tone. And, he may be fast with a trigger. I'm the one that didn't want to go into Iraq. I said, if you go into Iraq, you're going to destabilize the entire Middle East, and Iran is going to take over Iraq, take over the oil. In addition to that, ISIS was formed. And ISIS has taken plenty of the oil. Now Hillary Clinton goes into Libya, and ISIS has taken over the oil. It just never ends. So what we're going to do is we're going to clean that mess up. We're probably in there now for $5 trillion. We have to rebuild our country. We're going to knock the hell out of them, and then we're coming back, and we're going to rebuild our country. So when I came down the escalator, there were two things. One was trade, and the other was borders. And I was very strong on borders, and I shot up in the polls. And the trade, believe me, folks, I will handle it. You saw who was at my event last night. The greatest business people in the world. Carl Icahn endorsed me, many of them. I have great, great people. We are going to have our smartest business people. We have the best. They don't want to be paid. They're going to make the greatest trade deals you've ever seen. We're going to be fair to the other side, but it's not going to be a ripoff like it is now. So we're going to make great trade deals. We're going to make great border. And yes, that's true. We're going to have a strong border. Last week, 16,500 Border Patrol agents endorsed Donald Trump. It's the first time in their history that they ever endorsed a presidential candidate. And speaking of endorsements on the border, Sheriff Joe from Arizona, Joe Arpaio, endorsed Donald Trump. So we're going to have strong borders, and we're going to make sure that people come into the country because we want people to come into the country, but they have to come into the country legally. Or we don't have a country. So it started off very, build that wall. Don't worry. Oh, they love this wall. Do we love the wall? I'll tell you what, if Mexico, and I have great respect for Mexico, very interesting, Vicente Fox, you saw him a couple of weeks ago. He was so angry. They asked him about the wall. They said, will you pay one of the big cable networks? I won't say the one because then the other ones all turn off. See all the cameras that are running? They said to him, he was the former president of Mexico, will you pay for the wall? He said, we will not pay for the, and then he threw out the F-bomb. The anger. And you know why he was angry? Because nobody's ever talked to them. Nobody's ever said you have to pay. Nobody ever said it's a one-way street. It's not a one-way street anymore. It's a two-way street. It works two ways. It works where we have to be taken care of also. The United States has to be taken care of. America first, folks. It's called America First. It is. It's America first. So he's being interviewed, and he said, we won't pay for the, and then he used the F-bomb. Can you imagine if I used the F-bomb? I would be these guys, I'd be on every paper all over the, nobody even reported. He actually used it on a major station, and he used the F-bomb. I said, I can't believe it. Oh, he's going to get killed tomorrow. No, nobody wrote it. But here's what I love. His anger was so incredible. Because he couldn't believe that somebody would say they have to do something. Because you know what? Mexico, and again, I have thousands of Hispanics that work for me. They're phenomenal people, okay? Phenomenal people. Thousands. Tens of thousands over my lifetime. They're phenomenal people. And by the way, I won the state of Nevada. They did a poll with Hispanics coming out. And Donald Trump was by far number one in the poll with the Hispanics. Number one in the poll. But here's the good news. He said, we won't pay. But a year before, he said, we will never allow a wall. Now he accepts the wall. That's the good news. And believe me, folks, they'll pay. So when I get off the debate stage, one of the people that I'm debating comes over, Donald, you know, this was at the beginning. How well did I do in the debates? I never did that stuff before. Number one, center stage every single time, right? Every debate. And they all said, good job. We did a good job. But they came off and they said, you know Donald will never be able to build a wall. Why not? Why not? In China, they built a wall 13,000 miles long. Think of that. China! They didn't have Caterpillar tractors either. China built a wall that was 13,000 miles long. This wall is 1,000 miles because we have oh, that's okay. Where is he? Let me see what he looks like.
All right, folks, we are now live right now on Donald Trump Watch in Indiana. You can see he has just landed, everybody. He is getting ready for his carrier event, for his big announcement. We are now live for you on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. This is a shot you won't see on other streams right now. In the corner here, we'll keep that shot for you of inside the event, just in case somebody might come out and start talking. We don't want to miss anything here for you, for our viewers. You can see Donald Trump has just landed. President-elect Donald Trump headed out for his victory lap today, appearing first right here in Indiana to salute workers at a factory where he says he saved hundreds of jobs from moving to Mexico, and then in Ohio on the first stop of a thank you tour to honor supporters in states that helped him to his stunning victory. Thursday's Midwest swing will be the first time that Trump, who has shown an early inclination to reveal in the role of showman-in-chief, has barnstormed across the country since the campaign. But now, since his signature rallies will carry the President-Elect tag, and both stops will feature Trump declaring victory after a campaign built on the laminate that we don't win anymore as a nation. The Republican businessman made it a key theme in his campaign, pledging to save the factory and ones like it as part of his plan to rebuild the American manufacturing industry while preventing jobs from fleeing overseas. He said this week that Carrier had agreed to keep some 800 union jobs at the plant. Seth Martin, a spokesman for Carrier, said Thursday that Indiana offered the air conditioning and furnace manufacturer $7 million in tax incentives after negotiations with Trump's team to keep some jobs in the state. Indiana economic development officials did not immediately respond to a request for comment. The company's decision is something of a reversal since earlier offers from the state had failed to sway Carrier. So here we are, folks. Welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, and everybody watching live right now on Facebook Live. We do appreciate you guys watching live with us. We do stream Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., giving you 12 hours of news content from all across the country. And especially when breaking news does occur, we are there for you as well. But we're taking two shots here for you right now. Donald Trump just arriving. He did say that this is a big day for Indiana and all of the workers in that wonderful state. Now, before a speech, Trump will tour the factory with his running mate Mike Pence, who, as the outgoing governor of Indiana, was well situated to aid negotiations, and then the president-elect will give a speech about the deal. By enabling the plant to stay open, the deal spares about 800 union workers whose jobs were going to Mexico, according to federal officials who were briefed by the company. This suggests that hundreds will still lose their jobs at the factory, where roughly 1,400 workers were slated to be laid off. Neither Trump nor Carrier has said yet what the workers might have to give up, or precisely which other threats or incentives might have been used to get the manufacturer to change its mind. Today's announcement is possible because the incoming Trump-Pence administration has emphasized to us its commitment to support the business community and create an improved, more competitive U.S. business climate, the company said in a statement yesterday. Trump's deal with Carrier may be a public relations success for the incoming president, but also suggests that he has unveiled a new presidential economic approach, actively choosing individual corporate winners and losers, or at least winners. To critics who see other Indiana factories on the verge of closing, deals like the one at Carrier are unlikely to stem the job losses caused by automation and cheap foreign competition, and the prospect that the White House might directly intervene is also a concern to some economists. The other victory Trump will celebrate today is far more clear-cut, his own on Election Day. Trump will hold a campaign-style rally in Cincinnati tonight. We'll have that for you right here on the stream, the first of several stops on a tour this month. Trump, who has long spoken of feeding off the energy of his crowds, first floated the idea of a victory tour just days after winning the election, but has instead prioritized filling some cabinet positions. The rally in Cincinnati, which Pence will also attend, will take place in the same downtown sports arena where Trump appeared in late October and drew about 15,000 people in what was one of the loudest and most hostile to the media crowds of the campaign. Welcome, everybody, to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. This is a shot right now that you probably won't see on other streams live right now. And in breaking news right now coming across our desk, the Senate approves a 10-year extension of the Iran sanctions law. Bill goes to President Barack Obama now for his signature. That just coming to the Fox 10 News Now desk. So those of you joining us right here, Donald Trump and Mike Pence have landed now in Indianapolis. What they'll do first is tour the facility at Carrier and then make some remarks before heading to a huge rally tonight in Cincinnati, part of his thank you tour. We are continuing to watch live here for you on the Fox 10 News Now stream, and everybody watching on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live, welcome. You can see Donald Trump's plane about 15 minutes ago landed. So now we are waiting for this event to start. You see the motorcade beginning to roll out here. And usually with the motorcade, with a presidential motorcade, you're going to have about 12 to 13 vehicles, and then we should be seeing an ambulance in the very back. That is what the presidential motorcade consists of. So we'll see if there's an ambulance there for Donald Trump as well. And they just do that as precaution, just in case if something horrible happened, they have the ambulance right there. And it looks like, yep, that could be the ambulance right there at the end there, as promised. Welcome, everybody, to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. We continue to wait here for the Donald Trump, Mike Pence live carrier event in Indianapolis. Later tonight, we will have for you part one of the thank you tour live in Cincinnati. Now, that's expected to start at 7 o'clock Eastern, but you know, sometimes those rallies can bleed over a little bit, and we're expecting it to start anyway at 7 o'clock Eastern. We'll have coverage for you, no doubt. We do stream Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., so we got you covered on that angle. Welcome, everybody, to the Fox 10 News Now stream. We are waiting for this Donald Trump carrier event. This is News Now, where right now we are streaming live this event. We are being told that some are not right now.
Hey guys, Tommy, I just wanted to check in with you, check in with Mike. Mike, it is so exciting to sit here and watch and wait for Donald Trump to take the stage in Indiana.
Yeah, because you know what? We haven't really seen him since the big election day.
We really haven't seen him in this capacity giving a big speech like this, right, since the night he was elected and he gave his victory speech. And it's something that you don't want to miss, and I'm just glad that Fox News Now is here streaming it. You know, for all the viewers out there, you might have friends that are Donald Trump fans, Donald Trump supporters. I would encourage you to tell them to come watch Fox 10 Phoenix right now, the Fox 10 News Now stream.
Yeah, you can share the link.
You can share the link, because you're not going to miss a moment here. We have cameras all over the place.
Yes.
We brought you the shot of the plane arriving in Indianapolis. We have the shot inside the event. We will have that rally in Ohio. We won't lose the feed.
No.
Quality coverage. We encourage you guys.
Yeah.
Tell your friends, join us. We appreciate all you guys chatting in the chat room.
And what else we got to mention? It's great quality video and audio.
Right, that's right, Mike. You are absolutely correct.
And, you know, some may put up a slate for time and time, but what we do is no slates, just more cameras.
If you want to watch the podium, we'll give you the podium.
Kevin, what? I think it's great. Really great.
We're going to sit down and have a quick conversation with Greg and Bob.
backdrop basically recording.
walk is quite long, so be prepared to move, and the next one will probably be a little longer, okay?
Once again, folks, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. We just saw Donald Trump doing a small tour there at Carrier just moments before he's going to take the stage here and talk about the big deal that he made for the workers and Indiana. We appreciate everybody joining live with us from all over the world, including Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. We've got you covered. All right, everybody, we're just going to show you from moments ago Donald Trump touring. Just in case you're just joining us, we're going to give you that video back.
Kevin, what? I think it's great. Really great.
We're going to sit down and have a quick conversation with Greg and Bob.
And folks, it looks like it could start in any moment right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of United Technologies, Greg Hayes.
I assume this isn't all for me. First of all, welcome to Carrier, Indianapolis, and it's an honor to welcome President-Elect Trump, as well as Vice President-Elect Pence, and the new governor, Governor Holcomb from Indiana today. First thing I'd like to do is thank our Carrier workers for their dedication and loyalty over many years, but especially for their continued focus and dedication during a very difficult year here in Indianapolis. Over the past couple of weeks, we've had productive discussions with President-elect Trump and Vice President-elect Pence about their plans to improve the competitiveness of the U.S. business environment through tax reform and through a more thoughtful approach to regulation. Those plans have given us a renewed confidence in the future of manufacturing here in the United States. It's why today we can talk about 1,100 jobs in Indiana going forward. So I'm pleased to announce that we have decided to keep Carrier Indianapolis. The plant will remain open and continue manufacturing operations here. We'll also designate this facility as a center of excellence for gas furnace production. We'll invest more than $16 million over the next 2 years to ensure that this remains a world-class manufacturing facility with the ability to compete globally. Thank you again for your hard work and dedication to the entire Carrier team, and I look forward to this facility continuing to deliver industry-leading products to our customers across North America. With that, it's my pleasure to introduce Vice President-elect Mike Pence.
How about another round of applause for Greg Hayes, the Chairman and CEO of United Technologies. It is great to have him in the Hoosier State. To the executives at United Technologies who are with us, to the executives with Carrier, to the great Carrier team here in Indiana. To our honored guests, Governor-elect Eric Holcomb, Indiana Speaker of the House Brian Bosma, Indianapolis Mayor Joe Hogsett, and my fellow Hoosiers. It is great to be back home again in Indiana. And this is a great day for Indiana. And it's a great day for working people all across the United States of America. Now, the state of Indiana is very proud. We're a proud manufacturing state. We're home to low taxes, sensible regulations, great schools and roads, and the best workforce in America. Since the 1950s, Carrier has been a part of Indiana's manufacturing success story, and we've been proud of it. As governor, I couldn't be more pleased and grateful that thanks to the initiative and the leadership of President-elect Donald Trump, Carrier has decided to stay and grow right here in America. We're so grateful. We're so grateful that thanks to the initiative of our President-elect, that I'll talk about in a minute, and frankly, thanks to the confidence of Greg Hayes, United Technologies, and Bob McDonough at Carrier, that Carrier has decided to stay in Indiana, invest more than $16 million in this facility alone, and will keep more than 1,000 jobs right here in the heart of the heartland. What a difference a year makes. You know, the truth be told, job announcements are almost a daily thing here in the state of Indiana. We're at record employment today. We have more Hoosiers going to work than ever before. That's why, frankly, along with all of you who work in this facility, that day, February 10th, was a heartbreaking day when Carrier made the difficult decision to close this facility and move jobs out of our country. We met with the leaders of the company back in March. And try as we might to make the Indiana case, it was clear that the die was cast. The simple truth was that policies coming out of our nation's capital were literally driving jobs out of this country. What was missing was clear to me as your governor. What was missing was leadership and change. Well, the American people voted for change last month, and even before taking office, our President-elect provided real leadership that made the difference. You know, President-elect Donald Trump did just what he said he would do. He picked up the phone. I was actually in the room. He picked up the phone. He talked from one American to another. He talked about our plans. Our plans to make America more competitive, to reduce taxes, to roll back regulations, to put American jobs and American workers first again. He made the case for America, and Carrier decided to bet on a brighter future for the American people, and we are grateful from the bottom of our hearts. You know, I'm very humbled to be standing before you today. I truly am. My family and I are deeply moved by the opportunities the people of Indiana have given us, and now the American people have given us to serve. But I'm especially humbled as the holidays approach to have played some small role in this wonderful news, not only here in Indiana, but all across this country. But I think it's important to give credit where credit is due. First and foremost, I want to thank Greg Hayes and his team at United Technologies, Bob McDonald and the team at Carrier. Thank you for renewing your commitment to Indiana and renewing your commitment to the people of the United States of America. I also just want to thank the great Carrier team here in Indianapolis and in the state of Indiana. Your hard work, your resilience, your work ethic, even in disappointing times, I know for a fact, gave this company the confidence to double down on the future of this company and the future of the people of this state. And so I thank you, the Carrier team, for giving them the confidence to do just that. But lastly, on behalf of all the people of Indiana, allow me to thank the man we wouldn't be here without for his efforts, for picking up the phone, for keeping his word. His efforts to bring us to this day of renewed hope and promise, not just here in Indiana, but really for people that know that the strength of this country comes in our ability to make things and to grow things. It's a renewed day for manufacturing in America. You know, I remember when Donald Trump was running for president, he said that if he was elected president of the United States, America would start winning again. Well, today America won, and we have Donald Trump to thank. And I got a feeling, working beside this extraordinary man, this is just the beginning. of a lot more good news all across America. So, without any further ado, my fellow Hoosiers, it is my high honor and distinct privilege to introduce to you a man of action, a man of his word, and the President-elect of the United States of America, Donald Trump.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I love that red hat. Thank you, everybody. I want to thank all of the dignitaries that are with us today. We have a whole host. The mayor and the governor-elect, great people. It's a big victory for the governor-elect. He won very convincingly, so we're very proud of him. And, Mike has been such a wise decision for me. When people were saying, I don't know, how good is he at decision making? They'd always say, yeah, but he picked Mike Pence. That's a good decision. And everybody loves Mike. He's become something very special. I want to thank Greg Hayes of United Technologies, because when I called him, he was right there. I wish I could have made the call when they were doing their original decision, but it worked out just as well, other than I would have liked to have had an answer a year and a half ago. We had a tremendous love affair with the state of Indiana, because if you remember during the primaries, this was going to be the firewall. This was where they were going to stop Trump, right? And that didn't work out too well. And it was a firewall for me. It was a firewall. And we won by 16 points. And the election, we just won by 20 points, almost 20 points. And that was some victory. That's pretty great. And I just love the people, incredible people. So I got involved because of the love affair I've had. This has been a very special state to us. And I'll never forget, about a week ago, I was watching the nightly news. I won't say which one, because I don't want to give them credit, because I don't like them much, I'll be honest. I don't like them, not even a little bit. But they were doing a story on Carrier. And I say, wow, that's something. I want to see that. And they had a gentleman, worker, great guy, handsome guy. He was on. And it was like he didn't even know they were leaving. He said something to the effect, no, we're not leaving, because Donald Trump promised us that we're not leaving. And I never thought I made that promise. Not with Carrier. I made it for everybody else. I didn't make it really for Carrier. And I said, what's he saying? And he was such a believer. He was such a great guy. He said, I've been with Donald Trump from the beginning. And he made the statement, the Carrier is not going anywhere. They're not leaving. And I'm saying to myself, man. And then they played my statement. And I said, Carrier will never leave. But that was a euphemism. I was talking about Carrier like all other companies from here on in, because they made the decision a year and a half ago. But he believed that was, and I could understand it. I actually said I didn't make it. When they played it, I said I did make it, but I didn't mean it quite that way. So now, because of him, whoever that guy was, is he in the room by any chance? That's your son. Stand up. You did a good job. You did a great job, right? That's fantastic. And I love your shirt. Oh, wow. Oh, put it on, cameras. Go ahead, put it on. Well, your son is great. And he meant that, didn't he? He really meant it. At first I said, I wonder if he's being sarcastic, because this ship has sailed. And then I said, it was 6:30 in the evening, and I said, boy, the first thing I'm going to do is go there, and I say, do I call the head of Carrier, who's a great guy? But I've always learned I got to call the top. And I heard about Greg Hayes. He's a great executive. You know, I don't know if you know, United Technologies is one of the top 50 companies in the United States and one of the top companies anywhere in the world. They make many other things other than air conditioners, believe me. Their list of companies is incredible. So I called Greg Hayes. I heard of him, but I never met him. And he picked up the phone, Mr. President-Elect, sir, how are you? It's wonderful to win. You know, think if I lost, he wouldn't have returned my call. I don't know where is Greg? I don't know. Would you return? If I lost and called you, I don't think you would have called. I would have tried for you guys, but I think it would have been tougher, right? What do you think, Greg? Yeah, he's sort of nodding. Yes, you're right. But I called Greg and I said, it's really important. We have to do something because you have a lot of people leaving. And you have to understand we can't allow this to happen anymore with our country. So many jobs are leaving and going to other countries, not just Mexico, many, many countries. And China is making so much of our product that we're closing up a lot of plants. And I mean, I wrote down some numbers that are incredible, but the numbers of manufacturing jobs that are lost, especially in the Rust Belt, and the Rust Belt is so incredible, but we're losing companies. It's unbelievable, one after another, just one after another. So I said, Greg, you got to help us out here. We got to sit down. We got to do something. I said, because we just can't let it happen. Anyway, he was incredible. And he said, I understand. And I said, I wish I made this call a year and a half ago. It would have been a lot easier call. Only because of your son, okay? Believe me. Your son, whoever the hell your son is, these people owe him a lot. And I just went through, he's out in the factory. I thought they were all going to be in this room. This room's not big enough. Yeah, I know. I don't know who arranged that one. Because we just visited 1,000 people in the factory that are going wild in the plant. But I will tell you that United Technologies and Carrier stepped it up. And now they're keeping, actually, the numbers over 1,100 people, which is so great, And I see the people. I shook hands with a lot of the people. They're right behind us working. I guess, what is it? You're making so many air conditioners, you didn't want to even have them come off for a half hour. He's a ruthless boss. He's ruthless. But that's okay. You know, I did say one thing to the Carrier folks and to the United Technologies folks. I said, the goodwill that you have engendered by doing this all over the world, frankly, but within our country, you watch how fast you're going to make it up because so many people are going to be buying Carrier air conditioners. You know, we've had such help here. Bobby Knight. Nobody in Indiana ever heard of Bobby Knight. How great is Bobby Knight? Lou Holtz, Gene Cady. We had such incredible support. But I'll never forget, a friend of mine called up and said during the primaries, he said, you know, if you could get Coach Knight. And I said, you know, Coach Knight called me a year ago. This was a year before I decided to run. He said, if you ever run, I'm supporting you. I said, thanks, Coach. I just don't know if I'm going to be doing it. And then when he said, if you could get Coach Knight, I'll tell you, I got Coach Knight. How good was Bobby Knight as far as we're concerned in Indiana? Is that right? We got Bobby Knight, 900 wins, 2 championships, right? 2 or 3 championships, Olympic gold medal, Pan Am Games. And he was unbelievable. He wouldn't stop. He was just going all over. He was the greatest guy. We came into an arena, Greg, and we had 16,000 people inside, outside. We had, I think, 10,000 outside. And I left. This was 3 weeks before the primary, and I left. I said, how are we going to lose Indiana with this? I didn't think we were going to lose, and we didn't. We won big. But so I want to thank all of those folks because they really helped with Indiana and with a lot of other places. So United Technologies has stepped up, and I have to say this. They did it in such a nice and such a professional way, and they're going to spend so much money on renovating this plant. And I said, Greg, say that number. You know, he said 16 million. Well, the minimum number is 16. It's going to be, in my opinion, a lot more than that. He said, well, I'd rather say the lower number. See, I'd rather have him say the higher number, so I won't say it, okay? It's just a difference in philosophy. Do you agree? Both are okay, but difference in philosophy. But they're going to spend more than 16. They're going to spend a lot of money on the plant. And I said to some of the folks, I said, companies are not going to leave the United States anymore without consequences. Not going to happen. It's not going to happen. I'll tell you right now. We're losing so much. So one of the things we're doing to keep them is we're going to be lowering our business tax from 35%, hopefully down to 15%, which would take us from the highest tax nation virtually in the world. This is terrible for business. To one of the lower tax, not the lowest yet, but one of the lower tax. The other thing we're doing is regulations. The regulations are, in fact, if I asked Greg and your folks, you would probably say regulations might be worse for you than even the high taxes, which is the biggest surprise of the whole political experience. I thought taxes would be number one, regulations would be up there someplace. Believe me, these great leaders of industry and even the small business people who are just being crushed, if they had their choice between lower taxes and a major, massive cutting of regulations, they would take the regulations. I don't know how you feel about that, Greg, but I just noticed, I wrote down because I heard it, since about 6 years ago, 260 new federal regulations have passed, 53 of which affect this plan. 53 new regulations, massively expensive, and probably none of them amount to anything in terms of safety or the things that you'd have regulations for. 6 of 8 of the air conditioning companies right now are located in Mexico. 6 of 8. I mean, think of that. And 80% of the supply chain for Mexico, 80% is located in Mexico. And we're not going to have it anymore. So we're not going to have it anymore. And we like Mexico. We think it's wonderful. I was there 3 months ago with the president of Mexico. Terrific guy. But we have to have a fair shake. We're not getting anything. We have NAFTA, which is a total and complete disaster. It's a total and complete disaster. It's a one-lane highway into Mexico. Nothing coming our way, everything going their way. And I don't have to mention who signed it anymore. It's so nice. I don't have to mention who backed it anymore, right? We don't have to mention that anymore, fortunately. But it's a one-way street, and it's going to be changed. It's going to be changed. We have to bring our jobs back. And when they expand, and one of the things that made me so happy is when Greg said that they have over 10,000 jobs that they're going to be producing in the very near future, and now he's looking to the United States instead of outside of the United States, where almost all of those jobs would have gone. So one of the reasons I wanted to do this particular conference is it's so great. So many people in that big, beautiful plant behind us, which will be even more beautiful in about 7 months from now. They're so happy. They're going to have a great Christmas. That's most important. But also, I just want to let all of the other companies know that we're going to do great things for business. There's no reason for them to leave anymore because your taxes are going to be at the very, very low end, and your unnecessary regulations are going to be gone. We need regulations for safety and environment and things, but most of the regulations are nonsense. It's become a major industry, the writing of regulations, and that these companies aren't going to be leaving anymore. They're not going to be taking people's hearts out. They're not going to be announcing, like they did at Carrier, that they're closing up and they're moving to Mexico. Over 1,100 jobs. And by the way, that number is going to go up very substantially as they expand this area, this plant. So the 1,100 is going to be a minimum number. So I just want to thank everybody, and specifically I just have to thank the people that I met backstage. Incredible people. The spirit, the love. People are crying. I mean, they're all crying. And it's taken us a little while. But think of this. I don't think we even announced we were running when this deal was originally announced. And in the end, what happened is, because that makes it much more difficult. I mean, it's hard to negotiate when the plant is built. You know what Greg said? Greg said, but you know, the plant is almost built, right? I said, Greg, I don't care. It doesn't make any difference. Don't worry about it. What are we going to do with the plant? Rent it, sell it, knock it down. I don't care. But we're going to do, and they're going to do fine with their plant. I don't know if they're going to be able to do with an American company, but we'll figure that out. But where we're starting is from a much easier place. It's hard. A year and a half ago, they make an announcement, and you know all of that work is done, which is why I have such respect. I always say great business people, they have flexibility.
You know, if you're hard line, well, we're not going to move. Flexibility. That's why they've done so well over the years. That's why it's a great company, because they have flexibility. But we're not going to need so much flexibility for other companies, because we are going to have a situation where they're going to know, number one, we're going to treat them well, and number two, there will be consequences, meaning they'll be taxed very heavily at the border. If they want to leave, fire all their people, leave, make product in different companies in different countries, and then think they're going to sell that product over the border, which, by the way, will be a very strong border. Very strong border, believe me. And I think companies, oh, we're going to build the wall. People are saying, do you think Trump's going to build the wall? Trust me, we're going to build the wall. And by the way, people are going to come through that wall. We're going to have doors in that wall, but they're going to come through legally. And people are going to come through on worker permits to work the fields. We're going to have people, a lot of people are going to come through, but it's going to be done through a legal process. But one thing that's not going to come through is drugs. The drugs are going to stop. The drugs are going to stop. So I just want to thank all of the people at United Technologies, most particularly you, because you are fantastic, Greg. I want to thank, and I want you to tell me how many air conditioning units you sold in the last 6 months from today, because I want to say I think it's going to be a number that even will surprise your folks because of the tremendous goodwill that you've created. I want to thank all of the workers at this plant, all of the carrier workers, most importantly. I want to thank my great Vice President-Elect, because I'll tell you what, one of the really good decisions, but I want to thank Mike. And we're going to be doing this, and if I have to tell you, during speeches I'd say, they say it's not presidential to call up these massive leaders of business. I think it's very presidential. And if it's not presidential, that's okay. That's okay, because I actually like doing it. But we're going to have a lot of great people that can also do it and do it as well as I do it. But we're going to have a lot of phone calls made to companies when they say they're thinking about leaving this country, because they're not leaving this country. They're not going to leave this country. And the workers are going to keep their jobs. And they can leave from state to state. And they can negotiate good deals with the different states and all of that. But leaving the country is going to be very, very difficult. So I want to thank everybody. We love you folks. I want to really, really thank the people of Indiana. We had 2 massive victories in a very, very short period of time. And all of the workers have a great, great Christmas and a fantastic New Year. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, guys, Donald Trump just wrapping up his event at Carrier in Indiana. Tonight, we'll have it here. The big rally, the thank you tour, kicks off in Cincinnati, Ohio. A must watch. You can watch it here on News Now. For those of you who missed some of Donald Trump's speech at Carrier, don't worry. I'm going to replay it for you here in just a couple minutes. Stand by. We're going to have an encore of this speech in just a minute. Again, we're going to play an encore of this event in just a second. Stand by. All right, guys, as promised, I want to go ahead and show you that encore of Donald Trump's speech in Indiana. First, Mike Pence.
The 1950s. Carrier has been a part of Indiana's manufacturing success story, and we've been proud of it. As governor, I couldn't be more pleased and grateful that thanks to the initiative and the leadership of President-Elect Donald Trump, the Carrier has decided to stay and grow right here in America. We're so grateful. We're so grateful that thanks to the initiative of our President-elect, that I'll talk about in a minute, and frankly, thanks to the confidence of Greg Hayes, United Technologies, and Bob McDonough at Carrier. The Carrier has decided to stay in Indiana, invest more than $16 million in this facility alone, and will keep more than 1,000 jobs right here in the heart of the heartland. What a difference a year makes. You know, the truth be told, job announcements are almost a daily thing here in the state of Indiana. We're at record employment today. We have more Hoosiers going to work than ever before. That's why, frankly, along with all of you who work in this facility, that day, February 10th, was a heartbreaking day when Carrier made the difficult decision to close this facility and move jobs out of our country. We met with the leaders of the company back in March. And try as we might to make the Indiana case, it was clear that the die was cast. The simple truth was that policies coming out of our nation's capital were literally driving jobs out of this country. What was missing was clear to me as your governor. What was missing was leadership and change. Well, the American people voted for change last month, and even before taking office, our President-elect provided real leadership that made the difference. You know, President-elect Donald Trump did just what he said he would do. He picked up the phone. I was actually in the room. He picked up the phone. He talked from one American to another. He talked about our plans. Our plans to make America more competitive, to reduce taxes, to roll back regulations, to put American jobs and American workers first again. He made the case for America, and Carrier decided to bet on a brighter future for the American people, and we are grateful from the bottom of our hearts. You know, I'm very humbled to be standing before you today. I truly am. My family and I are deeply moved by the opportunities the people of Indiana have given us, and now the American people have given us to serve. But I'm especially humbled as the holidays approach to have played some small role in this wonderful news, not only here in Indiana, but all across this country. But I think it's important to give credit where credit is due. First and foremost, I want to thank Greg Hayes and his team at United Technologies, Bob McDonough and the team at Carrier. Thank you for renewing your commitment to Indiana and renewing your commitment to the people of the United States of America. I also just want to thank the great Carrier team here in Indianapolis and in the state of Indiana. Your hard work, your resilience, your work ethic, even in disappointing times, I know for a fact, gave this company the confidence to double down on the future of this company and the future of the people of this state. And so I thank you, the Carrier team, for giving them the confidence to do just that. But lastly, on behalf of all the people of Indiana, allow me to thank the man we wouldn't be here without. for his efforts, for picking up the phone, for keeping his word. His efforts to bring us to this day of renewed hope and promise, not just here in Indiana, but really for people that know that the strength of this country comes in our ability to make things and to grow things. It's a renewed day for manufacturing in America. You know, I remember when Donald Trump was running for president, he said that if he was elected president of the United States, America would start winning again. Well, today America won. And we have Donald Trump to thank. And I got a feeling, working beside this extraordinary man, this is just the beginning of a lot more good news all across America. So, without any further ado, my fellow Hoosiers, it is my high honor and distinct privilege to introduce to you a man of action, a man of his word, and the President-elect of the United States of America, Donald Trump.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I love that red hat. Thank you, everybody. I want to thank all of the dignitaries that are with us today. We have a whole host. The mayor and the governor-elect, great people. It's a big victory for the governor-elect. He won very convincingly, so we're very proud of him. And, you know, Mike has been such a wise decision for me. When people were saying, I don't know, how good is he at decision making, they'd always say, yeah, but he picked Mike Pence. That's a good decision. And everybody loves Mike. He's become something very special. I want to thank Greg Hayes of United Technologies, because when I called him, he was right there. I wish I could have made the call when they were doing their original decision, but it worked out just as well, other than I would have liked to have had an answer a year and a half ago. We had a tremendous love affair with the state of Indiana, because if you remember during the primaries, this was going to be the firewall. This was where they were going to stop Trump, right? And that didn't work out too well. And it was a firewall for me. It was a firewall. And we won by 16 points. And the election, we just won by 20 points, almost 20 points. And that was some victory. That's pretty great. And I just love the people, incredible people. So I got involved because of the love affair I've had. This has been a very special state to us. And I'll never forget, about a week ago, I was watching the nightly news. I won't say which one. So I don't want to give them credit because I don't like them much, I'll be honest. I don't like them, not even a little bit. But they were doing a story on Carrier. And I say, wow, that's something. I want to see that. And they had a gentleman, worker, great guy, handsome guy. He was on. And it was like he didn't even know they were leaving. He said something to the effect, no, we're not leaving, because Donald Trump promised us that we're not leaving. And I never thought I made that promise. Not with Carrier. I made it for everybody else. I didn't make it really for Carrier. And I said, what's he saying? And he was such a believer. He was such a great guy. He said, I've been with Donald Trump from the beginning. And he made the statement, the Carrier is not going anywhere. They're not leaving. And I'm saying to myself, man. And then they played my statement. And I said, Carrier will never leave. But that was a euphemism. I was talking about Carrier like all other companies from here on in, because they made the decision a year and a half ago. But he believed that that was, and I could understand it. I actually said, I didn't make it. When they played it, I said, I did make it, but I didn't mean it quite that way. So now, because of him, whoever that guy was, is he in the room by any chance? That's your son. Stand up. You did a good job. You did a great job, right? That's fantastic. And I love your shirt. Oh, wow. Oh, put it on, cameras. Go ahead, put it on. Well, your son is great. And he meant that, didn't he? He really meant it. At first I said, I wonder if he's being sarcastic, because this ship has sailed. And then I said, it was 6:30 in the evening, and I said, boy, the first thing I'm going to do is go there, and I say, do I call the head of Carrier, who's a great guy? But I've always learned I got to call the top. And I heard about Greg Hayes. He's a great executive. You know, I don't know if you know, United Technologies is one of the top 50 companies in the United States and one of the top companies anywhere in the world. They make many other things other than air conditioners, believe me. Their list of companies is incredible. So I called Greg Hayes. I heard of him, but I never met him. And he picked up the phone, Mr. President-Elect, sir, how are you? It's wonderful to win. You know, think if I lost, he wouldn't have returned my call. I don't know where is Greg? I don't know. Would you if I lost and called you, I don't think you would have called. I would have tried for you guys, but I think it would have been tougher, right? What do you think, Greg? Yeah, he's sort of nodding. Yes, you're right. But I called Greg and I said, it's really important. We have to do something because you have a lot of people leaving. And you have to understand we can't allow this to happen anymore with our country. So many jobs are leaving and going to other countries, not just Mexico, many, many countries. And China is making so much of our product that we're closing up a lot of plants. And I mean, I wrote down some numbers that are incredible, but the numbers of manufacturing jobs that are lost, especially in the Rust Belt, and the Rust Belt is so incredible, but we're losing companies. It's unbelievable, one after another, just one after another. So I said, Greg, you got to help us out here. We got to sit down. We got to do something. I said, because we just can't let it happen. Anyway, he was incredible. And he said, I understand. And I said, I wish I made this call a year and a half ago. It would have been a lot easier call. Only because of your son, okay? Believe me. Your son, whoever the hell your son is, these people owe him a lot. And I just went through, he's out in the factory. I thought they were all going to be in this room. This room's not big enough. Yeah, I know. I don't know who arranged that one. Because we just visited 1,000 people in the factory that are going wild in the plant. But I will tell you that United Technologies and Carrier stepped it up. And now they're keeping, actually the number is over 1,100 people, which is so great, And I see the people. I shook hands with a lot of the people. They're right behind us working. I guess, what is it? You're making so many air conditioners, you didn't want to even have them come off for a half hour. He's a ruthless boss. He's ruthless. But that's okay. You know, I did say one thing to the Carrier folks and to the United Technologies folks. I said, the goodwill that you have engendered by doing this all over the world, frankly, but within our country, you watch how fast you're going to make it up because so many people are going to be buying Carrier air conditioners. You know, we've had such help here. Bobby Knight. Nobody in Indiana ever heard of Bobby Knight. How great is Bobby Knight? Lou Holtz, Gene Cady. We had such incredible support. But I'll never forget, a friend of mine called up and said during the primaries, he said, you know, if you could get Coach Knight. And I said, you know, Coach Knight called me a year ago. This was a year before I decided to run. He said, if you ever run, I'm supporting you. I said, thanks, Coach. I just don't know if I'm going to be doing it. And then when he said, if you could get Coach Knight, I'll tell you, I got Coach Knight. How good was Bobby Knight as far as we're concerned in Indiana? Is that right? We got Bobby Knight, 900 wins, 2 championships, right? 2 or 3 championships, Olympic gold medal, Pan Am Games, and he was unbelievable. He wouldn't stop. He was just going all over. He was the greatest guy. We came into an arena, Greg, and we had 16,000 people inside, outside. We had, I think, 10,000 outside. It was, and I left. This was 3 weeks before the primary, and I left. I said, how are we going to lose Indiana with this? I didn't think we were going to lose, and we didn't. We won big. But so I want to thank all of those folks because they really helped with Indiana and with a lot of other places. So United Technologies has stepped up, and I have to say this, they did it in such a nice and such a professional way, and they're going to spend so much money on renovating this plant. And I said, Greg, say that number. You know, he said 16 million. Well, the minimum number is 16. It's going to be, in my opinion, a lot more than that. He said, well, I'd rather say the lower number. See, I'd rather have him say the higher number, so I won't say it, okay? It's just a difference in philosophy. Do you agree? Both are okay, but difference in philosophy. But they're going to spend more than 16. They're going to spend a lot of money on the plant. And I said to some of the folks, I said, companies are not going to leave the United States anymore without consequences. Not going to happen. It's not going to happen. I'll tell you right now. We're losing so much. So one of the things we're doing to keep them is we're going to be lowering our business tax from 35%, hopefully down to 15%, which would take us from the highest tax nation virtually in the world. This is terrible for business. To one of the lower tax, not the lowest yet, but one of the lower tax. The other thing we're doing is regulations. The regulations are, in fact, if I asked Greg and your folks, you would probably say regulations might be worse for you than even the high taxes, which is the biggest surprise of the whole political experience. I thought taxes would be number one, regulations would be up there someplace. Believe me, these great leaders of industry and even the small business people who are just being crushed, if they had their choice between lower taxes and a major, massive cutting of regulations, they would take the regulations. I don't know how you feel about that, Greg, but I just noticed, I wrote down because I heard it, since about 6 years ago, 260 new federal regulations have passed, 53 of which affect this plant. 53 new regulations, massively expensive, and probably none of them amount to anything in terms of safety or the things that you'd have regulations for. 6 of 8 of the air conditioning companies right now are located in Mexico. 6 of 8. I mean, think of that. And 80% of the supply chain for Mexico, 80% is located in Mexico. And we're not going to have it anymore. So we're not going to have it anymore. And we like Mexico. We think it's wonderful. I was there 3 months ago with the president of Mexico. Terrific guy. But we have to have a fair shake. We're not getting anything. We have NAFTA, which is a total and complete disaster. It's a total and complete disaster.
All right, guys, we're going to come back to Donald Trump's encore speech in a minute. I just want to go ahead and pay attention to his video of him touring Carrier momentarily.
Kids, come on, let's go. You take me. On the outside cabin. How long have you worked here? Is that right? Exciting. Very exciting. Over 1,100 jobs, it turns out. How are you? So what size unit is this? This is a mid-size unit. It's only snows and tires.
Let's go to the next stop. Please turn around. Next stop. Let's go. Next stop. Go to the next stop, guys.
This way. Left. Go this way. This way.
All right, let's go ahead and continue playing President-Elect Trump in the corner of your screen.
And probably none of them amount to anything in terms of safety or the things that you'd have regulations for. 6 of 8 of the air conditioning companies right now are located in Mexico. 6 of 8. I mean, think of that. And 80% of the supply chain for Mexico. 80% is located in Mexico. And we're not going to have it anymore. So we're not going to have it anymore. And we like Mexico. We think it's wonderful. I was there 3 months ago with the president of Mexico. Terrific guy. But we have to have a fair shake. We're not getting anything. We have NAFTA, which is a total and complete disaster. It's a total and complete disaster. It's a one-lane highway into Mexico. Nothing coming our way, everything going their way. And I don't have to mention who signed it anymore. It's so nice. I don't have to mention who backed it anymore, right? We don't have to mention that anymore, fortunately. But it's a one-way street, and it's going to be changed. It's going to be changed.
Let's listen into Trump.
Where are you from originally? That's good. Take care, man. My God, have a good Christmas, right? Now you're going to have a good Christmas. Yeah. You're going to have a good Christmas.
As you can see, lots of people crowding around Donald Trump at the Carrier facility, hoping to get a photo of the president-elect, possibly even handshake.
Good luck, everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Hey, keep it up. Keep it up. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Mr. Pence, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. We all thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
We've been proud of it. As governor, I couldn't be more pleased and grateful.
Alright guys, they're no longer showing us the video from earlier at Carrier. They're just showing us some cutaway shots from the Donald Trump speech. So I'm going to continue playing that Donald Trump speech in the course.
We're not getting anything. We have NAFTA, which is a total and complete disaster. It's a total and complete disaster. It's a one-lane highway into Mexico. Nothing coming our way, everything going their way. And I don't have to mention who signed it anymore. It's so nice. I don't have to mention who backed it anymore, right? We don't have to mention that anymore, fortunately. But it's a one-way street, and it's going to be changed. It's going to be changed. We have to bring our jobs back. And when they expand, and one of the things that made me so happy is when Greg said that they have over 10,000 jobs that they're going to be producing in the very near future, and now he's looking to the United States instead of outside of the United States, where almost all of those jobs would have gone. So one of the reasons I wanted to do this particular conference is it's so great. So many people in that big, beautiful plant behind us, which will be even more beautiful in about 7 months from now. They're so happy. They're going to have a great Christmas. That's most important. But also, I just want to let all of the other companies know that we're going to do great things for business. There's no reason for them to leave anymore, because your taxes are going to be at the very, very low end, and your unnecessary regulations are going to be gone. We need regulations for safety and environment and things, but most of the regulations are nonsense. It's become a major industry, the writing of regulations. And that these companies aren't going to be leaving anymore. They're not going to be taking people's hearts out. They're not going to be announcing, like they did at Carrier, that they're closing up and they're moving to Mexico. Over 1,100 jobs. And by the way, that number is going to go up very substantially as they expand this area, this plant. So the 1,100 is going to be a minimum number. So I just want to thank everybody, and specifically I just have to thank the people that I met backstage. Incredible people. The spirit, the love. People are crying. I mean, they're all crying. And it's taken us a little while. But think of this. I don't think we even announced we were running when this deal was originally announced. And in the end, what happened is, because that makes it much more difficult. I mean, it's hard to negotiate when the plant is built. You know what Greg said? Greg said, but you know, the plant is almost built, right? I said, Greg, I don't care. It doesn't make any difference. Don't worry about it. What are we going to do with the plant? Rent it, sell it, knock it down. I don't care. But we're going to do, and they're going to do fine with their plant. I don't know if they're going to be able to do with an American company, but we'll figure that out. But where we're starting is from a much easier place. It's hard. A year and a half ago, they make an announcement, and you know all of that work is done, which is why I have such respect. I always say great business people, they have flexibility. You know, if you're hard line, well, we're not going to move. Flexibility. That's why they've done so well over the years. That's why it's a great company, because they have flexibility. But we're not going to need so much flexibility for other companies, because we are going to have a situation where they're going to know, number one, we're going to treat them well, and number two, there will be consequences, meaning they'll be taxed very heavily at the border. If they want to leave, fire all their people, leave, make product in different companies, in different countries, and then think they're going to sell that product over the border, which, by the way, will be a very strong border, believe me. And I think companies, oh, we're going to build the wall. People are saying, do you think Trump's going to build the wall? Trust me, we're going to build the wall. And by the way, people are going to come through that wall. We're going to have doors in that wall, but they're going to come through legally. And people are going to come through on worker permits to work the fields. We're going to have people, a lot of people are going to come through, but it's going to be done through a legal process. But one thing that's not going to come through is drugs. The drugs are going to stop. The drugs are going to stop. So I just want to thank all of the people at United Technologies, most particularly you, because you are fantastic, Greg. I want to thank, and I want you to tell me how many air conditioning units you sold in the last 6 months from today, because I want to say I think it's going to be a number that even will surprise your folks because of the tremendous goodwill that you've created. I want to thank all of the workers at this plant, all of the Carrier workers, most importantly. I want to thank my great Vice President-Elect, because I'll tell you what, one of the really good decisions, but I want to thank Mike. And we're going to be doing this, and if I have to tell you, during speeches I'd say, they say it's not presidential to call up these massive leaders of business. I think it's very presidential. And if it's not presidential, that's okay. That's okay, because I actually like doing it. But we're going to have a lot of great people that can also do it and do it as well as I do it. But we're going to have a lot of phone calls made to companies when they say they're thinking about leaving this country, because they're not leaving this country. They're not going to leave this country. And the workers are going to keep their jobs. And they can leave from state to state. And they can negotiate good deals with the different states and all of that. But leaving the country is going to be very, very difficult. So I want to thank everybody. We love you folks. I want to really, really thank the people of Indiana. We had 2 massive victories in a very, very short period of time. And all of the workers have a great, great Christmas and a fantastic New Year. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
And that is the end of our replay of the Donald Trump speech at Carrier. In case you missed it, or if you want to share it with your friends, post it on Facebook, tweet it, wherever you want to share it, email it out to your family members. You can find the link on our YouTube page, youtube.com/Fox10Phoenix. We have Donald Trump's speech in full. I want to go ahead and read you guys some Donald Trump related headlines before we shift to our next topic. Donald Trump may have to give up one property on Pennsylvania Avenue if he wants to move into another down the street. One is the newly opened glittering jewel in the president-elect's hotel empire. The other, of course, is the White House. Whether he'll need to relinquish his stake in the Trump International Hotel in D.C. could come down to how a few words on a lease are interpreted. Donald Trump negotiated for more than a year to secure the rights to use the government-owned building where the hotel is now housed. The resulting lease itself runs for hundreds of complicated and dreadfully dull pages. Dull, except for a clause on the top of page 103, which has suddenly become the subject of great discussion among experts on government contracting law and not a few Trump critics. If some of the experts are correct, a big if, the first 43 words of the clause could force Trump to unload his equity stake in the hotel just down the street from the White House. The key part, no elected official of the government of the United States shall be, quote, admitted to any share or part of this lease, end quote. One senior advisor said Trump is going to have to divest himself of the hotel. Interesting. Now, in other 2016 election-related news, details on this recount in Wisconsin. The tedious task of recounting Wisconsin's nearly 3 million votes for president began today with scores of hastily hired temporary workers flipping through stacks of ballots as observers watch their every move. The action in Wisconsin could soon be duplicated in Michigan and Pennsylvania, where Green Party presidential candidate Jill Stein was pushing for recounts. Donald Trump narrowly beat Hillary Clinton in all 3 states, but recounts were not expected to flip nearly enough votes to change the outcome in any of the states. This Wisconsin recount marked the first time in 16 years that was a candidate-driven recount of a presidential recount, but it doesn't carry the same drama as the drama of the Florida presidential recount in the year 2000, when the outcome of the election between Al Gore and George Bush hung in the balance. Wisconsin's chief elections administrator, Mark Haas, saying this is certainly not Bush versus Gore. Even so, the campaigns for Trump, Clinton, and Stein all had observers spread throughout the state to watch the process. The recount will have to move quickly. The federal deadline to certify the vote to avoid having the fate of Wisconsin's 10 electoral votes decided by Congress is December 13th. Even if that were to happen, the votes would almost certainly go to Trump, since Republicans control both chambers of Congress. All right, guys, so that is our Trump update. We are going to bring you back to some local news for just a little bit. We will get you to Ohio live for that Donald Trump rally in a couple hours. In the meantime, though, we do want to shift to this event happening here in Arizona. The Mesa Fire Department holding a press conference, a new fire chief coming soon. This press conference scheduled to start any minute now. Stand by.
Mary, you have any family that's in the back of the room that we can squeeze up here with some more chairs, or friends?
Take about 40 more chairs.
Yeah. We don't want to keep people in the hallway or anything. Okay. Okay. Good. You bet.
You saying we can go?
Yeah. I mean,
Lily was kind of giving me the green light, but she. You want to go ahead and just go? Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. My name is Chris Brady, the city manager for the city of Mesa. Before we make our announcement today, we do want to introduce first our speakers who are here with us today. We have Mayor John Giles, and we have our council member and Public Safety Committee Chair Alex Finter, who will be speaking with us today.
Also with us today are Vice Mayor Dennis Kavanaugh, Council members Dave Luna, Council member Kevin Thompson, Council member-elect Mark Freeman. Did I get everybody? Yes, okay, thank you. I just want to make sure sometimes. Also want to recognize with us today, we have our interim chief, Fire and Medical Chief Mary Camelli, assistants Mike Dunn and Corey Hayes. We want to welcome them here with us today. We also want to recognize all the members of the Mesa United Firefighters Association. And is Mr. Brian Jeffries here? Brian here? Not yet, but and all those who, the officials with Mesa United Firefighters, we welcome them. We also want to recognize Sally Harrison, the CEO and president of the Mesa Chamber of Commerce. Welcome, Sally. We also have other community representatives here. We want to welcome Reverend Kirby, who's the interim president of the East Valley, Arizona NAACP. Roy M. Tatum Jr., President-Elect of the East Valley, Arizona NAACP. Deanna Villanueva Saucedo, Chair of the Mesa Association of Hispanic Citizens. Mark Young, CEO and President of Mesa United Way. And Phil Austin, who's just a good old community member. We will always welcome him. Just a good guy. Also want to recognize, thank you, Chief Johnny Mesa, who's here, our police chief. I'm pleased today to be making this announcement. Let me first share with you that the process for selecting the next fire medical chief is something I take very seriously. And I think the council had made that very clear that this is an important decision that we will be making today. It's been a long time. It's been a while since the city's had to make that decision. And so I think today makes that today very significant. The process, as many of you may know, included the three finalists were all members of the Mesa Fire Medical Department. And I will tell you that during that process, as much as we thought we knew about the quality of the individuals in our organization, we were left with even a greater appreciation for the quality of leadership that we have in Mesa. So I want to thank the three finalists who were all part of that process, Mary Camelli, Corey Hayes, and Mike Dunn, because they did an exceptional job and made the decision today very difficult. But today, I am pleased to announce that we have selected Mary Camelli as the next Mesa Fire and Medical Chief. Mary, congratulations. Before we have Mary come up and share a few words, just to kind of a little background, Chief Camelli was appointed interim chief to replace Harry Beck when he retired in September of this year. Mary is making history today. She'll become Mesa's first female fire chief, where she began as a member of the fire department. She's been a member of the fire department since 1983. She has 33 years with the city of Mesa, so she's well qualified, has spent a lot of experience in a variety of different assignments within the department, and she can share some of those with you. But just also her, not only internally with the city of Mesa, but she has done a great job and distinguished herself in really developing relationships throughout our community, and we appreciate that she has really spent a lifetime of public service and serving not only the firefighters of Mesa, but also the community. She brings a tremendous amount of experience and knowledge to the job. We're excited to have her as part of the legacy of her family of service in the firefighting business. I think this is a great crown for her and her family, and probably her parents as much as anybody. We appreciate that. But this time, we'd like to have some of our elected officials share brief comments with us. So at this time, let me introduce Councilmember Alex Finter, who serves as the chair of the Council Public Safety Committee, and invite him forward at this time. Alex?
Thank you. What a wonderful day. I wanted to recognize Chief Compton that's also here with us. Great leader in this fire service and in the Mesa Fire Department, and actually a national leader, and we appreciate all that he's done. So good to have you here, Chief. Wonderful. Much of the success that we're experiencing this, in the fire department today is because of Chief Beck and all the chiefs, Chief Compton all the way back. So we appreciate their leadership and the toll that it takes on an individual as a chief. But as mentioned, this is a historic day. We're really excited about this. For those of us that have been associated with the fire service for decades and know the history of the department all the way back, first time ever, and we have an amazing individual that's been chosen to be the fire chief here. I'm going to read some of these comments because I wanted to make sure I said them properly and not miss out on any of the thoughts that I had. Mesa Fire Department is one of the most progressive and innovative departments in the nation, and I mean that, in the nation. That's not bragging, that's fact. We have departments come from all over the United States to come to Mesa and find out how they're being so innovative, especially with community medicine, some of the more efficient ways to be able to provide service in the community. We recognize that it's because of the great leaders we have. In fact, the great leadership that we have on this department includes Chief Dunn, Chief Hayes, and Chief Camelli, all the administrative staff, all the individuals in the field. But those three chiefs have been vital in the success that we've had in the last few years. And I want to tell you a little bit about what I know about Mary Camelli. But before I do that, I wanted to look around the wonderful Damiani family that's here with us. Anybody that knows these folks know that they're the salt of the earth. Hard workers, amazing individuals, no doubt, with the fine folks that have raised such great kids that are all involved in the fire service, the three at least that I know of, and there's probably others too, I think kids and grandkids that are there. So it runs deep in their veins, and it's because they're such good people and good individuals. But let me tell you what I know about Mary Camelli. And this is not to sound like a eulogy. This is this is a celebration. So if I get a little choked up or something, again, it's not the eulogy kind of thing. She was one of the first of two women to be hired in Mesa as firefighters. And let me tell you, that was a controversial time. For those of us that were around and experienced that was a difficult decision, I think, for the administration at that time. Today, it's a no-brainer. No, we just don't even, you can't even imagine how people thought back then in the fire service and how we're dealing with it now. But this was before fire stations were built to accommodate women. And the firehouse culture, I'm going to tell you, many of you know it in here, and the facilities at times were pretty rough. I had to cross out what I originally put down, and that was brutal. But it was pretty rough. And those of us that were around for that understand, especially for the women firefighters that were there. And I thought about sharing a couple of experiences, firehouse experiences, and I thought, I'll let it go. and the reason why is because I know Mary Camelli. All she remembers is the good times. And so she would not want to dwell on that. But I can tell you, it took a lot of courage then. But she not only survived the circumstances, she improved and uplifted everything she touched. And I would say that's probably an understatement. I want to share with you quickly, and we're looking forward to hearing from our good mayor and then from Chief Camelli. Mary Camelli, Rick Motamore, and myself serving at the same firehouse. I don't even name the firehouse because I don't want anybody to tie back some of the other personalities that were there. We became aware that Mary was expecting and would soon leave to take less hazardous duties. And that was... and during her pregnancy, we found out, and this was for pregnancy matters, we found out later she was expecting the twins. I can tell you that shortly after we found out about that, and she knows the story, and I know Rick does too, we had a terrible house fire that came in our area. We were first due. The crews arrived on the scene quickly. We had heavy fire involvement in the attic. This was one of those big Bowen homes, 2 stories, lots of square footage. The fire and the smoke was down to the floor. It was on the second floor and up in the attic. And So knowing what we knew and Mary's condition and the situation, we're pulling lines, search and rescue, crawling up these stairs and getting up into some heavy smoke areas. I got to tell you, pretty dang scary situation. That fire had been burning for a while. The roof was compromised. And I had, in parentheses here, scary. It was scary. Let me tell you, Chief Camelli, Mary Camelli, firefighter Mary Camelli, never paused, never hesitated, never made excuses. She and the twins, aggressively fought alongside her fellow firefighters to save that house. Let me tell you, and I'll end with this. I know Chief Camelli is going to bring all of that personality, character, and her courage to this new position. She's going to need every bit of it. And it's my hope and prayer that all of us in the department, in the city, other places, rally behind Chief Camelli, Chief Hayes, and Chief Dunn, and support them as they deal with the challenges lay ahead. And we're very grateful for all three of them and for all that they've done. Thank you. We'd like to invite up now our good mayor, Mayor Giles, and look forward to him.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you. It truly is an honor for me to be here today. This is a great day for the city of Mesa, Arizona. As has been mentioned by Alex, being the fire chief in Mesa, Arizona is a big deal. Going back to the days of Chief Compton and certainly Chief Beck and others, the leader of the Mesa Fire and Medical Department is a national leader. This department is known as an elite fire department. It is a department that is known as a national leader in innovation. And Alex was not exaggerating when he said that there are departments from all over the country that are here on a regular basis trying to learn how to be more like the Mesa Fire and Medical Department. So the person that leads that very elite organization assumes a tremendous amount of history and responsibility. And those of us who know Mary know that that's not going to be a problem. I think if I were to take a poll of everyone I know and say, list for me the top three people, your estimation of who are the best three people that you know, Mary Camelli's name would be the one that popped out. So we have a tremendous amount of respect and trust in you, Mary. As you know, we don't have a Mesa Fire Department anymore. This is Mesa Fire and Medical. And Mary is the person who has led the community medical innovations and that huge part of this department for the last few years. So she is in exactly the right position to be the one that continues that tradition. And all of that innovation, all of that problem solving, all of that creativity, all of that how are we going to do more with less attitude that we have, that has been in abundance for the last few years, is going to have to be taken to the next level with the challenges that we face for the next few years. So I am very grateful that we have Mary Camelli as the person that can assume those responsibilities. So without further ado, Mary, please let me be the first one to congratulate you and to invite you to the podium. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for those very nice comments. Mayor, Council, thank you for your support. And Councilmember Fincher, I considered that I had 2 extra bodies to help me on that fire, so I looked at it as a positive. I never told anybody I was pregnant because I didn't want them to kick me off the truck. But I couldn't eat anything. When they made stuffed peppers, I would walk out of the room. So they never saw me at dinner time or at lunchtime. So I think they just figured it out on their own. So, but it was a big secret. But I'm humbled and I'm very honored to have this privilege of being the fire chief for the Mesa Fire and Medical Department. I appreciate the support from the Mayor and Council, Chris Brady, John Pombe. It means so much to me. And truly, my 2 candidates that tested with me, Chief Hayes and Chief Dunn, they're outstanding. And I'm so lucky that we're all a good team. We have great depth in our organization, and I feel so fortunate to have that. As Councilmember Fincher mentioned, we can't forget those that led the fire departments to get us where we are today. In my 33 years, I had 4 fire chiefs. It was Chief Johnson, who's no longer here, but Chief Oliver, Chief Compton, and Chief Beck. And thank you all very much, because I think they all had hand in making Mesa Fire what it is today. And I've learned so much, and I will continue to learn from what they've taught us while we were here. And most importantly, the men and women of the Mesa Fire Departments, Mesa Fire Medical Department, I'm sorry. What rank, division, sworn, civilian, every single one of you is so, so important to this organization. And I feel so blessed to work with such great people. And that's why Mesa Fire Department is what it is today, because of you. It's because of all of you. And that's why I feel so fortunate to have this honor to lead this organization with such great people. And thank you so much for this privilege. And I truly know that as we go forward in the future, we will continue to move Mesa Fire Medical Department forward, and we will continue to excel in all that we do, because quality customer service is what you do every day, and you give 100% every day, and we will continue with that same message as we go forward. Thank you very much for this honor, and I am truly, truly excited about this move.
Mary, come here. So are there any questions for our new chief?
Is this another interview process, Mr. Brand?
So,
or did we already done with that?
except for Mr. Pompey. No questions?
Okay.
She will be available to answer any questions anybody might have. Again, thank you all for coming. Congratulations.
All right, thank you.
New Mesa Fire Chief announced. You can see everyone posing for pictures now at this press conference. In just a few minutes, we are going to switch gears and move on to a hot topic, especially for a lot of you Donald Trump supporters, the issue of the U.S.-Mexico border. News on that in just a few minutes. Stand by. Just want to hold on this event just in case our photographer at the scene plans to do any one-on-one interviews. We're going to stick with this event for a couple more minutes. If the photographer powers down, we will switch gears and move on to our topic of border security, the U.S.-Mexico border. Until then, though, we are going to hold on this, see if the photographer ends up speaking with the new Mesa Fire Chief. All right, it doesn't look like we're going to have any live interviews from this scene, so I want to go ahead and transition now to our border story. Troy Hayden, our morning show anchor, visiting the border. The lieutenant governors are in Arizona, and they were invited to tour the border as well. Troy Hayden joined for that border visit. He recapped a lot of his experience on the morning show yesterday. In case you missed the details of Troy's visit, you can watch them here. I've clipped some portions of yesterday's newscast where Troy recapped his border experience.
Head down to the border.
Okay.
And I haven't been down there in a while.
That part of the border?
I'd never,
The
actually,
Arizona-Mexico
I hate
border?
to say it, after like 20, almost 3 years of being in the state, I'd never been to Nogales.
I haven't either.
Yeah, and it's not what I expected.
No?
So when I think of the border, I think of like kind of, open desert, cacti everywhere. Nogales isn't like that. Nogales is at 4,500 feet. It's rolling hills. It reminded me a lot of kind of where I spent my childhood in Northern California. Kind of like almost the Napa area. No big oak trees,
right,
but like grassy hills everywhere. So why was I down there? Got to go on an interesting trip. The Arizona Secretary of State, Michelle Reagan, hosting a conference for lieutenant governors from all across the country. So it actually starts today.
Okay, but they came in early yesterday,
Yeah,
right?
she asked him. She said, okay, which of all of you, out of 50 of you, or 49 others, would like to come in early and go see the border? Because everybody's talking about, wall building and deporting people and that sort of thing. Our president-elect, he says he wants to do that.
And some of them had never even seen the Arizona-Mexico border if they were coming from various parts of the country.
Pennsylvania,
Connecticut,
Utah's there, South Dakota. So a lot of these people had no idea what it was like down there. So we're going to start. I have several reports throughout the morning on that trip. So let's start at the border itself, just outside of Nogales. Okay, we are just outside of Nogales, Arizona, and this is the border. This is our border fence right here. It's steel filled with concrete, and if you look over here in the distance, you can see there's another border that would keep vehicles from getting too close. And as you reach through down into Mexico, you can also feel that you've got this barbed wire over here as well. Lieutenant governors from all over the country are down here right now getting a briefing on what's going on. Let's walk over here a little bit more close.
I'm from Pennsylvania, but we have an issue with a growing immigrant population, and there's a concern to make sure that everybody's documented the right way. So I think you can trace that from this location right here where I'm standing.
The president-elect has talked about building a wall, right here on this spot, and then deportations of a number of criminal illegal immigrants, at least to begin with. So what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think we do need to secure the border, and I think there's ways that we do that. I don't know if that means just because of the terrain. I don't think physically we can actually build a wall. They were explaining that when we were at the Border Control Patrol headquarters. So I think you have to use all forms of technology, infrared, the video, the cameras, as well as the wall, and it's whatever makes sense.
So interesting perspectives, I thought, because a lot of those, especially the governors from back east, you could see their eyes were kind of wide.
Yeah, they'd never seen anything like that before.
We had no idea how kind of big this whole area was and what you're up against. And we got to tour the Border Patrol station there and saw some cutting-edge technology they wouldn't let us take any pictures of, but I'm not speaking out of turn to say they know exactly what's happening all along that stretch of border throughout that whole Nogales sector. Now, whether or not they could respond in time to get people who are coming over, that's the issue. But they've got cameras, they've got so much surveillance all over the place. So coming up at 8 o'clock, we actually spot who Border Patrol believes was a scout sitting right across the border.
Really?
Yeah, for the cartels or for smugglers, and there's nothing they can do about it. They're just like looking at the guy right there, and he's just sitting on a box with like a radio.
Because he wasn't doing anything.
Yeah, he's just sitting out there, and telling them how to orchestrate all that stuff. So that's going on right under their, noses. Not much they can do to do that. And also the positive side of the border, billions of dollars of produce coming across through Nogales that benefits all of us. It's like one of the biggest ports for produce in the whole country. And the tax money from that really helps Arizona.
Okay.
So there you go. So I've been talking about it all morning. We took a trip yesterday to the border with a group of lieutenant governors, and we were the only news crew that was brought down. And it's always interesting to be around leaders like that.
Yeah.
When, you know, they kind of let their hair down a little bit. So what they wanted to do is they wanted to go down to the border to see what's going on, with the President-elect Trump talking about building a wall down there, and there were Republicans and Democrats. And so, you know, you can see what some of the border area is like. It's you know, beautiful rolling hills, and this was just right behind us as we were sitting there in town in Nogales. And, you know, Nogales is an interesting place because it literally is a city that's cut in half by this fence, by the border. And Nogales, Mexico is like 3 times the size of Nogales, Arizona. So there are people down there that go across the border every single day to shop, to work, and do, you know, legal activity.
Right.
But also there is some illegal activity going on. And as we were just talking to Border Patrol yesterday, we spotted something that looked like that. So here, let's watch this. So this gives you an idea of what Border Patrol agents are up against here. This is Mario Gundes. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. And what are we looking at over here up on the hill?
Here we have, we spotted a scout where his job is to work for the alien smuggling organizations or drug traffic organizations and basically be on the lookout for our activity. Maybe they have relay points where they actually start monitoring, or agents moving from left to right, or, you know, just basically a watchman for them.
So, I mean, you're probably, what, 95% sure that this guy is up here to try to defeat your efforts. What can you do about it?
No, basically what we can do, for if we start seeing there's any activity going on, and any illicit activity, we can call our counterparts in Mexico and just ask them to go out and investigate further, or what is he doing out there.
So the border fence runs right behind us here. Our new president, our president-elect, is talking about building a wall through this area. Do you have any thoughts on that?
No, I have no thoughts. We do have a fence, but that's what we have right now. So,
right.
Yeah.
Would a wall improve things here?
Would have to see that wall.
It's amazing to me that you can look across and see somebody over there who you think is probably working with somebody doing something illegal, smugglers, who knows?
Yes, we need, I mean, there's no home residence out there. There's no business, not a person in one vehicle or nothing like that. So we would take, you know, for granted that he is, you know, doing something for a smuggling organization. So.
Thanks for being with us. I appreciate it.
All right. Well, ready?
Yeah, and that was the deal. They were, you know, we were hustling all over the place, and those guys, when they drive on those little dirt roads there, they fly.
Do they?
Oh yeah, there's a young woman with the Secretary of State's office, and she was gripping the armrest so hard her knuckles were white. But no, they know this border, they know this area. And again, look at the topography, with the trees.
It looks
and
totally different than other parts of the Arizona-Mexico border.
Right.
I mean, it's not as desert-like as what you see if you're, you know, heading south past Ajo down to Sonoita. That looks totally
feet.
different.
It's high.
Yeah,
and there
it
are
is
like
high.
8,000-foot mountains apparently on either side.
Yeah, and more green than what you would expect.
Well, and it's brown now, but can you imagine this in the spring?
Oh, yeah.
It's gorgeous.
Yeah.
But we saw a group of women, 3 of them, and they were talking across the fence. There was one woman on the U.S. side and 2 on the Mexican side, and they were passing a cup of coffee back and forth.
Really?
So they're just drinking coffee, talking, you know.
Through the fence?
Through the fence.
That's really interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so the smugglers and stuff, that's the bad, obviously, but there's a lot of good going on down there, too. A lot of people who come across and benefit all of us in terms of their trade. We're going to talk to some people who deal with produce down there, billions of dollars of it every year. I did have a chance yesterday to talk with the Mexican ambassador to the United States. He's based in Washington, D.C. He's here in our state. I think it was last night. He may be gone now. But he was there yesterday, and I asked him what he thought about a wall between our 2 countries. Listen. What are your thoughts? You've been down here at the border all day in Nogales. What are your thoughts after seeing this area?
Well, I'm very impressed because I haven't visited this border for long. And I see progress, I see evolution, and I see the development of both sides of the border. But being here in Nogales, Arizona, it is very impressive to see the number of warehouses, the number of businesses that have developed.
We could have an interesting several months here, our 2 countries. Our president-elect wants to build a wall and do some mass deportations of some criminal illegal immigrants. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, actually, we have mentioned that we like very much to build bridges, not to build walls. And that is what has happened in the last, 20, 25 years, how we continue building bridges. And they have to be either physical bridges or physical or societies that are bridged together and connect each other much better. That is the challenge that we have ahead. And I think that by understanding that we have put together a very competitive region against the rest of the world, it is something to reflect about on how we can see each other in the years to come.
So any sort of a wall is something your government is still against at this point?
Oh, well, actually, yes. What we keep insisting is that bridges are the ones that give effectivity and give efficiency to the relationship between Mexico and the United States. So we keep insisting that bridges are a very good option.
Thank you for talking with us, Ambassador. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
So he kept putting out there, and I know a lot of people were saying they're not for NAFTA this year and talking about that during the election, but he had us in a block of NAFTA. So it's Canada, us, and Mexico. And he said we used to account, when NAFTA first started, these are his numbers, we accounted for 20% of world trade. And now we account for about 15% of world trade because of increased competition around the world. So the ambassador's point of view on all this is we need to have a closer relationship macroeconomically so that we can better compete on the world stage. But he didn't really address a lot of the issues of the border crossings and some of the issues we're dealing with. But trade is important down there. And we found that out firsthand. So next hour, we're going to look at the produce distribution facility down there. I mean, I'm talking about billions of dollars worth of peppers.
And tons of
cucumbers.
that is what we eat every day that we buy in our local grocery store.
So stick with us, a lot more to come. All right, a lot of people talking about the border again because of the President-elect's stance on building a wall down there and all that stuff. So we went down to Nogales yesterday. We were invited along exclusively with a group of lieutenant governors from around the country, and they wanted to get a look at the border. One of the places we went was right here. This is the outside of a huge produce warehouse, and this is just one of dozens in that area. And some of this produce was grown as far down as the southern border of Mexico, like down Central America on huge farms. One of the guys said, there are tracts of Mexico that are just like Salinas and Monterey, but they're 10 times as big.
Really?
And so we're able to grow all this amazing produce down there, and then we ship it up here. So I spoke to one of those produce handlers yesterday about how important this is to our state. Here we go. So now we're in a very large produce warehouse here in Nogales. A lot of money comes through here that it benefits a lot of us. Chris here. Chris, introduce yourself to everybody.
Chris Cerulli from Cerulli Brothers.
All right. And tell us about some of this produce, first of all.
So this is all product grown in Mexico. It's brought in for U.S. consumption, and this is going to go anywhere from Boston to New York to your local markets in Phoenix.
And it's a big deal, isn't it, this border crossing here in Nogales? We get a lot of produce coming across.
This is the largest fresh point of entry to the U.S. comes through Nogales, more than Philadelphia, more than Miami. So this is the fresh place to come.
What kind of stuff comes through here?
Well, you're going to see a lot of dry veg, eggplant, green beans, bell peppers, watermelons, honeydews, cucumbers, and certainly one of my favorite mangoes, but it's a little bit too early for the mangoes.
So you have all these lieutenant governors here from all over the country. Why is it important for them to come and see your stuff?
You know, it's always important for people to understand that trade's good for all countries, and we need to explain to them the benefits for their individual states of how it comes down to them, and to have them actually see the border firsthand, it's a huge value to us. So we're very excited to be able to host this tour and the luncheon down here today.
How much money are we talking about?
This is about a $2.6 billion industry, so it's big for the economy of Arizona as well as for the U.S.
All right, Chris, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Appreciate it. Thanks for talking with us. There you go.
Well, wow. And you know, the thing is go to the grocery store, and as you're in the produce section, look at what you're buying, because a lot of it, most of the stuff that's in your cart is coming from Mexico.
Especially the off-season stuff. And somebody made a point, I think it was the guy from Pennsylvania, the lieutenant governor from Pennsylvania, I believe, who basically raised his hand. He said, when I was a kid, you'd go to the grocery store and you'd want a strawberry. Your mom would say, hey, son, listen, strawberries aren't in season until, you know, what, May or June. You know, so just deal with it. Now, year-round, we have almost all the veggies we want. I mean, some are better than others.
You saw that watermelon, you know, here we are in almost December, and yet they're still growing watermelon.
Almost tropical down there. So, oh, and by the way, that was when we had our lunch. They catered the lunch from the other side of the border. So they went to a restaurant in Mexico and brought it up. It was so good. It was, my mouth's still watering thinking about it. We're getting into the hungry time of the day. But it was like little street tacos and good vegetables and whatever, so that was pretty good. Wow. All right, now this whole trip was put on by Arizona Secretary of State Michelle Reagan, and when we got back, right as the sun was going down last night, it was a very long day, I asked her how she thought it went.
I think it was great. The feedback we were getting from people was just this was something they'd never seen before. They've heard, you know, border, and they just think it's something they, you know, don't even need to go see, and then when we brought them down there, they're wow. Right. Now they can't imagine the why doesn't everybody know about this? It was kind of the thing that I kept hearing over and over. Everyone should see this.
And I think what they were really impressed by was the scope of the border, especially some of those East Coast areas. You know, everything's pretty closed in and pretty dense.
It's not as vast as what we have here.
You get up on a hill and you just look and see that border fence is going for miles and miles and miles. And so it's a good education. They said they're going to go back and talk to their constituents about
It
what
is
it's like
good
here.
for them to see a different perspective.
All right, so that was the Border Patrol coverage from this morning. I want to go ahead and continue with our Trump-related content. Here's some video of Trump at Carrier earlier. Steve Kraft will be joining me in just a minute or two to talk about Donald Trump's tweeting. Stand by. All right, joining me now is Steve Kraft. Steve, we are looking at some video of Donald Trump from earlier this afternoon, his visit to Carrier in Indianapolis. Donald Trump, it's almost as if he's back on the campaign trail, but not, hitting up his states that
Well, what's the
supported
story
him.
behind the story here? First of all, there are 2,000 jobs that were going to go away.
Right.
He's saving half of them.
Right.
So 1,000 people will keep their jobs and 1,000 people are still going to lose their jobs.
Right.
Second thing is, I sense a political deal here because Carrier is a unit of United Technologies.
Okay.
United Technologies is one of the biggest defense contractors.
Interesting.
It makes like helicopters for the military and all that kind of stuff.
Right.
So I bet you Mr. Trump said to them, look, guys, if you still want the inside track on some of these big fat military contracts, because I want to build up the military even more than it currently is, you better give me some jobs back on your Carrier subsidiary plant in Indiana if you want to stay in my good graces for getting military work. So let's suppose he made that deal, and that's speculation on my part, but it makes sense. And if he made that deal, that's good for those workers.
Right.
But the next question a journalist is going to ask is, okay, how many times can you make that deal with different companies to really make a difference for working class people around this country? Is this a political stunt and kind of a small example of what could be done, or is it the beginning of a trend in which there could be all kinds of renegotiations to keep jobs in America? That's a really open question.
Right.
So to me, at this point, anybody who thinks that we've turned a corner here and that all these people who are in manufacturing are suddenly going to get their jobs back or keep their jobs, that would be great. But based on what we're seeing so far, where half of these jobs left with a obvious political backdrop involved here, it would be a little bit premature to say that we have a brand new policy that's going to keep all these jobs in America, as if a magic wand had been waved.
Right, in just a few weeks.
I hate to splash cold water and stuff. I'm just keeping it real for people.
Well, let's talk about the story that you're on today. It's Donald Trump related.
Absolutely.
I'm going to go ahead and pull up Donald Trump's Twitter. So, your story is basically referred to as fireside tweets.
Kinda.
Donald Trump typically taking to social media to communicate his thoughts rather than traditional media.
I'm fascinated by this. Donald Trump is a big fan of Twitter. I think in part because Donald Trump is a guy who by his own description doesn't like to read a whole lot, doesn't like to write a whole lot, likes to get most of his information from watching TV news shows and Sunday morning chat shows on television.
Right.
So that's the kind of guy he is. He's like 180 degrees from Barack Obama, who's a professor who wrote a couple of his own books by himself. So different styles. And Mr. Trump's style is seat of the pants. He will govern by his gut. He has a great feel for people. He has a great feel for branding. He has all kinds of incredible instincts for reading people and human behavior and extending power and all those types of things. And a perfect tool for that is Twitter. You don't have to be a deep thinker to do Twitter. Only 140 characters. He's basically writing a series of headlines.
Right.
Now, my question today is...
And they do end up becoming headlines oftentimes.
That's right. Not so much because that many people are on Twitter, because Twitter is a small fraction of Facebook, and Twitter itself is, financially very troubled. It may not even be around in a couple of years.
Right.
But the point is, we repeat what he puts on Twitter, and Twitter fits his personality perfectly. And the question is, since this is the way he's been through his campaign and now as president-elect, is he going to govern this way? By all indications, he will. And if he does, is that going to give us as citizens enough information about what he wants to do as an administration? And is it a way around the traditional ways of having the media check and balance on the presidency?
Right.
So instead of having a bunch of pesky reporters and news conferences asking him all kinds of questions about what his policies are actually going to be and how he's really going to make them happen in the real world, he can just submit a bunch of single sentence headlines and then have us repeat them, and then periodically maybe put together a little YouTube video.
Right.
Well,
the internet, I guess you could say the internet and social media has sort of gotten in the way of the media being the unofficial fourth branch of government.
Yes, and some people will cheer that, and other people will lament that. And I'm just throwing it out there so people can think about it. We don't have a position on what people ought to think, but we do think that it's something worth discussing and kind of running around in your mind. I mean, what does it mean? And I think it's a fascinating question that for the very first time, we have someone who's going to govern potentially in a completely different way. And it could be great, and it could be a complete disaster.
Right. So it's funny that you use the word disaster. I just associate that word now with Donald Trump all the time because he uses it during
his own term. And let's hope
every speech.
Let's as Americans, we all pull together and we all hope, no matter how you voted in this election, that everybody wants our president to be successful.
Right.
So that he'll come in with some goodwill behind him, of course. The question is whether he's giving us enough information about what's really going on and what he's really going to do, and do people have a hunger for something besides one or two sentences? I personally do. I'm tired of reading his tweets.
Well, I was actually...
His tweets are completely unsatisfying.
I was just going to ask you to read his tweets from today.
All right. Getting ready to leave for the great state of Indiana and meet the hardworking and wonderful people of Carrier AC. That's cool. Can't knock that.
And right before that, he tweeted.
The one about the southeastern U.S.?
Yeah, these were both sent 7 hours ago.
My thoughts and prayers are with those affected by the tragic storms and tornadoes in the southeastern United States. Stay safe. Can't argue with that. Look forward to going to Indiana tomorrow in order to be with the great workers of Carrier. They will sell many air conditioners. Okay, what I want to know is, what's the deal? What's the deal that he made with Carrier?
Right.
There's something going on to make that deal. He worked on it over the Thanksgiving holiday. He tweeted that out. They've hammered this out. What does it mean, and can he replicate it? For all these other companies all around the country who are doing the same thing, who are moving away from America to cheaper places, does this mean by his deal with Carrier that he's going to keep those other folks from leaving too? That's the question, and you can't learn anything from reading a headline here.
Right.
And so his administration will ultimately, to get rid of pesky reporters like me asking all these questions, they're going to have to provide some real substance. And so far, they're not doing that.
Well, I have a question for you. So we know that Donald Trump frequently attacks the media, talks about how he doesn't like them. Even just now, when he was speaking at Carrier in Indiana, he kind of talked about not liking the media, not liking those news programs, not wanting to give them credit. Yet, if I scroll down, you can see Dan Scavino Jr. sharing, clips from the mainstream media.
Of course, there's no secret. He needs the media that he says how much he dislikes. He needs it because not that many people are on Twitter, really. Most people aren't.
Right.
Except for media types, show business types, young people. You know, the average person I run to on the street is probably not into Twitter. They're only getting the information because we're repeating a headline that he put on this service.
Right. And speaking of, Twitter and social media and the topic we were discussing earlier, Carrier, I just noticed on U.S. trends on Twitter, the number 3 trend nationwide is Carrier.
Yep.
322,000 people tweeting about Carrier right now. Indiana gives $7 million in tax breaks to keep Carrier jobs.
Right.
Also, I mean, is there any symbolism? Is there anything symbolic about the fact that Carrier happened to be in Indiana, the state that Mike Pence was governor of? No.
It's convenient. Certainly, it's great politically to have your vice president state, the one that's affected here. But it could have been in Ohio, it could have been in Missouri, it could have been in Oklahoma, it could have been lots of places.
Well, look, let's see. Bernie Sanders just tweeting about the Carrier deal. You want to go ahead and read that?
Carrier gets millions in tax breaks. Indiana loses thousands of jobs. United Technologies took Trump hostage and won. That's going to be the debate, who got the better of the deal. And remember, our president-elect is the co-writer or had someone else ghostwrite The Art of the Deal. Actually, he didn't write The Art of the Deal. Another guy wrote The Art of the Deal. But he is the guy who is the ultimate deal artist, right?
Mhm.
Donald Trump?
Right.
So did he win this deal or did he lose this deal? I don't know. But we're going to find out more about it, and hopefully we're going to get more than tweets to explain what really happened.
But will we?
Maybe not from him.
So interesting.
But we are going to get a battle. There's going to be some real tension between Mr. Trump and the media. And the media, everyone dumps on the media, but we all, dislike the media until we need the media, until we need that expose, until we need that public official, their feet held to the fire to tell the truth about what's happening, what's going on behind the scenes. That's when you need the media. And the rest of the time you can dislike them as much as you want.
Right.
But I went to a number of Trump rallies. I enjoyed going to them. And there was always a part about 45 minutes in when he turned around, he said, "They're horrible, they're liars."
He'd always point to you guys.
Yeah. And it was funny for a while, and then it wasn't quite as funny after a while. But I think it's going to be a theme for the next 4 years.
Right,
So,
bashing the media.
bashing the media, but embracing the media, hating the New York
A love-hate
Times, hating the New
relationship.
York Times, meeting with the New York Times. He needs the New York Times. The New York Times needs to maintain relations with him.
Right.
And so do we.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a dance, but it's a crucial dance. And if we had a media that did whatever Donald Trump wanted, we'd be Russia. Now, he likes Russia, but he doesn't like that part of Russia, I bet you. Because then you lose your democracy.
Right.
So let's praise ourselves.
It'll be an interesting next few years, Steve.
Now, quickly, anybody have any takes on this?
Well, there are people that are making comments on on Bernie Sanders, saying don't bank on anything Bernie says. He's a loser. Lots of Donald Trump supporters in the chat room right now.
Okay, well, no, I think there are going to be a lot of people who like his. In fact, we put out you should share this with everybody.
I'll show them your tweet.
Yeah, it's a poll that everybody can get involved in so that your voice is heard, not just me. Enough of me. But your voice. That's what we're doing at 5:30.
Story today, how Donald Trump uses Twitter. Do you think you'll get enough information about his plans for the country this way? Enough information is, I guess, the key word.
Yep, that's right.
I don't think anyone can get enough information in 140 characters, so I'll vote no. And I guess I'm with most of the public.
Still, 40%, including a lot of folks commenting here, think that's just plenty.
I'm going to retweet it. Maybe this will help. Maybe
That's
it'll
right.
spread the word.
The power.
Of the retweet.
The power of this.
News
Yes.
Now.
Okay.
Well, thanks, Steve, for
Power of
hanging out.
FNN.
Thanks for hanging out.
It was fun.
Thanks for giving us
Well
your
done.
take on the real Donald Trump.
We'll be following it. It's always a lot of fun, and I just picture him at 3 a.m. dictating a tweet.
Indeed. Thanks for hanging out,
Okay,
Steve.
it was cool. It was fun.
We'll watch your story today at 5:30.
Thanks.
Thanks. Again, if you want to hear more on this Donald Trump Twitter story, you can watch the Fox 10 News at 5:30. You can find that on fox10phoenix.com. And now for the next few minutes, I want to go ahead and give you guys a update on what Paul Ryan had to say during his weekly press conference this morning. Paul Ryan, Speaker of the House, holding his weekly press conference.
First of all, I want to just say how excited we are with the fact that we passed the 21st Century Cures legislation yesterday with a vote of 392. This was fantastic bipartisan legislation, which also included our mental health reforms. Kudos go out to Fred Upton, Chairman of the Commerce Committee, Tim Murphy, who worked so hard on these pieces of legislation. I also want to thank the Democrats for working with us in good faith on the Commerce Committee in particular for getting this legislation across the finish line, and I expect this to pass in the Senate. Another issue I believe the Senate will be taking up hopefully later today is the 10-year extension of the Iran Sanctions Act. That's something we passed near unanimously in the House. That is legislation that needs to get done, and I expect the Senate to fully work on that as well. We have completed the conference report on the Defense Authorization Bill, the NDAA bill. That gives our troops a much-needed 2.1% pay increase. This is extremely important to give our warfighters what they need, to give our military the kinds of reforms they need to stretch our military dollars farther. That's something that we're excited about bringing to the floor. We're getting close on the Word of Conference report. This is something that we think is important. We're hoping to achieve wrapping that up and then ongoing on the continuing resolution, which we hope to bring to the floor as soon as possible next week. With that, I'll just open it up. On it.
As a free market conservative, I'm wondering if you're uneasy in any way with the Trump administration offering incentives to carriers to keep jobs in this country, essentially, some critics would say, picking winners and losers, or should the free market work its will?
Well, I'm pretty happy that we're keeping jobs in America, aren't you? I don't know the details of the carrier, the arrangement, but I do know that Mike Pence is still the sitting governor of Indiana, and I have no doubt that he probably had a hand in helping this, and this is what governors do. I talk with Scott Walker about this stuff all the time in Wisconsin, where governors get involved in helping make sure that their companies stay in their states or they attract companies to their states. That's something that's pretty common for state level of government to do, and I don't know the details of this, but I think it's pretty darn good that people are keeping their jobs in Indiana instead of going to Mexico. Christina. There are hundreds of executive actions that are out there that we're going to be sifting through. So I'm not going to kind of get into everyone on their merits. That's something that the transition team is working on right now as to what executive actions that the Obama administration did and how they're going to deal with it. So I just don't have an answer for you because this is something the transition team at the executive branch is going to be working on. I know what they want to do is make sure that we have smooth transitions. What we're focused on with respect to immigration, securing the border, making sure that the border is secure, making sure that the resources match the authorization that currently exists to actually secure the border, and that's the legislation that we're focused on. Yeah. Hinted, I've proposed these budgets for years, so. Yeah, look, I think what's happening is you're getting the latest wave of Democratic talking points to try and play Medicare politics, which is what they typically do every other Tuesday. I have not discussed Medicare with President-Elect Trump. Mind you that Obamacare itself does a lot of damage, in our opinion, to Medicare. Obamacare itself puts this new board of 15 bureaucrats, the IPAB, in charge of cutting Medicare in ways that will lead to denied care for seniors. Medicare itself is on a path to going bankrupt in 2028, I believe, off the top of my head. So the trust fund gets exhausted next decade. So we are going to have to do things to preserve and shore up this program. The reforms that we've been talking about here in the House Republicans for many years are reforms that do not affect the benefits for anyone in or near retirement. But for those of us who are in the younger generations, the X generation on down, it won't be there for us if we stay in the current path. So we have to do things to fix this program so we can guarantee that it's there intact for current seniors, but also that there's something there for us when we retire. And the kinds of reforms that we've been advocating here are nothing different than what federal employees have. You get to choose among plans that are comprehensive and guaranteed to meet your benefits. Or if you want to stick with the current traditional program, you can do that as well. That is good reforms. That's what CBO tells us is a good way of actually improving cost, lowering prices, and expanding choices. Medicare Advantage is a program that Medicare works pretty darn well right now that seniors like. So obviously you've hit on an issue I care a great deal about because I care a great deal about this program. I want to make sure it's there for current seniors. As far as what our plans are with respect to reforming and preserving, that's just something that we haven't discussed yet with the administration, and we'll do it as the year goes on. Yeah.
About the CR, there's various concerns now that it might need to go later or could get jammed up because of the Senate and so on. Could you just step back for a minute and give us an explanation as to why, when earlier leadership such as McConnell had said, let's finish the budget this year, let's get it done, why was there this push to have a CR, and why does the administration, the incoming administration, favor that approach?
Yeah, okay, so getting jammed up in Senate in the same sentence is something I think we're going to hear a lot this year. They just move a little slower than the House does. Their system's different than ours is, and they've got to stand up the Trump government. So the Senate is going to have to do all of these confirmation votes and hearings on cabinet and sub-cabinet officers. Probably going to have a Supreme Court pick coming sooner or later that they're going to have to confirm. That takes a lot of their time, which we don't have here in the House. So there is a concern about just literally a calendar. In the House, we can have a shorter CR, and it's not a problem for us. It's really a question of managing the Senate's calendar, and that's what this discussion about the end date of the CR is all about. With respect to why we wanted a CR, we didn't want to have, we wanted to bring in the new Republican government in place so we could negotiate appropriations with that government, which we think is going to be much better negotiations than with the existing government that we have a lot of problems with the way they spend money. It's just that simple.
But couldn't you admittedly now couldn't the CR become a problem given what
No.
the Senate's calendar is?
I don't think so. We're working with Leader McConnell on their calendar to make sure that we can accommodate some of their concerns, which I think are legitimate because they have different responsibilities than the House does. That's why we're going to work with them on the proper timing of the CR, get it into the next administration, and then finish the job there. We also want to make sure that we just have a smooth transition from one administration to the next. Chad.
Thank you. The Education Secretary met with Mitch McConnell this morning about the boss. You wrote in a better way about the idea of reverting things from federal control back to states and local governments and things. He obviously is a push, someone who pushes for charter schools and school choice and things. There's a question, though, about some of the performance of these charter schools. You're a parent, have people, kids in grade school and things. But do you have reservations about maybe going too far there because of some of the mixed reports we've gotten about charter schools?
No, because the word you just used, parent. I'm a parent. I care about my kids' education. I'm going to send them to the best school that I can. Parents can be trusted to do this. Who cares more about your kid than you do? So I do believe that there, in this debate, becomes sort of an arrogant and paternalistic notion that Washington somehow knows better or best on how your children should get educated. I think parents know best, care the most, and so that is why we so deeply believe in not just decentralizing power, but decision-making back to the states and then opening up competition. Education reform should be about results. What educates kids, today's kids, not tomorrow's kids, today's kids, the best? Open it up so that we can have different competitive models, choice, charter, public, everything in between, and let that be done in the states. That's something that we all feel very passionately about. Look, this is something we do in Wisconsin quite a bit. I can take you to Milwaukee and show you extremely successful charter schools, choice schools, and public schools. And that's something that we're excited about moving on because this is our future. Yeah. I don't know much about it, so there's not much I can say about it. No, we didn't talk about the we didn't talk about the carry. We're talking about 2017 legislative calendars and how we hit the ground running and making sure that we're on the same page with respect to legislative priorities. So I just don't know much about this deal. So, yeah, I just don't know the answer because I don't know what this is. Whether this is Indiana competing for jobs just like Wisconsin does. But what I can tell you about the tax code with respect to incentives and businesses, this is what tax reform is all about. Comprehensive tax reform, which you can go to better.gop and see what we've written, is all about making the tax code far better and more competitive for American businesses to stay in America. I don't know the contours of what Carrier is experiencing, but we tax our businesses at much, much higher tax rates than our foreign competitors tax theirs. Our corporate rate is 35%. The average in the industrialized world is 24%. Our successful small businesses, which is, most of our businesses, 8 out of 10 businesses file as individuals, like subchapter S corporations. Their top tax rate's effectively 44.6%. We are killing jobs and competitiveness in America because of our tax code. Tax reform is central to fixing this problem. Look, the Tax Foundation looked at our tax bill, said it could add about 1.7 million new jobs, 9.1% added to the economy, raising wages, capital restoring and returning to America. That's what we're talking about with respect to reforming our tax code to not just Carrier, not just one-offs, but all American businesses, making them more competitive. Nicholson. Sorry. His name's Nicholson. Sorry.
You guys expect to do 2 budget resolutions next year, the plan. A, give us a general timeline, and B, do you expect any support, at least on the House side, to do both of those?
Don't know A and B. We haven't written these budgets yet, and we haven't, let alone the reconciliation that follows from it. This is our intention to use every tool we've got to make progress for the American people, to make good on the promises that were made. We believe Obamacare, you have to remember, Obamacare is really hurting families. Obamacare is giving families, yet again, another double-digit premium increase, really high deductibles, and fewer choices. So many people in this country have one choice, which isn't a choice, it's a monopoly. So we also see the worst things coming. The worst is yet to come with Obamacare. We see higher premiums coming, more death spirals, which is an actuarial term, and more pullouts. United pulled out, Aetna pulled out. We see more of this coming, so we need to give the American people relief from Obamacare. With respect to all the other issues, reconciliation is the proper budget tool that you use for budget legislation. Healthcare, tax, these are budget issues that will be dealt with in that way.
All right, guys, we're going to cut out of this Paul Ryan press conference from earlier and take you live to Washington, D.C., the lighting of the National Christmas Tree. Mary Kate will be joining you to cover this and more here on News Now.
All right, everybody. Well, if you're just joining us in just a few moments, President Obama will be taking the stage with his family. This is the national Christmas tree lighting. Now, there are going to be a lot of famous acts performing at this ceremony as well, including the Lumineers, Garth Brooks, Kelly Clarkson, and Chance the Rapper. Barack Obama and Michelle Obama will light the national Christmas tree for the last time as President and First Lady today. And you guys are watching this live with us on the Fox News Now stream. This event just began. This is the 94th annual Christmas tree lighting taking place on the ellipse at the White House. President Obama will also speak to the gathered crowd and probably reminisce, because this is his last time lighting the national Christmas tree. Now, the tree lighting began in 1923 with a lighting of a 48-foot tree decked out with 2,500 electric bulbs. The tree was switched to LED lights in 2007. And the tree itself has changed over the years. In early 2011, the tree that had served as the national Christmas tree for more than 3 decades fell over by high winds, so its replacement was planted a month later and was lit for Christmas 2011, but died the following spring due to complications. The current tree is a Colorado blue spruce, planted on the ellipse in fall of 2012 and has been used for the lighting ever since. Now, earlier this week, the First Lady, Michelle Obama, welcomed military families to the White House to view the 2016 holiday decorations. As in years past, several of the White House holiday decorations honor the military families. I'm going to put that in the upper right-hand corner so you guys can see what Michelle Obama had to say just 2 days ago when she first previewed the holiday decorations. As we wait for President Obama to take the stage and we watch these performers here, including the Lumineers and Kelly Clarkson.
reside in Cutler Bay, Miami, Florida. I migrated from Trinidad and Tobago in 1970, and it was all about the American dream. I tried to pursue it. I got there. I enlisted in the United States Army in 1975. I served this country with all my heart. I love this country. I had a 3-year-old daughter while I was in the military, and I also had a son, Stephen. My daughter's name is Carla. They mean a lot to me. I love them very much. I just instilled in them that any child can become a president in the United States, if no other country. And I was so overwhelmed when Mr. Barack Obama became the first African-American president. It proved me right. I am happy to be in this building. I volunteered. We did the East Colonnade, and it was an amazing trip. Please stop by and see it. It was amazing. It's wonderful. The volunteers, we're all very happy to be here because we met each other from other states and just had a wonderful time. I just want to be introducing the new person, our First Lady. Please, it's an honor for me to introduce the First Lady of the United States, Mrs. Michelle Obama.
Hi, everybody. Look how good you guys look. You ready for some action? Are you sure? I don't know. You sound like you don't want cookies or anything like that. Do you think you want some cookies? You think so? Okay, well, we're going to get to it. But first, I want to welcome everyone to the White House. I want to start by thanking Hazel for that wonderful introduction and for all of her service and hard work in helping to make this home so beautiful. I want to give a huge thank you to all of the volunteers, as Hazel mentioned, who traveled here from 33 states, DC, and Puerto Rico to come here and put up these beautiful decorations and transform this White House into this holiday wonderland. So I'm so grateful to you all. And as we celebrate my family's last holiday season in the White House, I'm thinking back to when we first came here to Washington, and we promised to open up this house to as many people from as many backgrounds as possible. And we truly wanted to make the White House the people's house, particularly during the holiday seasons. And over the past 8 years, through the seasons, we've worked hard to achieve that goal by welcoming almost 500,000 guests to this house during the season. And thanks to our amazing volunteers, we've adorned the White House with about 500,000 ornaments for our guests to enjoy, and we brought smiles to the faces of all those who enjoyed the 200,000 holiday cookies prepared by our outstanding pastry chefs, and you all will get to have some more of those today. That'll make 200,020 or so. So looking back, I am proud to say that we did our very best during the holidays to make Americans of all backgrounds and walks of life feel comfortable and welcome here in our nation's house. And we do all of this with the help of our extraordinary staff. I mean, yes, we have wonderful volunteers, but we have folks who each year take a very limited budget and very little resources, and they make miracles happen in this house. So for our final holiday preview, I just want to take a moment to highlight just a few of the amazing folks who have worked tirelessly behind the scenes. And I don't know if they know I'm calling them out. I don't even know if they're in the room. But I want to start with Deisha Dyer, who's the office, our social secretary. Deisha, there you are. There's Deisha. Thank you, Deisha. And you're going to see Chris Comerford and Susie Morrison. Chris is our executive chef, and Susie is our executive pastry chef. I want to thank them both, as well as all of the chefs, all of the staff in the kitchen who worked so hard to do everything possible to make these holidays terrific. I want to thank all of our ushers who never get credit. I know they're around here working away, but they're the people who greet you, and they make sure that things are moving like they should in this house. Our florists, who are tremendous. And I rarely get to thank our electricians, our carpenters, because they make sure that chandeliers are moved and structures are built so that we can put things on. And they do this in a matter of days. They turn this house upside down. And to our calligraphers, you'll see all their handiwork throughout the ornaments. And I also always want to thank our incredible Marine Band, who you hear from throughout the season. My husband's favorite musical crew are his own Marine Band. This is all possible because of all of these people. And on behalf of the entire Obama family, me, Barack, Malia, Sasha, Grandma, Bo, and Sonny, we are so proud of this team here. So proud of the time that we spent with you. We're grateful for everything you've done for us over the years. So let's give them a round of applause. So before I get choked up, let me officially kick off our final White House holiday season. And as always, today we are celebrating with our extraordinary military community, our military families. We have our service members. We have veterans here today. We have wounded warriors. We have our military spouses. You go, spouses. And of course, we have our outstanding, handsome, beautiful, smart, talented, engaging military kids. Are there any here? Oh, here they are. Let's give them a whole round of applause. For the past 8 years, celebrating the holidays and having you all be the first that see the decorations, this has been one of our favorite White House traditions. It reminds us that between all the shopping lists and the travel plans and all those big meals, that we cannot forget what the holidays are really about, and you all help us. Our military families, like all of you, remind us of what matters, because even as you serve this country in uniform, or you hold everything together here at home as a military spouse, or you prepare to attend another new school as a military kid, and there's that one back there talking about I don't know what, but there's a little one back there who has a lot to say. But you all still find time to contribute even more to your communities and to this country. You do it all. You volunteer at local food banks. You coach your kids' sports teams on the weekends. Many of you have even cut your Thanksgiving holiday short to come here and decorate the White House. Just another example, we have Hazel up here, but one of our volunteers, her name is Jacqueline James. She's from Redland.
Washington for the 94th Annual National Christmas Tree Lighting. What an amazing night we have here across from the most famous house in America. The holidays are about family and traditions, and tonight, as we get ready to light this magnificent tree and listen to some great music, we are not only mindful of our own families, but also the families of our men and women serving in uniform all around the world. Your service and your sacrifice remains an inspiration to all Americans. Millions of Americans will be celebrating this season with their own holiday traditions, but tonight, we're glad you joined all of us here for a terrific night of music and so much more. So speaking of music, let's hear it for the United States Air Force Airmen of Note. my great honor to welcome the first family of the United States. Please welcome President Obama, Mrs. Obama, and Sasha.
Happy holidays to all of you. Eva Longoria, thank you for the wonderful hosting. Kelly Clarkson, we love. To everybody who is here tonight and everybody watching at home, it is now officially the time to light this tree. Are you guys ready to count down? We're going to start from 5. You ready? You sure? Okay, let's go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Merry Christmas, everybody!
I'm proud to say that our next performer is a 5-time Latin Grammy winner and recipient of the Chairs Award from the Congressional Hispanic Caucus Institute.
I'm sorry, Eva, stand by.
They took my teleprompter away. Mark said this would happen. Are y'all having a good time so far? Isn't this exciting? I'm so excited. What do you think happens if I push this button? Do you think it turns off the Christmas tree? Because it's not, no. They cut me off. Literally sentence.
Okay, Eva, we're ready. Stand by.
Yep.
Okay, here we go. Stand by. Okay, everyone, stand by. Pause. 3, 2. Applause, everyone. Applause.
I'm proud to say that our next performer is a 5-time Latin Grammy winner and recipient of the Chairs Award from the Congressional Hispanic Caucus Institute, and most recently named Person of the Year by the Latin Academy of Performing Arts and Sciences. Please welcome Mark Anthony.
When mistletoe
Again, if you guys are just joining us, this is the National Christmas Tree lighting on the ellipse of the White House. This is President Obama's last Christmas tree lighting. A bittersweet moment for the President and First Lady. You guys are watching us live with us right now on the Fox News Now stream. Among the acts performing at this ceremony are the Lumineers, Garth Brooks. We just saw Kelly Clarkson, and here is Eva Longoria again to introduce the next act.
Oh, this is my good side.
If they were to be up there.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Stand by in 5 seconds. Stand by, applause, and applause!
I'm pleased to be joined now by the National Director of the National Park Service, Jonathan Jarvis. Director Jarvis, happy holidays.
Happy holidays to you, Eva. This year, the National Park Service turned 100. In honor of our centennial, we've launched an initiative called Find Your Park, designed to help all Americans find their nearest national park or to help plan one of our 413 parks across the country, including Big Bend and Guadalupe Mountains, national parks in your home state of Texas.
Home state of Texas. That's so great. But I also understand that a lot of people don't know where the new parks are. So how do they find out about that?
That's right, Eva. Our new parks help tell a much more complete story of America's diversity, including new national monuments in honor of the evolution of civil rights, the LGBTQ movement, and women's equality.
Thank you. That's awesome. Big round of applause for Director Jarvis. And for more information on this, you can visit nps.gov. But right now, let's get back to the music.
Here to perform I'm Beginning to See the Light, please welcome Garth Brooks and Trisha Yearwood.
Looks like they're just waiting for the next speaker. Could be Eva Longoria again introducing the next musical act. We saw Kelly Clarkson earlier. Who could be singing next? Could be the Lumineers. Again, this is President Obama's last national Christmas tree lighting on the ellipse of the White House.
What happened was I secretly turned off Garth's mic because I wanted to sing that song, and they didn't ask me to. So, y'all ready?
Yes, stand by.
Okay.
You can go, Eva.
Okay. Thank you, Director Jarvis. For more information on all of this, you can visit nps.gov. But right now, let's get back to the music.
Here to perform I'm Beginning to See the Light. Please welcome Garth Brooks and Trisha Yearwood.
You guys are watching live on the Fox News Now stream the national Christmas tree lighting on the ellipse of the White House. This is President Obama's last Christmas tree lighting, so it is a bittersweet moment for the family. Among the acts performing at the ceremony are the Lumineers, Garth Brooks, Kelly Clarkson, and Chance the Rapper. So a good mix of artists there. Everyone's wearing their holiday gear. And you can see that beautiful Christmas tree is lit up right now.
Now abideth faith, hope, and love, and the greatest of these is love. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the beauty of Christmas and the faith, hope, and love it brings to our country and to our world. We thank you for the great gift of this time-honored tradition, the National Christmas Tree Lighting Ceremony, and pray that every light is a reminder of that precious light you delivered more than 2,000 years ago in a manger in Bethlehem. Thank you for that precious light that guides and protects our military men and women, whether on land, by sea, or in the air. Thank you for that precious light that leads and guides President Obama, the First Family, and all government officials. We celebrate a blessed hope that keeps inspiring us to give love that moves mountains, that knows no boundaries, and calls us to love our neighbors as we love ourselves. Tonight we celebrate a nation, the blessings of hope, a precious hope that has the audacity to show up and bring joy to the world, an abiding hope that has the beautiful audacity to show up and bring good tidings of great joy. a wonderful hope that has the audacity to beckon the faithful to come joyfully and triumphantly. Tonight, we pray for peace on earth and goodwill toward all mankind in this spirit. For unto us a child is born, unto us a son is given, and his name shall be called Wonderful, Counselor, the Mighty God, the Everlasting Father, and the Prince of Peace. May the blessings of light and life and love be yours this Christmas season and beyond. Amen.
Amen.
Please welcome four-time Grammy-winning gospel artist Yolanda Adams.
Again, you guys are watching the National Christmas Tree Lighting. Eva Longoria will probably be taking the stage soon to introduce the next musical act. Again, this is on the ellipse of the White House.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. We're ready to go.
We just saw Barack Obama and Michelle Obama light the national Christmas tree for the last time as President and First Lady. If you guys want to check out that clip, if you missed it, go to the video section on our YouTube page where we have clipped that moment. You can see that big, beautiful tree all lit up right now. Just moments ago, they did light that up together with Eva Longoria. If you want to see that clip, head to the video section on our YouTube page.
Our next performer hails from Chicago and is one of the most innovative voices in hip-hop. He's also a humanitarian who is a vocal supporter of President Obama's My Brother's Keeper initiative. Here to perform Sunday Candy, please welcome Chance the Rapper.
She can say in her voice, in her way, that she loves me. I am the thesis of her prayers. Her nieces and her nephews are just pieces of the layers. Only one she loves as much as me is Jesus Christ and Taylor. I got a feature, so I'm singing for my grandma. You singing too, but your grandma ain't my grandma. Mine is handmade, hand fried, sun dried, Southside, and beat the devil by a landslide. Praying with her hands tied, president of my fan club, Santa. Something told me I should bring my butt to church.
Just to let you guys know, we do have to keep the sound down just for licensing reasons. But you are able to see what's happening live, and we will turn the sound back on when President Obama speaks, and of course when Eva Longoria speaks. There are more musical acts coming up. Again, this is the National Christmas Tree Lighting happening on the ellipse of the White House. This is the 94th annual National Christmas Tree Lighting. A bittersweet moment for President Obama, as it is his last as President of the United States. This tradition started in 1923 with a lighting of a 48-foot fir tree decked out with 2,500 electric bulbs. The tree was switched to LED lights in 2007, and the tree itself has changed over the years. In early 2011, the tree that had served as the national Christmas tree for more than 3 decades fell over from high winds, so its replacement was planted a month later and was lit for Christmas 2011, but died the following spring due to complications. The current tree is a Colorado blue spruce planted on the ellipse in fall 2012 and has been used for the lighting ever since, and that's the one you're seeing here today live at that ceremony on the Fox News Now stream. Coming up after this, another live event for you guys. Donald Trump holding a thank you rally in Cincinnati, Ohio at the U.S. Bank Arena Center. We can already see the people walking into that rally. We will take you there live after this event. Again, Donald Trump hosting a thank you rally in Cincinnati, Ohio. I see that Daryl commented in the chat that since these songs are copyrighted, that we can sing the songs for you, but trust me, you don't want us to sing the songs for you. We're not professional singers, but we will show this event for you guys until it ends, and then take you to that Donald Trump thank you rally in Cincinnati, Ohio. Thanks for watching with us. All right, you guys, well, we are actually going to take you away from this and on to that live Donald Trump thank you rally in Cincinnati, Ohio.
If we don't, we're gonna blow a 50
All right, you guys, so this is live right now out of Cincinnati, Ohio, which is my hometown, at the US Bank Arena, which is a huge concert arena there in downtown Cincinnati. Donald Trump is going to be speaking there. This is a thank you rally. You guys are watching this live with us on the Fox News Now stream. Now, if you're wondering why he's holding this thank you rally, he's coming back to Ohio to celebrate his victory as a thank you to the Buckeye State. Ohio went red on election night, delivering 18 electoral votes to Donald Trump. Now, this arena can hold more than 17,000 people. It's unclear exactly what Donald Trump will speak about tonight. He made few public appearances since Election Day, but if you guys were watching with us earlier, he spoke live in Indiana at the Carrier business. So this will be his second live appearance of the day. Now, this is one of many thank you rallies. Trump and his team haven't announced locations for his other rallies. But earlier this month, Donald Trump's advanced team director made it seem like there would be a lot. He said, quote, "We're working on a victory tour right now. It will happen in the next couple of weeks," end quote. The rallies will bring Trump's obviously to the states that we won and the swing states that we flipped over, he said. So they're going to the states that they won and the states that they turned to just thank people for voting. The decision to embark on this victory lap has been a little controversial, though, because Donald Trump has less than 2 months to assemble an administration before Inauguration Day. But he wants to get out there. I think he likes the public speaking. He liked holding these political rallies and getting to meet people. So he's out there again. These are thank you rallies. And this one is in Cincinnati, Ohio, where he will be speaking soon. We are early to this event because we don't want to miss a thing. So the arena is just now filling up. Again, it can hold 17,000 people. This is at US Bank Arena in Cincinnati, Ohio, which is my hometown. And this is the arena that everyone goes to if you want to see a concert or a sporting event. Let me know in the comments section or the live chat where you guys are watching this from. We're streaming this here live out of Phoenix, Arizona, but this event is in Cincinnati, Ohio, where I grew up. It's a great city. Looks like someone wrote in the live chat, joining you from California. Thank you for watching. Sean also saying, I'm watching from Islam. Lots of different people watching on the show right now. Coming up in just a few minutes here, I'm going to have Fox 10 anchor Carrie Lake up here with me to just chat about the latest Donald Trump news. All right, everybody, well, I have Fox 10 anchor Carrie Lake with me.
It's been an interesting day. I mean, we have, it's like Donald Trump's back in campaign mode a bit, even though he's won the election. And a really interesting day to watch this, because I can't recall a time in my life that I saw something like this going on. I mean, this whole thing with the carrier factory.
Oh, right, yes.
Kind of Donald Trump coming off on his white horse, riding into the Indiana skyline.
Yeah.
And saving the day, according to the people who work there. I mean, they're really relieved by this. And you have to, wherever you stand politically, you have to look at this and say, this was a big day for Donald Trump, for President-Elect Donald Trump. He's been pretty busy doing the transition.
Yes.
And we haven't heard much from him. Everyone's been kind of waiting, when are we going to hear from the president, to see him kind of walk into this carrier plant and say, hey, we're saving some jobs here. And the story was great. Did you play? I'm sure you played the sound on News Now.
Yeah, and we streamed it this morning, and he was even walking through the facilities and everything, and he really stuck to his word, and I think that shows a lot for someone who's not even president yet, you know, to start doing these things before you're even in office.
Well, I love the story that he told, and I know that our viewers here probably saw it today, where he said, he's flipping around through the evening news, and he sees a guy saying, the reporter asked him about Carrier closing, and the man who was a Trump supporter said, no, Carrier's not leaving, as if he was clueless about Carrier leaving Indiana.
Oh.
And Trump's watching this, listening to this interview, and the guy said, no, Donald Trump said he's going to make them stay. They're going to stay. So Donald Trump says he's watching this interview, and he's like, I don't recall saying that. Then they played a clip of Donald Trump saying Carrier's not leaving, and he said it was kind of a euphemism. He didn't really mean it literally, that they weren't going to leave.
Yeah.
But that's when he realized, oh my gosh, this man in Indiana who's been with me all along really believes that they're not leaving, and they are leaving. I've got to pick up the phone and call them. So he picked up the phone. He went to the top of the company. It's not Carrier. It's United.
Right.
Technology, something like
the
that.
The owner, yeah.
And the CEO, and he spoke to him on the phone. They worked out this deal. So it's, he talked about during the campaign, we don't make good deals anymore. America doesn't make good deals. They don't have deal makers making the deals. You heard all of that.
Yeah, and he has that book, The Art of the Deal.
The Art of the Deal. So
yeah.
I think this, to steal a Donald Trump word, was a huge day for Donald Trump. And what I'm wondering, and I don't know if we can get it from our chat room, is the people out there who despise Donald Trump. I know there are many of them. Has anything that has been done so far made you give pause to those thoughts?
That's a good
or
question.
Or think maybe he might not be as bad as I thought he would be? Because I know a lot of people out there have not wanted to give him a chance at all. They just feel like he is not experienced enough, et cetera, et cetera. I'm wondering, has he changed any minds out there with people who were adamantly opposed to him? I know that the people who like Donald Trump like him a lot. They probably at this point love him because he's doing things that they were hoping would be done for a long, for many, many years.
Yeah.
But my curiosity is with the people who were somewhere in the middle or didn't really care for him.
Yeah, that's a good question. Let us know, guys, in the comment section. Are you surprised by some of the things he's accomplished? I mean, today that was a big thing to do. Again, he's got a lot of work to do. He's got 2 more months. He still has to build his team, and he did this today. I think that just says a lot about him. I forget the quote he said. He said, "I know it's not really presidential to just call up an air conditioning company, but I did. It's so much fun to me." He likes making deals.
That's how he's done his work. That's how he's earned his success, by picking the phone, making deals happen. So, and that's why people voted for him, frankly.
Yeah.
They wanted things done a different way. They wanted things done kind of the Donald Trump way. And so far, for about 1,100 people, it's going to work out pretty well. And you think about losing your job. I grew up in the Midwest in Iowa during the very tumultuous 70s and 80s. And I remember at one point, it almost seemed the case plant closed, which was just outside of town.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember at one point, I want to say I was maybe in 6th or 7th grade, maybe 8th grade. It's been a long time.
Mm-hmm.
That almost everybody I knew had at least a parent or a close relative who was out of work. It was as if everybody was unemployed.
Yeah.
And all these factories closing down, now as a parent, I can't imagine going into the holidays knowing that my job is going to end. And let's face it, we're in Phoenix. If your job goes away here, there's a better chance you're going to find a job in a city like Phoenix that's growing and more companies are opening up than in a smaller town in Indiana.
Right.
Some of these small towns in the Rust Belt where from Cincinnati and a lot of the towns in Ohio, when the factory closes up, there aren't a lot of options besides that job.
Right.
So it is dire straits. And I think for these 1,100 people, this really is like a hero riding in, white and shine, what's what I'm looking for?
On the knight in shining armor
on the white
and
horse.
Gold armor, I guess we should say, with Donald Trump.
Yes, exactly.
But you make a good point. It's right before the holidays, too. So it's a great time for them to know that they are not losing their jobs, and he wants to keep these jobs in the U.S.
I like that this person says, "We are hoping that America remains first with President Trump. It remains to be seen, but I have high hopes for America." And then the person below him says, "Trump is Satan." So
yeah, everyone has different opinions.
We're still a very divided country.
Yeah.
But, I'm feeling it when I'm talking to people out and about. I'm feeling a little bit less of the kind of the anger about the election. I think things have settled in, and I think, it's going to be hard to say he's not making at least steps towards trying to move things. He's making a positive first step, even though he hasn't taken the oath of office yet.
Yeah, I think that's good that he's and even when he had dinner with Mitt Romney the other night, did you see that?
Wow,
and
was
all
great.
the talk on Twitter that it was a dinner date and all, because it looked like a very romantic night.
It's the Jean-Georges restaurant, which is a very highfalutin place in Manhattan. That's a date place. You take someone you're trying to impress there. So I don't know what
it's
the
like where you
meaning of that.
propose to somebody, or
I have a theory on the whole Mitt Romney thing. And this is absolutely just a theory.
Okay.
I don't think he's going to get the job. But I think this is Trump's way of. Mitt was the most outspoken Republican. Very anti-Trump. He said a lot of things and Trump said some pretty nasty things back.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is Trump's way of courting him for a big job and getting him to now go out in front of the cameras and go out and put a positive tone and spin on Trump.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think he's going to get the job. But he's up for the job.
Smart.
And he's up for the job, so therefore, when you're up for a job, you're not going to rip into your potential, upcoming boss. You're going to speak very highly of them. So now if he doesn't get the job, what's he going to do? Go back and say the guy's incompetent?
Because then he'll seem like a sore loser
He'll
or
seem
something.
like a really sore loser.
Oh, that is I was thinking the same thing.
So this is his way of courting Mitt Romney, making him look like I'm going to give him the biggest position in my cabinet, the most important position in my cabinet, whining and dining him in front of the cameras. Now Mitt has gone out and said, he's moving things in the right direction. I have a lot of hope, blah, 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 blah. Mm-hmm. He's got Mitt basically going back on all those nasty things he said on Trump. and
Yeah.
I don't think he gets the job.
He
in the
came out
end.
of that dinner with a big smile on his face and talked to reporters saying, you know, I appreciate this about him and that about him, and just raving about him. So
I wonder
you make a good point.
what other job Mitt would be willing to take. Because I
Yeah.
just don't see him getting. This is just me personally. I don't know. I have no inside information. I wonder what other position he'd be willing to take. Because maybe there's another position.
And
for
it
him.
seems like this is happening a lot with people that spoke badly about Trump are now trying to go back on their words because maybe they didn't think he'd actually be elected, and they're
And
like,
they
wait,
want
I
a
still want a
job."
place in the White House, you know?
You have room for me somewhere in there.
You know,
Well,
so-
we're looking at Cincinnati, Ohio, your stomping grounds.
Yeah.
And a pretty big crowd starting to assemble. I know there were lines outside today. This is the victory tour, and it's expected to get started when?
7 o'clock Eastern time, so it should start, or I think our time? No.
Is it 7 o'clock? Is it expected to start here?
Actually, let me check real quick. Sorry, it's on this paper. 7 o'clock Eastern time.
Okay.
And we have the live shot, so we never really know when he'll come out. Usually
So
he could
5
be late,
o'clock,
he
in
could be
about
early.
45 minutes
Yeah.
expected? Okay. So in about 45 minutes we're going to see this, and I think there's been a craving for Donald. I mean, we went from hearing Donald Trump speak ad nauseum for every day in and day out for months.
He rallied every day.
And our viewers here on Fox News Now, love him or hate him, were tuning into it. There was a desire, a craving for that. Now he's been kind of quiet. So I think there's going to be a lot of people who want to hear what he has to say.
Absolutely.
He brings in the ratings whether you love him or you don't. He brings in the ratings. So
He does.
we're going to find out. We're going to get kind of Donald Trump. And imagine this. It's going to be a nicer, happier tone than during the campaign. The bad thing about a campaign is we're all stressed. We're like, oh gosh,
you got to be competitive,
bashing
and tough.
on the competition, and it's just you have to go that way.
Calling her crooked Hillary and everything.
Yeah.
He doesn't need to
He doesn't
even
have to
say
do that
those things
anymore.
anymore.
This is just a thank you and thanks for helping me win, and that's what we're gonna get.
Is that typical though for presidents to then go on a victory tour after they win?
No, I was just listening to somebody, one of the pundits who worked, I think it was David Axelrod, who was with the President Obama. Sorry, I'm trying to remember what his role was, but I can't remember exactly what his role was.
Yeah.
He was part of the campaign, and then he was part of his team. And he had said something about him wanting to do something like that, that he wanted to go out and thank the voters, but it just didn't work out with the way things were going, and the economy was really in free fall, and there was so much work to be done. It didn't work out. So you hear about the candidates when they become president-elect wanting to do this. The last one who really had wanted to do it very seriously was George W. Bush, but then there was the whole recount going on in Florida at the time, and it was like...
So not really the best time to do it.
By the time it was decided and it went to the Supreme Court, you just couldn't do it at that point.
I also think that Donald really likes rallying. I think that he likes going out, and he reads the prompter well, and I think he loves the crowd.
Yeah.
I think he really
He feeds
off
off
that.
that. It's his oxygen.
Yes, he feeds off that.
But
so.
there is something that I think happened and changed in Donald Trump in the 16, 17 months that he was campaigning, and I think that he got to see a huge slice of America, and the people you're looking at here. I mean, look at this crowd. These are a lot of working class folks who I think he was humbled by the stories they told him, their concerns they shared with him, their willingness to get out and vote. Some people who, he spoke of them all the time, people who were in their 40s and 50s, even 60s, who had never voted before, who were voting for him for the first time and saying, God, we need your help right now. We need you to help us. I think he felt very humbled by that, and more importantly, I think that he really wants to do a good job as president to help these people. I think he was moved by it all.
Yeah,
he got a billionaire from New York who's, we've seen the inside of his penthouse. This is what we're seeing here in Cincinnati. Nobody lives that way. And maybe there's a few people who do. I think he was really humbled by what he experienced as he, traversed back and forth across the country.
Yeah, and I think even John Hook was saying, and have you met him? Because John said he's
John
met
Hook?
him. Yeah. No, not John.
Yes, I have met
not
John
your
Hook.
coworker, but Donald. He was
No.
saying that Donald is surprisingly a much better listener and much more kind than people would think, and that when you talk to him, he really listens to you, and he doesn't try and talk over you or interrupt you, or like you would maybe expect from a millionaire who can do whatever they want.
But you say what you want about Donald Trump, and I know people said, well, his father gave him $1 million. And a lot of people in this country have been gifted huge sums of money by their family. I'm
Sure.
not one of them. But that's
neither.
that's not abnormal in America. There are rich kids out there all over,
Sure.
whose parents give them trust funds and all that,
Yeah.
and they squander it and they act like losers and they don't do anything with their life.
Right.
This is a guy who did something with his life, and he had success, he had failure, he's kind of experienced it all, and also has raised kids who are successful. I think you can't just discount a guy like that because he's rich and he's boisterous.
Right. I mean, he didn't make the
had-
choice to be.
He's had success.
To be
He's
born
taken
into
what
that.
he was born into, and has had success.
I think that people, I think they were shocked when he said, "My father gave me a small loan of $1 million," and when he called it a small loan, which in hindsight, what he meant was,
compared to what I have now, it was small.
Yeah, compared to
Yeah.
what he built, and for Manhattan, $1 million doesn't go very far, really, if you think about it.
Well, I mean,
depending on what you're
he
doing.
could have taken that money and squandered it and done stupid things with it, but he's built a very large fortune using his name. And what I've always said about Donald Trump is he's a master marketer. This is a guy who is good at branding.
Yes, he is.
He branded his name. He branded the lifestyle, the wealth, and. You could make an argument that America could use some rebranding right now. We've been through a lot in the last 20 years.
Sure.
In the last 10 years. Especially in the last 15 years since 9/11. We've been through a lot, and maybe we need a kind of a new marketing campaign, a rebranding, if you want to put it in Donald Trump terms.
Yeah, and I think sometimes the people that he stood behind and has tried to brand himself have ended up going on to be very successful. Ivanka Trump is very successful. Bill Rantic, who he chose to win his show, The Apprentice, so it's stand-up guy, and he's gone on to be very successful. So I think the people that he tries to brand and promote, some of them turn out to be very successful.
And I think a lot of the people that have worked with him, whether it be on his show, The Apprentice, speak highly of him. I mean, we do have the people who've come out of the woodwork and said terrible
like the
things
beauty
about
queens,
him. But but a lot of people really speak highly of Donald Trump who know him. So we're going to find out. But I think it's going to be interesting to see what he says tonight, because we're going to get a much more positive Donald Trump. We're not going to get the campaign stuff that we were hearing.
Right.
I can't even imagine. I've done some speaking events, and I've hosted things and emceed things, and I've done some that were really labor intensive, where I was doing a lot of speaking and engaging and such. Maybe if I did that once and felt wiped out afterwards. But to do what you do when you're campaigning, day after day, day in and day out, putting all of that out on the stage, and you can't just go up there like a mouse. You need to be a lion. You need to have a lot of energy.
Right.
To do that day in and day out, I don't know when you catch up on your sleep and how exhausting that must be, especially for him not knowing, is this going to pay off? Am I going to win or am I going to lose? Now that he's won, he's got all of that stress of having
now
to...
he can have fun with it a little bit. I
a little
mean,
more fun.
at least with the thank you tour. I know he's probably really stressed with, again, I guess there was some controversy around having this victory tour since he only has 2 months to build his team, but I think he's got people that are helping him, and it seems like he's what Kellyanne Conway says is that he's ahead of schedule. But Kellyanne's always defending him on everything.
I'm feeling like they're going to get this pulled together. I think we're going to get some announcements coming up here. Remember, he may have an idea of who he wants to nominate for these positions, but
he might
you
already
have to
know.
go through the whole background check. There's a lot of background work. It's not like you and I getting hired here at Fox 10.
Yeah.
A little bit of background work, I'm sure, being done, but we're not going through FBI clearance, the top secret clearance. There's a lot of work that needs to be done. Then, of course, many of these roles need to be approved and given the seal of approval by Congress, which is a whole nother battle, which we'll watch.
So there's a lot of time that it
But
takes.
I think part of what we're seeing here too is to what this rally to me is saying is a reminder back to the people in D.C. Some of them are saying, well, we're going to maybe work with him, but we're going to decide the timetable, and we're going to da-da-da-da-da, and Donald Trump's not running the whole show, and just a reminder, he's got to work through Congress, and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
This might be a little bit of a reminder of who won the election, and these people are with me, and these are the people who are watching, and they're really watching what's going on right now. So I think there's a little bit of that going on.
Yeah.
A reminder, a subtle and not so subtle reminder of like, hey, I won the election, and these people are all watching what's going on.
Right. No, I think that's a very good point. And this isn't even the first place. Well, this is the first place, but there will be many other states he's going to visit for
Yeah.
victory tours. The ones that he won in and the ones that he turned around and went red for him.
Exactly.
I guess the
And
ones that didn't, he won't be visiting.
Right. Well, you know, the whole firewall, the blue firewall that was supposed to go for the Democrats, and the Democrats lost a lot of these important states. Michigan, you know, the recount's going to go on, but it's been decided for Donald Trump and Pennsylvania, and you know the Rust Belt.
Sure.
Where people just like this are coming out to see Donald Trump. So I think a lot of this victory tour is just a not so subtle reminder to Congress and anybody who's still thinking, you know what, Donald Trump might have won, but I'm still a senator from such and such state and I still hold a lot of power. I think there's a little bit in there of kind of a clearing of the throat and saying, let me remind you who won and how I won. And these people are with me and these people are watching very closely what's happening.
And I think he's been pretty humble, and maybe up until to this point, you know, now he's having his victory, which he deserves. Anyone can have a victory tour if you win the presidency.
It looks like he's paying for it. It's his plane being flown around. Now, obviously,
really?
We've got a security detail that goes around with the president-elect. So we always, wherever he goes, are paying an arm and a leg to secure him. But, you know, you can't just ask the president-elect to stay locked behind four walls,
right?
Because we don't want to foot the security bill,
right?
But from what I saw today, and I don't, correct me if I'm wrong, I mean, he flew the Trump plane in. He didn't
to Indiana. Yeah, he did. Yeah, you're right.
So he's not, you know, flying Air Force One to get the president-elect's version of that.
When he does fly Air Force One, do you think he'll have Trump painted on it?
I don't think so.
Are you allowed to? Technically, it's not yours, like forever. Obviously, when you're done with your presidency, you can't just.
But I do think, I mean, he's flying a massive plane around. I think it's. For most people, they say the hardest thing about leaving the office of president is losing that kind of travel.
Oh, I'm sure.
But for someone like Donald Trump, who's flying around in a
he's already enjoying himself.
Yeah, exactly.
So
this will be interesting. He's expected to take the stage now in about 35 minutes in Cincinnati, Ohio. This is the first rally he's done. He, of course, earlier today was in Indiana at the Carrier plant, and that was quite a scene. I know we have that up, right? We've got video of that somewhere on our YouTube page.
Yeah.
It's interesting to watch because he wasn't on teleprompter, and I saw some pundits today who absolutely deplore Donald Trump, President-elect Trump. I've seen them covering him. They've said nothing nice about him. And they were actually chuckling and were kind of, I felt a sense of almost like they were enamored with what they were watching. Because they found it to be humorous, and it was a much more relaxed Donald Trump, somebody who wasn't just beating home the kind of, we've got to bring Hillary down, you got to vote for me type thing.
Yeah.
So if you get a chance to take a look at it on our YouTube channel, it's worth watching. There were a couple of moments that were kind of funny, and
yeah, I'll play some of it. This is when he's walking through Carrier.
Okay.
There's no sound on this, but it's just him walking through the facilities there.
Do we have the sound? Also,
let me see if I can.
Why did this happen? How did this happen? You know, how did this whole thing come to be where Carrier decided to stay? Because they gave him credit, and I thought that's kind of weird that they're giving him credit. Was this planned? Was he waiting? How did this come to be? And he explains how when he watched the news that night and saw this guy saying, oh, no, Carrier's not leaving. And the reporter's saying, no, they are leaving, actually. And Donald Trump's watching this I'm assuming, in New York.
Sure.
And then he thinks, oh gosh, I gotta save Carrier. I gotta get on the phone right now. This guy thinks that they're sticking around and they're going to Mexico.
Yeah, it shows how close him and his team are paying attention to even one interview with a reporter, and that people there were thinking Carrier was staying, and he took the time to care and make sure that they do stay.
Well, and stop after stop, he brought up Carrier leaving. They're going across the border, and and he used that was a battle call, a battle cry throughout his entire campaign. So when he saw that guy who was a Trump supporter who said, no, Donald Trump says they're going to stay, he's like, oh my gosh, Got to get on the phone right away. I don't know if we have any of the sound. Do we have any of the sound?
I am with the reporter and that man.
No,
that said that?
with Trump on the at Carrier. When
At
he
Carrier.
spoke.
Yeah. Let's pull this one up. See if we can hear him. I'll turn our mics off here.
First of all, welcome to Carrier, Indianapolis, and it's an honor to welcome President-Elect Trump, as well as Vice President-Elect Pence and the new governor.
Doing a little.
Yeah, we're going to fast forward to this real quick.
Yeah, keep
There's
going.
Mike Pence. Let's start from the beginning.
Well, let's go a little further.
Like here, or do you want me to start right when he begins, or further down his speech?
Just a little further down here. Let me find it real
Sure.
quick. Are we on right now?
Here, I'll turn our mics off so we can.
Okay, we're trying to find the video of where he talks about. Okay, so we found it. Pardon, we do everything just live up here.
Yeah,
sometimes
we're just
it's by
messing
the
with
seat of our
things and-
pants.
yeah.
But we found the part where that I've been kind of referring to and paraphrasing. Of course, I'm not going to paraphrase it the same way Donald Trump does, but we found the part of the interview today where he was behind the podium at Carrier, and let's take a listen.
Okay.
Just love the people, credible people. So I got involved because of the love affair I've had. This has been a very special state to us. And I'll never forget, about a week ago, I was watching the nightly news. I won't say which one, because I don't want to give them credit, because I don't like them much, I'll be honest. I don't like them, not even a little bit. But they were doing a story on Carrier. And I say, wow, that's something. I want to see that. And they had a gentleman, worker, great guy, handsome guy. He was on. And it was like he didn't even know they were leaving. He said something to the effect, no, we're not leaving, because Donald Trump promised us that we're not leaving. And I never thought I made that promise. Not with Carrier. I made it for everybody else. I didn't make it really for Carrier. And I said, what's he saying? And he was such a believer. He was such a great guy. He said, I've been with Donald Trump from the beginning. And he made the statement, the Carrier is not going anywhere. They're not leaving. And I'm saying to myself, man. And then they played my statement. And I said, Carrier will never leave. But that was a euphemism. I was talking about Carrier like all other companies from here on in, because they made the decision a year and a half ago. But he believed that that was, and I could understand it. I actually said I didn't make it. When they played it, I said I did make it, but I didn't mean it quite that way. So now, because of him, whoever that guy was, is he in the room by any chance? That's your son. Stand up. You did a good job. You did a great job, right? That's fantastic. And I love your shirt. Oh, wow. Oh, put it on, cameras. Go ahead, put it on. Well, your son is great. And he meant that, didn't he? He really meant it. At first I said, I wonder if he's being sarcastic, because this ship has sailed. And then I said, it was 6:30 in the evening, and I said, boy, the first thing I'm going to do is go there, and I say, do I call the head of Carrier, who's a great guy? But I've always learned I got to call the top. And I heard about Greg Hayes. He's a great executive. You know, I don't know if you know, United Technologies is one of the top 50 companies in the United States. and one of the top companies anywhere in the world. They make many other things other than air conditioners, believe me. Their list of companies is incredible. So I called Greg Hayes. I heard of him, but I never met him. And he picked up the phone, Mr. President-Elect, sir, how are you? It's wonderful to win. You know, think if I lost, he wouldn't have returned my call. I don't know where is Greg? I don't know. Would you return? If I lost and called you, I don't think you would have called. I would have tried for you guys, but I think it would have been tougher, right? What do you think, Greg? Yeah, he's sort of nodding. Yes, you're right. But I called Greg and I said, it's really important. We have to do something because you have a lot of people leaving. And you have to understand we can't allow this to happen anymore with our country. So many jobs are leaving and going to other countries, not just Mexico, many, many countries. And China is making so much of our product that we're closing up a lot of plants. And I mean, I wrote down some numbers that are incredible, but the numbers of manufacturing jobs that are lost, especially in the Rust Belt, and the Rust Belt is so incredible, but we're losing companies, it's unbelievable, one after another, just one after another. So I said, Greg, you got to help us out here. We got to sit down. We got to do something. I said, because we just can't let it happen. Anyway, he was incredible. And he said, I understand. And I said, I wish I made this call a year and a half ago. It would have been a lot easier call. Only because of your son, okay? Believe me. Your son, whoever the hell your son is, these people owe him a lot. And I just went through, he's out in the factory. I thought they were all going to be in this room. This room's not big enough. Yeah, I know. I don't know who arranged that one. Because we just visited 1,000 people in the factory that are going wild in the plant. But I will tell you that United Technologies and Carrier stepped it up. And now they're keeping, actually, the numbers over 1,100 people, which is so great, which is so great. And I see the people. I shook hands with a lot of the people. They're right behind us working. I guess, what is it? You're making so many air conditioners, you didn't want to even have them come off for a half hour. He's a ruthless boss. He's ruthless. But that's okay. You know, I did say one thing to the Carrier folks and to the United Technologies folks. I said, the goodwill that you have engendered by doing this all over the world, frankly, but within our country, you watch how fast you're going to make it up because so many people are going to be buying Carrier air conditioners. You know, we've had such help here. Bobby Knight, nobody in Indiana ever heard of Bobby Knight. How great is Bobby Knight? Lou Holtz, Gene Cady. We had such incredible support. But I'll never forget, a friend of mine called up and said during the primaries, he said, you know, if you could get Coach Knight. And I said, you know, Coach Knight called me a year ago. This was a year before I decided to run. He said, if you ever run, I'm supporting you. I said, thanks, Coach. I just don't know if I'm going to be doing it. And then when he said, if you could get Coach Knight, I'll tell you, I got Coach Knight. How good was Bobby Knight as far as we're concerned in Indiana? Is that right? We got Bobby Knight, 900 wins, 2 championships, right? 2 or 3 championships, Olympic gold medal, Pan Am Games, and he was unbelievable. He wouldn't stop. He was just going all over. He was the greatest guy. We came into an arena, Greg, and we had 16,000 people inside, outside. We had, I think, 10,000 outside. It was, and I left. This was 3 weeks before the primary, and I left. I said, how are we going to lose Indiana with this? I didn't think we were going to lose, and we didn't. We won big. But so I want to thank all of those folks because they really helped with Indiana and with a lot of other places. So United Technologies has stepped up, and I have to say this, they did it in such a nice and such a professional way, and they're going to spend so much money on renovating this plant. And I said, Greg, say that number. You know, he said 16 million. Well, the minimum number is 16. It's going to be, in my opinion, a lot more than that. He said, well, I'd rather say the lower number. See, I'd rather have him say the higher number, so I won't say it, okay? It's just a difference in philosophy. Do you agree? Both are okay, but difference in philosophy. But they're going to spend more than 16. They're going to spend a lot of money on the plant. And I said to some of the folks, I said, companies are not going to leave the United States anymore without consequences. Not going to happen. It's not going to happen. I'll tell you right now. We're losing so much. So One of the things we're doing to keep them is we're going to be lowering our business tax. Business.
All right, everybody. Well, I have my co-host Mike Pence with me to chat about this exciting event.
Hey, here it is, everyone. The thank you tour, the first one of what Donald Trump is saying of many. So I wonder how many of these thank you tours he might go on before January 20th.
Well, his administration team said it's hard to say how many, but they're saying it'll be all the states he's won and the states that he was able to turn red.
Wow.
I don't think he'll go to the ones he didn't win.
No,
Why would he?
No. Well, he could rub it in.
Yeah. Thank you, but no thank you. I won anyway.
Oh, shoot. Well, here's the deal. It's going to be interesting to see what he's going to be talking about. You know, he's going to that crowd is going to be pumped.
Wild.
We're hearing that it's at 18,000 already and climbing.
Really?
It's sold out there.
So it's pretty packed right now because I know that
It's sold out.
U.S. it's sold out. He's excited. Can you tell?
Wow, I've had a
We're
lot of
excited.
caffeine today. A lot of caffeine.
And this is airing. Well, he'll be on probably in what you say, 20 minutes. Or
Well,
so?
yeah. So you think about 20, but you know, there's always the setup people. You got to pump up the crowd even more.
Oh,
you know,
like a regular rally. You think
yeah.
we'll have the pre.
Oh yeah. We'll have a pre-speak, and then you'll have most likely Mike Pence introduce.
Yeah.
The
that'll be great.
president-elect.
And they were just in Indiana earlier today at the Carrier event. Indiana's only an hour away.
No, so that's easy.
So that's a quick trip for them, and that's my hometown, Cincinnati, Ohio. U.S. Bank Arena is a huge arena where you would go to see any concert or any sporting event. I think it holds about, like you said, 18,000 people.
Wow. So it's going to be almost at capacity.
Yes. So
Now-
hopefully there's no protesters outside. You know, hopefully it's a peaceful event.
Now, how close is the airport to the venue? That's another good key.
Well, the airport's oddly in Kentucky, but it's about 15 minutes.
Okay, and then
Yeah.
he'll have the escort, so it'll be nothing.
If you go the speed
it'll be
limit.
nothing. Yeah, it'll be nothing.
Yeah, so I think that it'll be a good event. This is his first thank you rally since he won the election, and today he's spoken live twice. And this, I mean, when was the last time he actually spoke live to the American people? Since the election.
Since the
probably,
election,
right?
yeah, since the election, and we haven't. You know, this will be good. We'll probably get some insight into his cabinet picks.
Yes.
And you know what's exciting is we haven't really talked this much about Trump since we were doing the pre and post games for the debates.
I know.
Those were fun.
Oh, those were
were fun
best.
to do.
You guys have to admit, and let us know in the live chat section. Did you enjoy the debate?
Yeah.
No
What
matter
was your
who won?
favorite debate?
I liked. Well, the second one. Yeah, second one we thought was good.
The one where they were both standing.
Yeah, because that just seemed very tense. They were both, okay, she sat down like a normal person. He refused to sit.
He never sat, really.
And he never drank his water.
No.
So that was, and there were all those funny memes on Instagram after that,
Yeah.
of him standing behind her the whole time. But yeah, we'll hear more about his picks. He just chose Marine General James Mattis for Secretary of
Look at
Defense.
that.
So that came down today.
Let us know what you think he's going to do with Secretary of State. You think it's leaning towards Romney? I don't know.
I still think he was taking him out for a nice steak dinner, and he's never going to call him again. He just wants to show him, this is the life you could have had if you didn't say all those things about me. But well, I don't know. I mean,
I have a prediction.
what do you think?
I have a prediction tonight. Here is my prediction that he is going to announce his Secretary of State and Mitt Romney's going to come out. That's a bold prediction.
What? When?
Tonight.
Tonight.
At the rally. At the thank you tour.
So you think he'll announce that tonight and Mitt Romney will walk out and wave to everyone?
I think so.
Maybe Mike knows something that we don't know.
Oh,
Do you have
I don't
an
know.
inside
Wouldn't that be
source?
something? Well, I wish I did.
Well, that would be
Maybe I do.
really cool.
Maybe I do.
But, you know, I was just up here with Carrie, and she was saying, you know, I think that he was just trying to get him to spin
Oh,
his
wait, we have
opinion.
somebody at the podium here.
Oh, let's take that live, everybody.
This is great.
Will you bow your heads with me? Precious and holy Father, I praise you and thank you for this great day, a great new day in this nation. Your grace and your mercy abounds upon us, and I ask for a special blessing now upon the crowd here and our speakers, and especially upon our President-elect Donald Trump and Vice President-Elect Mr. Pence. I pray that you will enlighten hearts and minds and protect us and keep us safe. It's in your holy name I pray. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remove your caps. Leonard Hubert will lead us in our Pledge of Allegiance.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand and join me this evening with our national pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much.
Please welcome to the stage for our tonight's national anthem, Alfreda Green Harvey, served U.S. Air Force.
Hello, Patriots. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight of the rampart we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ohio State Representative Christina Hagan and her daughter Josie.
Isn't it awesome to be in Ohio tonight? About 4 months ago, when I was invited to meet Mr. Trump, many in my party discouraged me from extending support and getting behind this man. My response was that I would continue to fight for the American people, for our best interests, and for the future of our nation. How many of you had a neighbor or a friend who discouraged you or were shocked that you were supporting Donald Trump? Well, it's because of you, because of people like us who were willing to stand up and fight for what we thought was right, that Donald J. Trump is now the next president of the United States. Not only is this important for the next 4 years, but how about the next 8? For many in America, this is a moment of disbelief. For those who doubted, because they thought it couldn't be done. and for those who believed, because together we are going to rebuild this nation with the best skills, the best talents, and passions Americans have together. Many had lost hope that their gifts and abilities could be a part of such a future again. The greatness of this movement is that we have created together a pivotal moment in American history, like no other. A movement which will lift the spirit of hardworking Americans and redefine the tone of the Washington elite. We have changed the dynamics so that those who have been overlooked, underestimated, and undervalued will no longer be underserved. This is the moment that the wants and the needs of the American people are no longer second to the expectations and demands of crony capitalists and the political giants, the Washington elite. This is our moment. This is for the people like you and me who grew up in communities that value first faith, then family, and hard work. This is for my mother and yours who feared a nation once strong would be crippled by political correctness, allowing those who hate our way of life to cause fear, terror, and fatalities on American soil. This is for my father, my husband, and my brothers who worried about being able to provide and to be able to protect our families. This is for the men and the women who have fought and died for our rights and liberties to preserve our great land. This is for little girls like my daughter, that the courts will be governed by men and women who love, respect, and will abide by our Constitution. So children like Josephine and generations after can know our great nation and all of the joys and blessings, liberty, and opportunity that won't be taken away. In this moment, we will not apologize for American exceptionalism. We will not cower to those who wish us harm, and we will not part with our deeply held convictions and our right to build the American dream. We will build prosperity and opportunity for our communities, and we will shine all together once more. We will band together and lift our fellow Americans up so all can see the bright and beautiful future of this nation. Because of each and every one of you, because of God's hand on all of these people, we have made a difference. We have beat the odds. We have exceeded the expectations, and it is exactly this type of passion that we will see in President Trump. He will exude the strength of a leader as we work together to make America great again. May we lift him up, pray for continual guidance and blessings on this leader in this nation, and never forget that it is God's grace that allows our people to perpetually shine even in the world that is full of so much darkness. I am so pleased and I am so honored to have joined you here today, not just as Ohioans, but as fellow Americans. Thank you. God bless this team. God bless each and every one of you.
Please welcome to the stage Ohio's election chief official and Ohio Secretary of State, John Husted.
Well, good evening, everybody. My name's John Husted. I'm the Ohio Secretary of State and the chief elections official of our state, a state where we make it easy to vote and hard to cheat. Now, you've seen what's been going on in some of the other states around the country: Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, where They're attempting to challenge the legitimacy of the results in those elections. Well, I have some good news for you here in Ohio. As your chief elections official, today at 3 p.m., I signed the document certifying Donald Trump as the winner of the state of Ohio. Now, when you look into these results, they are remarkable. Do you know that Donald Trump received 2.8 million votes in Ohio, over 51% of the vote compared to Hillary Clinton's 53% of the vote? He won by a margin of 450,000 in our state. Did you know that Donald Trump carried 80 of Ohio's 88 counties? Did you know that Donald Trump received a larger percentage of the vote than any candidate for president since 1988 in our state? And this, I found this amazing, that Donald Trump received more votes than did George Herbert Walker Bush, George W. Bush, or Ronald Reagan when they were first elected in our state. But honestly, this celebration just isn't about Donald Trump and Mike Pence. It's a celebration of all of you, because you sure sent a message, didn't you? The message was clear that we no longer want business as usual in our state, or in our country for that matter. We're tired of hearing from the political establishments and the politicians, frankly, of both parties, who tell us they're going to balance budgets, who tell us they're going to fix the economy, who tell us they're going to make health care better, and then don't fulfill those promises. Well, do you think he's going to make America great again? Well, frankly, this is a... I think what we're going to do is we're not only going to drain the swamp, but we're going to change that dysfunctional place called Washington, D.C., aren't we? I'm hearing it all. This sounds like you guys are happy. Sounds like you're celebrating something tonight. It's a celebration of change. It's a celebration of hope. Because in the end, we can be mad about what's happened, but what really makes us excited is a hope for the future. A hope for the future. A hope that we're not only going to make America great again, but that we're going to make America greater than it's ever been. Well, I want to congratulate you on your success, because you did send the message. You proved that democracy works. You proved that you wouldn't be silenced. You proved the pundits wrong. You proved people all around the nation and all the world that they were wrong. And may God bless Donald Trump, God bless Mike Pence, and may God bless America, and we change this country for a better place. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome somebody that is no stranger to these rallies, the President of the Ohio Senate and co-chair of the state Trump campaign, Keith Faber.
Well, hello, Cincinnati. OH. We have some friends from Kentucky that may not have got that joke, so let's do it again. OH. You know, it was a little over a month and a half ago, I stood at this very spot on this stage and said to all of you, how many were here a month and a half ago? Welcome back. You know why? You did it. You did it. Oh, all the naysayers of negativity said it couldn't happen. They said the people don't want Donald Trump. They were wrong. You know, I look over this crowd, and I looked over the crowds at the 9 events I did for Donald Trump across this state, and I see something very important. I see the future of Ohio, and I see the future of our country. You know, I said standing on this stage that this election wasn't about me, and for most of us, it wasn't about you. It's about our kids and our grandkids. You listened, and I gave you a challenge if you were here then. I said, the challenge is to call your friends and call your neighbors and call your church ladies that play your social groups with you. I said, call everybody you can and make sure they get out there and vote, because every vote's going to be important in this election. You know what? You did it. John Husted just told you how much you did it by. Nobody believed it was possible. I did. I did. You know why? I believe in Ohio. I knew that when it comes to governing, you all understood that we have 2 choices. We could have gone down that old left path, you know, the one that the other guy took down and the one that Hillary wanted to go down. We knew that that would lead to decline and depression and ultimately dependence. Oh, but I knew you would see the right path. And that's where we're at. You know, in front of us on this right path, I see that shining city on the hill. I see America becoming great again. But you know, I see something else just down the horizon. I see a country that understands it's okay to call our enemies by name. It's okay to recognize that it's not radical Presbyterians that are killing people in Ohio State. You know, ladies and gentlemen, as we go forward into this realm of Donald Trump governing, it's important for us to be strong, but it's important for us to also be supportive. So when we see that the mainstream media tells the stories about things that weren't or could have been, fact check them. Fact check them. Because in the end, remember, election night, the night before the election, they didn't give Donald Trump a 45-minute infomercial. They did Hillary Clinton. So in the end, elections are about choices. In the end, elections are about choices. We made ours. That choice is going to put us in a stronger position internationally, a stronger position for jobs and trade, and you know what? It's going to bring back law and order and drain the swamp. God bless you for voting. God bless our next Vice President of the United States, Mike Pence, a great man. And God bless Donald Trump, the man who is going to show us how this country should be run. And God bless you. Thank you. I'm Keith Faber. God bless you.
This next speaker has served 2 tours in Iraq as a Marine. He also happens to be the Ohio Treasurer. Please welcome to the stage, Josh Mandel.
USA. Good evening, Cincinnati. You know, as treasurer of the state of Ohio, I come across a lot of people in politics. Some of them by the time they're age 50, they want to be governor. By the time they're age 60, they want to be senator. Or by the time they're age 70, they want to be president. I try to keep my goals relatively simple. By the time I'm 40, I just hope to be shaving. Thank you all for having me here tonight. It's such an honor to be here to celebrate the next president of the United States, Donald J. Trump. You know, throughout the campaign, there were a lot of people who were bailing on him. There were a lot of people who were avoiding him, but I gotta tell you, I was proud to stand up and endorse him and vote for him, and the reason he's gonna be the next president is because of all of you out here doing the same exact thing. Now, one of the reasons I believe Mr. Trump was elected president is because a lot of people throughout Ohio and throughout America recognized that a lot of things in our country were backwards. The cops were being made out to be the bad guys. I think the cops are the good guys. People of faith were being made out to be bigots. I believe our country is based on a freedom of religion, not a freedom from religion. And one of the other things that's backwards is that we have certain leaders in this country who were afraid to call out radical Islamic terror when it was happening right in our backyard. And unfortunately, just a few days ago at Ohio State, we had a radical Islamic terrorist who tried to kill innocent students right there at Ohio State. And you know, Mr. Trump has been talking about stopping sanctuary cities. Let me talk to you for a second about sanctuary cities. There are crooked politicians throughout this country who are violating federal law. There are crooked politicians throughout this country who are ignoring federal law, ignoring federal immigration laws, and allowing illegal immigrants to live in their communities and not reporting it to the federal authorities. Think about this for a second. Elected officials ignoring the law. Now, in my mind, we should do everything we can to stop illegal immigration and stop sanctuary cities. So you'd think the response of this Islamic terror attack at Ohio State would be to stop sanctuary cities and be vigilant against Islamic terrorism. Listen what happens. At the State House 2 days ago, we had these crazy liberals come and protest in the State House, calling on me and the other state government leaders to make Columbus, Ohio, a sanctuary city. Over my dead body, will Cincinnati or Columbus or Cleveland or any of these become sanctuary cities? No, no, no. Will not happen here in the state of Ohio. Let me finish up by saying this. We are a country based and founded on Judeo-Christian values. Mr. Trump, President-Elect Trump, Vice President-Elect Pence embrace these Judeo-Christian values. And you have in this country some of these crazy liberals and others who are trying to take religion out of our country, and out of our states. Let me tell you something. What we should be doing now, we shouldn't be watering down on those Judeo-Christian values. We should be doubling down on those Judeo-Christian values. I'm so proud to be here celebrating Mr. Trump's presidency. I'm so proud to be here with you, and it's my honor to introduce to you Mr. Trump's, President-Elect Trump's Senior Policy Advisor, Mr. Stephen Miller. Thank you so much.
How are we doing tonight, Ohio? How excited are all of you about the journey we are going to take these next 8 years? Now, as all of you know, the election was just the start, because there is a lot of work for us all to do. You saw today the beginning of that effort when President-elect Trump went to Indiana and announced that the jobs at Carrier are staying in America where they belong. Get ready for a lot more good news like that. But folks, if we're going to keep jobs in this country, if we're going to keep jobs for Americans, if we're going to keep wages for Americans and American families, then every single person in this room is going to have to stay active and stay engaged every day for the next 8 years. Because as all of you know, there are a lot of people in this country and around the world who've been getting rich off the rigged system for a very long time. And it's going to take energy, dedication, and passion that I know each and every one of you has to support our president-elect so he can finish the job. Let's talk about another big issue, and that's the issue of border security and immigration control. Now, for how many years has the border been left open? For how many years have you hoped and prayed for someone to come along and secure that border? After all these years, after all this waiting, the prayers of Ohio and this country have finally been answered. The long wait is over. Starting in January of 2017, illegal immigration will be a thing of the past. And change is going to happen across the board. But he's going to need your help. The president-elect is going to need your help so we can get a new Supreme Court justice in the mold of Justice Antonin Scalia. He's going to need your help to fight, to preserve, and protect your right to keep and bear arms and to protect your homes and your property and your communities. He is going to need your help. He's going to need this movement to continue and to grow so that we can lower our taxes, cut our regulations, and save American jobs. Folks, I want you all to remember why you're doing this, and I want you all to remember what you're fighting for and who you're fighting for. It's every single community that has lost a factory and a plant and been plunged into a depression. It's every mother who can't afford childcare for her kids. It's every father who can't afford childcare for his kids. It's every parent who's worried about their children's future, who wants a safe school, who wants a rising quality of living, and it's for every American who suffers from crime and violence and poverty and despair. You are on the side of every single person who deserves a better future, and never let anyone tell you different. This is the movement of hope. This is the movement of love. This is the movement of America and for Americans. So in closing, let me ask you this one question. Are you ready tonight to show the whole world just how ready you are to stand behind our President-elect, Donald J. Trump? Thank you. God bless you. God bless this beautiful state.
Again, I want your love again. I know.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com, where Donald Trump is expected at any moment right now. We appreciate you guys joining us this evening with the best quality for video and audio in any stream. You know it's Fox 10 News Now. And folks, if you have not already done so, now would be that perfect time to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. That way, you'll always be in the know of when we are covering breaking news or any Donald Trump event from around the country. Welcome, everybody, to the Fox 10 News Now stream. I'm your host, Mike Pence. I'll be with you guys up until 7 o'clock. Then we're going to have Mary Kate come back. But we are all here for one reason, for the Thank You Tour live in Cincinnati. Donald Trump is expected at any moment. First, we're going to hear from Mike Pence. Then we're going to have Donald Trump, President-elect, come out. If you were with our stream earlier in the day, you did see Donald Trump live in Indiana. We had that exclusive News Now coverage there for you of him touring the Carrier facility. So we did have that here for you guys on the Fox 10 News Now stream. You know, like I was telling you earlier, we stream Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. We've got you covered, 12 hours of day of news coverage. We could put a lot of coverage in there, as you can expect there. So I'm your host, Mike Page, joining you guys for the next 2 hours here. Let's have some predictions. What do you think is going to be the main talking points tonight? I already had a prediction here for you. I think he's going to announce his Secretary of State, and Mitt Romney is going to come out. That is who I'm thinking is going, just the way it's been flowing this week. I mean, we did see them out to dinner once again earlier this week. So that is my conclusion. I'm thinking he is going to announce right here at this rally, right here at the Thank You rally in Cincinnati. So let me know what some of your predictions are. What do you think is going to be the big talking points for this rally? I'm glad everyone is here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. We won't let you down here. Best video and audio quality, of course, in any stream. We've got you covered. And everybody, please keep those predictions coming here on the News Now stream. Let me know what you think is going to be some of those big moments that are going to be talked about. Is it going to be talking about what he did earlier today for Carrier and all of those employees keeping those jobs in Indiana and not going to Mexico? And is he going to talk about Obamacare? And will that be one of his first things as president that he will be getting rid of? That's another topic that could be brought up. So there's going to be a bunch of that, but I don't think he's going to be mentioning crooked Hillary on this rally. This is going to be a different rally compared to when he was running, but I think it will be still a mega rally for everyone there in attendance and really worldwide, since everyone is streaming this worldwide right now. Also, on the stream, we should mention that there are 18,000 people there in attendance in Cincinnati. They are at capacity size there. So it's going to be another sellout. When he was there in October, his last one that he had in Cincinnati in October, it was one of the most biggest crowds there. He was at almost 16 to 17,000, and that was a very vocal tour there. So we're going to be seeing how this is going to be a little bit different. And now you figure he's the president-elect now. He needs to be a little bit more presidential. We've been seeing that from him as of late, but some of his cabinet picks will probably be talked about as well. Obamacare, and as my prediction, I'm going with, he is going to announce his Secretary of State live right there in Cincinnati, and I'm predicting it is going to be Mitt Romney. That is my bold prediction here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. We are continuing to wait for Mike Pence, for Donald Trump. This is going to happen live right here, only on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. You know, we do have the best video and audio quality. Just putting that out there. I know there's other streams out there that could be bootlegging a shot like this. There's others that have some camera setups, but not the great quality that a big network can do. So we appreciate you guys joining with us here. It's going to be a fun evening for everyone involved, no doubt. Here we go, the first thank you tour. All right, everybody, while we do wait for this rally, I do have some Trump-related news that I could pass along to you. Really, I haven't been seeing this being reported too much, and it's, you know, it's very, very shocking to say the least. What many are calling on some message boards a third-rate actor, Patton Oswalt. Have you heard about this? This is crazy. He apologized for a since deleted retweet that he did about the long list of targets that terrorists have when it comes to President-elect Donald Trump now. I couldn't believe it when I saw this message of what he was doing. This is an actor who really went off on Twitter about Donald Trump, but almost did it in a very demeaning and a way that is threatening to a person. Oswald since deleted the tweet reported earlier this week where somebody tweeted, "Trump has properties all over the world. Terrorists will have a long list of targets that are literally owned by POTUS and bear his name," a Twitter user wrote. Then he did the retweet and then put in the caption, he used obscenity, "Holy F, come and get it, terrorists," pretty much inviting them to do harm to the president-elect. I thought that was so out of line. It was kind of hard to see. He has since deleted that and apologized. But you can't be making those kinds of threats anymore, especially now that he's president-elect. You shouldn't, to any person. I mean, we're talking about a human being here. We're talking about also an American as well. You shouldn't be rooting for the terrorists at all. That is just what I'm thinking is my thoughts when I'm seeing that. I know it's not been brought up a lot, but that's what I do here. I try to give you guys the news that's really not being brought up that much. That's what we do here on the Fox 10 News Now, continuing to wait here for Donald Trump. My name's Mike Page. We're going to keep it right here on News Now.
Good to see you. This is a good night. It's a good night to be in Ohio, across the river from Kentucky. Kentucky, the first state in America that was called for Donald Trump 3 weeks ago. Ohio, Ohio, the state that as soon as the media stopped saying it was a swing state, you knew the beginning of the end had come for the Democrat Party. This is a good night to be an American, is it not? I will tell you this, we've heard a lot of things in recent days, in recent weeks, in recent months. We've heard a lot of things about how the candidate who is about to be now our next president was unconventional. He was unorthodox. He was unprepared. He was unscripted. I'll tell you what he wasn't. He wasn't unelectable. That's for sure. And I'll tell you this, and reasons that he got elected are because of all of you that are here. It is because this is a man who touched the core of the American psyche, the likes of which has not been seen in a long, long time, if ever, in our lifetimes. I will tell you this as a guy who has been blessed to live it. The American dream is alive and well. The American dream is a real thing. The American dream is not some ethereal notion. It's not some anecdotal story. It's not a fairy tale or something that once was. It is alive and it is well. And with Mike Pence and Donald Trump, we have the ability to believe in it. We have the ability to realize it. We have the ability for people to be able to pursue it, the likes of which they've not had in a very, very long time. I will be honest with you, 3 weeks and some change ago when this election occurred, I have never in my life been so grateful. I have never been so appreciative. I have never been so proud of the people of the United States of America. Because this notion that we are a government of and by and for the people was proven with a resounding roar 3 weeks ago. Because of and by and for the people only works if we, the people, get engaged, and engaged is exactly what the people did. But the people have been sitting on the sidelines for a long time. The people have been begging and waiting. Not only the people here in Ohio and across the river in Kentucky, not only in the Midwest, not only in the United States, but frankly, the people from around the world have been waiting for somebody to step up, to stand up, to boldly say what needs to be said, to speak the truth unapologetically, boldly and bluntly though it might be, and the time has now come. There has not been a time, frankly, 1980, many in this room remember it. We were at various ages in our lives, but in 1980, America needed a strong president. But frankly, not since 1980 have we had the same sense of need in our people. And frankly, not even in 1980 did the world need a strong American president like they needed one this year. Not even in 1980. There needs to be a time and a place in the history as it unfolds where men and women of boldness, of creativity, of fearlessness step up and step out and take point. And that is exactly what Donald Trump was willing to do and has in fact done. When you look at where we were 75, 80 years ago as the world was devolving into what became World War II, and you saw all the excuse makers, all the pacifists, all the people with their heads in the sand, all the people who were literally in one instance and figuratively in many instances Neville Chamberlains, people who made excuses for and apologized for and were unwilling to stand up to what was actually happening. The world feared for what would happen. And there appeared on the scene in that one place and country a man who we know as Winston Churchill. After the nation was saved, after Europe was saved, and after the world was saved, people often referred to Winston Churchill as the Lion of England. And he said, I am not the lion. He said, the people of England are the lion. He said, but history has called upon me to deliver the roar. And I will tell you this, you are the lion.
And you have called upon Donald Trump and Mike Pence to deliver the roar, and that's exactly what they are doing. The thing that I am most proud about, obviously I'm proud of Kentucky as the governor of Kentucky. I'm grateful to the people of Kentucky, who have clearly a lot of Kentuckians here in the front. But I'll tell you this, I'm proud of the fact that we represent the same core values that are on this side of the river too. That we represent the Judeo-Christian principles and the work ethic and the respect for the Constitution and the respect for our military and the respect for our law enforcement and the respect for our right to keep and bear arms. These are the values of America. This is what the American people believe. Absolutely. As a military veteran myself, and I know there's plenty in this room, I am grateful for the fact that so many have been willing to pay the ultimate price. When you think about this, 1.5 million Americans have given their lives in uniform since this nation began to afford us the ability to assemble freely, to talk as we are, to live without fear. This is a blessing that 99% of the world that has ever lived or will ever live will never experience. Great sacrifice was paid for our freedom. Great sacrifice. I will simply say this. It is an honor and a privilege not only to lead this state, but it's an honor and a privilege to be an American. We are blessed indeed as Americans. We are blessed indeed. As I look around this room, as I look at those even in front of me, you look at all the threads that comprise the tapestry of America. You look at the different colors of our skin. You look at the different genders, the different ages. You look at the different socioeconomic backgrounds from which we come, the different ways in which we're dressed, the different things that brought us here tonight, the different hairstyles that we have. We are all different, and yet the uniqueness of us binds us together in this beautiful mosaic. This is the greatness of America. And I will say this. The motto in Kentucky, which many of you know that is on our flag, united we stand, divided we fall. Say that with me. United we stand, divided we fall. My challenge to you is that you take that to heart. Are we unhappy with all the vitriol that was uncorked on Mike Pence and Donald Trump? You bet we were. But I'll tell you what. Let's put that behind us. Let's bury it. Let's be the men and women who are bold enough, strong enough to step up, step forward, and lead this nation to a brighter future. It gives me unbelievable joy to introduce to you a man who is probably my closest political friend, who has become in recent years one of my closest personal friends as well. A man who I have the highest degree of respect for of anybody I know in the political arena or out. A man of the highest caliber of intellect, of maturity, of statesmanship. A man who brought to this ticket that is now going to lead this nation a measure of experience politically as a CEO of a state, as a Christian with values, and as a family man, as somebody who understands the greatness of America and is able to articulate that. A man who is a good friend of mine, a good friend of the American people's, a man who will lead us together with Donald Trump forward, the next Vice President of the United States of America, Mike Pence.
She stood in the street, smiling from her head to her feet. I said, hey, what is this? Now, baby, maybe she's in need of a kiss. I said, hey, what's your name, baby? Maybe we can see things the same. Now, don't you hesitate.
I'm Mike Pence. Because of your hard work, your support, and your prayers, I am deeply humbled to say that 50 days from today, with my family at my side, I will take the oath of office to serve as Vice President of the United States of America. And I'm here tonight to say thank you. I'm here tonight to say thank you for electing a president who will make America great again. So thank you to the people of Ohio, to the people of Kentucky, and I'll bet there's a few Hoosiers in the room. Thank you for doing your part to make Donald Trump the next president of the United States of America. He did it, and we have you to thank. Before I go on, let me just say, from our families to yours, our hearts go out to the victims and families of those who were injured in the horrific attacks that took place earlier this week in Columbus, Ohio. The victims are in our prayers, and we commend the swift and courageous action of law enforcement in that perilous moment. But let's be clear. Thanks to all of you, in just 50 days, we will have a president who supports the men and women in law enforcement at every level. We will have a president who will suspend immigration from all countries and territories compromised by terror. And we will have a commander-in-chief who will hunt down and destroy ISIS at its source. And thanks to you, we're going to have a president who will make the American economy great again. We'll repeal Obamacare and replace it with American solutions. We're going to cut taxes, roll back regulation, have trade deals that put American workers first, and we're going to get this economy moving for every American. And thanks to you, right next door in my home state of Indiana. Today in Indianapolis, because of the bold leadership and vision of President-Elect Donald Trump, a company that announced back in February that they were closing their doors and moving to Mexico, announced that now more than 1,100 good-paying jobs will stay right here in America. And the President-elect made it happen. Make no mistake about it, Carrier chose to stay in Indiana because America chose to make Donald Trump the next president of the United States. And thanks to you, we are going to enforce the laws of this country. For the citizens of this country, we're going to build a wall, and we're going to end illegal immigration once and for all. Oh, we will. And thanks to you. And thanks to you, we're going to have a president who will appoint justices to the Supreme Court of the United States, who will uphold our Second Amendment and all the God-given liberties enshrined in our Constitution. So we're here to say thanks. But mostly, I just want to say to you from my heart as a fellow American, thank you for giving America a new president. Thank you for giving America a new president whose strength, whose vision, whose leadership will make America great again faster than you could possibly imagine. So let me say to my friends from here in Ohio, from Kentucky, from Indiana, and all those looking on, it is my high honor and distinct privilege to introduce to you the President-Elect of the United States of America, Donald Trump.
Proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. That I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, everybody. Wow. Thank you. So, I didn't know this. I love you too. Look at this place. So I didn't know what came with this position. And I didn't know that they closed down the roads around the stadium for an hour and a half. We got to work out a new deal with our Secret Service, but we love them, right? Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for being so patient. Thank you. Oh, you're going to be happy. We're all going to be happy. I'm here today for one main reason, to say thank you to Ohio. Thank you. We won the state by almost 10 points, which they say is totally unheard of. In fact, I don't know if you know, but at the beginning, they say you have to win Ohio. You must win Ohio, right? You heard it. Over and over and over. And we started off sort of even, and then we were 1 up and 2 up. We didn't have much help at the top levels, you know that, right? And that turned out it didn't matter. But we had help with the people, and that's what really did matter. So I kept hearing, you must win Ohio. You cannot win the presidency without Ohio. So we started really, we were about even, right, at the beginning. And then point by point by point. And then we had a couple of little troughs. But with Ohio, there was no trough. It just kept getting better and better. Just better and better. And the end result is incredible. I love you, Ohio. This is a great place, great people. I have so many friends. Thank you. Thank you. In the true sense, history called and the people of this great state answered. And you're going to be very happy. We're going to say right now what are we going to do? We're going to make America great again. You watch. You went out and you pounded the pavement, organized your fellow citizens, and propelled to victory a grassroots movement, the likes of which the world has never seen before. This is what they say. Today on one of the networks, they said, maybe Andrew Jackson? I said, when was that? It was like in the 1838? And then somebody else said, well, that was great, but nothing like what happened here, okay? So it really has been fun. And more importantly, I heard Mike saying about what happened today in Indiana. We're going to do that all over the country. We're going to do it all over the country. Carrier, thank you, Carrier. Today we made history, and now the real work begins. That is the second reason that I'm here today. I'm going to discuss our action plan to make America great again. We're going to discuss it. Although we did have a lot of fun fighting Hillary, didn't we? Right? And by the way, the people are continuing to pour in, so let them come in. We could wait a half hour, an hour, but I don't think we're going to do that, right? Let them pour in. Let's blame them for being late, right? But as I said, just now I was in Indianapolis to announce that we're saving the jobs at the Carrier plant from going to Mexico, 1,100 jobs. And I'm asking all companies to keep their jobs in America, and we will work to make America a better environment for workers and businesses. And we will crack down on all foreign trade abuses that undermine your ability and your company's ability to compete. Those days are over when those companies are going to leave. We have so many problems to fix in our country, but I know that if we set aside our differences, and we do have differences, we're a very divided nation, but we're not going to be divided for long. I've always brought people together. I know you find that hard to believe, although this group probably doesn't find it hard to believe. But we are going to bring our country together, all of our country. We're going to find common ground, and we will get the job done properly. We'll get it done properly. And so importantly, America will start winning again, big league. We're going to win again. But to succeed, we must enlist the effort of all Americans. For too long, Washington has tried to put us in boxes. They separate us by race, by age, by income, by geography, by place of birth. We spend too much time focusing on what divides us. Now is the time to embrace the one thing that truly unites us. You know what that is? America, America. It's America. Because when America is unified, nothing is beyond our reach. I mean that. You're going to see. You're going to see. We're going to have a country that was never so great. You watch, in so many different ways. You hear a lot of talk about how we're becoming a globalized world. But the relationships people value in this country are local. Family, city, state, country, they're local. We'll compete in the world. We want to compete in the world. But we're going to compete in the world where it's a two-way road, not a one-way road. The advantages are going to come back to our country, and they haven't for many, many years.
There is no global anthem, no global currency, no certificate of global citizenship. We pledge allegiance to one flag, and that flag is the American flag. From now on, it's going to be America first, okay? America first. We're going to put ourselves first. We seek peace and harmony with the nations of the world, but that means recognizing the right of every country, including our own, to look after its citizens. We would put other countries first. We had people running our country that truly didn't know what the hell they were doing, okay? Didn't know what they were doing. We're going to defend the American worker. Look what's happened right here. They forgot about the American worker. They forgot that it was the American worker who truly built our country. We are not going to forget, believe me. One of the reasons we're so divided today is because our government has failed to protect the interests of the American workers and their families, making it too easy for us to see ourselves as distinct groups and not unified as a whole. We're not unified. We're going to be. Washington's politicians have spent so long appealing to competing interests, they've forgotten how to appeal to the national interest, combining the skills and talents of our people in a common cause. And we have unbelievable talent. But that is all about to change. Our goal is to strengthen the bonds of trust between citizens, to restore our sense of membership in a shared national community. Global is wonderful, but right now we want to focus on our national community. Never again will anyone's interests come before the interests of the American people. It's not going to happen again. And over the last 2 weeks, since our victory, I've spoken to many foreign leaders. And I will tell you, they have such respect for us. They all tell me how this was amazing. They all tell me how they sat in their magnificent rooms in different countries throughout the world. These are the leaders, the prime ministers, the presidents, all of them. How they sat in their magnificent rooms watching in wonderment and hearing how people came to vote that didn't vote in 20 years. People came to vote that haven't voted before. And they had Trump shirts on, and they had Make America Great hats on, and they had buttons pouring off. And they thought it was amazing. And honestly, one of them told me, I truly respect the United States again because of what happened. We're going to seek a truly inclusive society where we support each other, love each other, and look out for each other. And that means that people coming into our country have to be people that have the potential to love us, not to hate us. We condemn bigotry and prejudice in all of its forms. We denounce all of the hatred, and we forcefully reject the language of exclusion and separation. We're going to come together. We have no choice. We have to, and it's better. It's better. We seek a future where every American child is fully included in the American dream. We're going to have our own American dream. And we're going to bring back the American dream. The problems that plague our inner cities or that afflict poor rural communities, and we do have those rural communities, some of them are poor. We're going to help
those people. We're going to rebuild those communities. They're not permanent features of American life. They can be fixed, and together we're going to fix them. We are going to fix them. We've spent, as of this week, according to the latest count, we've spent $6 trillion in the Middle East. And the Middle East today is far worse than it's ever been. You will see changes very quickly. A shrinking you will see it. A shrinking workforce and flat wages are not the new normal. And we're not even talking about flat. We're talking about wages where some of you in this audience, hardworking, incredible Americans, were making more money 20 years ago than you're making today. And today, you're older and you're working harder. And in many cases, you have 2 jobs. Some of that's because of Obamacare. And by the way, we are repealing and replacing Obamacare. We can reverse the stagnation and usher in a period of true opportunity and growth. Endless gridlock is not a way of life any longer. We don't have to accept that. Government can be responsive, and we can become proud again of how Washington works. And I've spoken to Democrats, and I said to them, look, we can't go on with this gridlock. It's gone on for so many years. It's gone on for so many years. They can't get together. We're going to get together. And I believe they want to get together. You know why? Because it's time. And the people are angry. They're angry. And they're going to get together. We're going to make joint decisions. We are, and the nice part, our victory was so great. We have the House, we have the Senate, and we have the presidency. But we want to get them on board also. People are constantly telling me and telling you to reduce our expectations. Those people are fools. They're fools. But this campaign proved that the old rules no longer apply, that anything we want for our country is now possible. Anything we want, right? Now is not the time to downsize our dreams, but to set our sights higher than ever before for our country. Now is the time to push for real, profound change that restores the full promise of America for all of its people. And those people are great people. I got to know them, believe me, over the last 18 months. And what we've created is a movement, and it's a beautiful thing. You take a look here, the roads are all gridlocked, all locked down, all secured up, and people pour in. It's an amazing thing. Now is the time to unlock the potential of millions of Americans left on the sidelines, their talents unused, their dreams unrealized, and their aspirations totally forgotten. And these are people of great talent. This is the moment. This is our chance. This is our window for action. This is the hour when the great deeds can be done and our highest hopes can come true. We're going to do it, folks. We're going to do it. We're going to do it. Thank you. I love you too. Guy. Some guy. Look at this guy. And I do love him. He's a rough-looking cookie, though, I'll tell you. We love. We have a lot of love, believe me. Going to be a lot of love in our country. Driven by these goals, I'm working to assemble a detailed action plan for America. My plan begins with a bold structural reform to create millions of new jobs and rapidly expand our economic growth. And you see what's happening with taxes. You see what's happening with regulations, which are totally out of control. Right now, we punish companies for doing business in America. They're actually punished. That's why they're leaving. And by the way, I have to say this. We are going to reduce taxes to a point that are incredible. For the middle class in particular, but for our companies. And we're going to reduce the regulations. But if a company wants to still leave the state of Ohio or Pennsylvania, or how about North Carolina? How well did we do in North Carolina, right? Remember when they said, he cannot win North Carolina? So we had just won Ohio, Iowa, and we had just won Florida. Breaking news, Donald Trump has won Florida. They say, whoa. And we won it big. But then the people back there, the extremely dishonest press, said, right? Very dishonest people. How dishonest. How about when a major anchor who hosted a debate started crying when she realized that we won? How about that? Tears. No, tell me this isn't true. And you know what she doesn't understand? Things are going to be much better now. She doesn't understand. I mean, think of it. We won in a landslide. That was a landslide. And we didn't have the press. The press was brutal. You know what? Hey, in the great state of Ohio, we didn't have the upper echelon of politician either, did we? But I will say this. I will say this. And it was very nice. Your governor, John Kasich, called me after the election and was very nice. He said, congratulations, that was amazing. He couldn't believe how much we won Ohio by, or the election by. Remember, you cannot get to 270, the dishonest press. There is no road. Folks, how many times did we hear this? There is no path to 270. There is no path. There is no path. There is no path for Donald Trump. Texas is in play. Do you remember that one? Now, as a Republican, I'm supposed to win Texas. As a Republican, I'm supposed to win Georgia. As a Republican, I'm supposed to win the great state of Utah. I love Utah. Love those states. Remember when they said Donald Trump is going to lose to some guy I never even heard of? Who was that guy? He is going to lose to this guy. But the people of Utah were amazing, and we trounced them. We trounced. And by the way, Hillary came in second, and that guy came in third. I was still trying to figure out. I'm still trying to figure out what was he going to prove. Did he want to? I wanted to find what the hell was he trying to prove. I guess he wanted us to lose the Supreme Court. That's about the only thing he was going to get. But think of it. They said, I'll tell you what, just 2-3 weeks before the election. And my friends would tell me just the opposite. They live in Texas and Georgia. They said, Georgia is in play. Texas is in play. That means like we're even. And then we won in a landslide, both states. I said, what happened? Right? They go, for weeks, Texas is in play. Then you turn on the television like 2 minutes later, Donald Trump has won Texas, you know. These are very, very dishonest people. Okay. I love this stuff. Should I go on with this just a little bit longer? I love it. How about it's like 12 o'clock in the evening, and Pennsylvania, I'm leading by a lot, and we couldn't get off 98%. They didn't want to call it. We're leading by so much that it's impossible. If I lost every other vote, and they refused to call. Then at 3 o'clock, I'll never forget, I watched a particular person, and we won Wisconsin, and we won Michigan, and we won Pennsylvania, right? And that person is doing the map, and that person was saying for months that there's no way that Donald Trump can break the blue wall, right? We didn't break it, we shattered that sucker. We shattered it. We shattered it. Man, that poor wall is busted up. So, I'll never forget it though, because it felt so good. You know, more so because they kept saying there's no path and all this nonsense. So, and I go out and I see the people like this, and I'd say, how are we going to lose? I mean, how are we going to lose? But what happened? So they'd say, we win Wisconsin. Donald Trump, 38 years or so. Donald Trump has won Michigan. And then they're looking at the map, they're saying, oh, wow. There's no way for Hillary Clinton to become president. Donald Trump is president of the United States. Oh. Amazing. It's amazing. Really amazing. And one of the announcers, I have to tell you, from ESPN. Now they cover football and boxing and everything, right? And he went out, he said, I got to tell you, that event last night, meaning the election results, was better than any fight, any baseball game, any football game. He said that was the most exciting event I've ever seen, and it was politics. And then you look at the NFL. Well, now they should start recovering. But their ratings were so far down. And you know what the reason was? This. Because this business is tougher than the NFL. It's crazy. The people liked it. Their ratings were down 20 or 21%. And it was because of us. So we had a lot of fun. The bottom line is we won. We won. We won big. Whether it's producing steel, building cars, or curing disease, we want the next generation of innovation and production to happen right here in America and right here in Ohio, right? First on taxes. We're going to massively lower taxes and make America the best place in the world to hire, to invest, to grow, to create, and to expand. We're going to do that. On regulation, we're going to eliminate every single wasteful regulation that undermines the ability of our workers and our companies to compete with companies from foreign lands. We're going to do that. We have the greatest competitors on earth. And by the way, I've put on some of the greatest business people in the world. One of the networks said, why he put on a billionaire at Commerce. Well, that's because this guy knows how to make money, folks. He knows how to make money. I'd like to put on a guy that failed all his life, but we don't want that, do we? No, I put on a killer, and I've been honest. I said, I am going to be putting on the greatest killers you've ever seen. We need that. It's time. It's time. It's time. We have a great, great cabinet, I'll tell you. It's coming, and wait till you see what we have next week. Are we doing a good job with our cabinet and our people? And I don't want to tell you this because I want to save the suspense for next week. So I will not tell you. I refuse to tell, and don't let it outside of this room. Do you promise? Raise your hand. Promise. So I will not tell you that one of our great, great generals, don't let it outside, right? And of course, the press is very honest. They'll never let this go. Even though it's all live, they got about 7 stations live. We are going to appoint Mad Dog Mattis as our Secretary of Defense. But we're not announcing it till Monday, so don't tell anybody. Mad Dog. He's great. He is great. I asked one of the generals, I love the generals, and I won't use his name, but he probably would come forward. But I said to him, you're a good general, aren't you? Yes, sir, I am. I said, so how do you compare to General Mattis? How do you compare to Mad Dog? Sir, he's better than I am. I loved it. I said, I love you to say that. They love him. So we're going to be announcing him on Monday of next week. Keep it inside the room, but that's what we have, and he's our best. They say he's the closest thing to General George Patton that we have, and it's about time. It's about time. Okay, so I gave up a little secret. My people over there are probably saying, you weren't supposed to do that, Mr. Trump. On energy, we will pursue energy independence and cancel the job-killing restrictions on the production of shale energy, oil, natural gas, and clean coal, and we're going to put the miners of Ohio back to work. On infrastructure, we will build new roads, tunnels, bridges, railways, airports, schools, and hospitals, including major projects in the inner cities. There's such potential in the inner cities. We're not using our potential. Remember when I would make the speeches, I'd say, what the hell do you have to lose? The African-American community was so great to me in this election. They were so great to me. Amazing. I couldn't believe it. I started off at a low number, and every week, boom, boom, boom. And I got it up to a number that's higher than all of the Republican candidates for years. And it was great. The Hispanic community, I did great with the Hispanic community. Great. Higher than people that were supposed to have done well. I felt it. And is this really a big surprise? We did great with women. Can you believe it? Great with women. A couple of polls came in. A couple of polls came in the early states, and they said, we don't believe it. He's doing well with women. But every time I went out, I saw those beautiful pink signs, right? Women for Trump, and I knew we were going to do well. So we did great with women. We did great with everybody. We will deepen our harbors and new lanes of commerce across the nation. We have harbors that ships can't even go into. We will have two simple rules when it comes They don't know that Hillary lost a couple of weeks ago. They forgot. I don't know. Where do these people come from? Oh, well. They're taking her back home to mom. No, it's true. It's true. They don't realize. They don't know. You know, a lot of the people that protested, we said, did you vote? No, I didn't vote. They don't vote. They never vote. And do you agree with my stance that if people burn the American flag, there should be consequence, right? Think so. Think so. We will have two simple rules when it comes to this massive rebuilding effort. Buy American and hire American. We're going to do it ourselves. We're going to do it ourselves. And that will be our new mantra. On trade, the history of nations teaches us that the strength of a country and its trade and manufacturing sector is vital to both its economic prosperity and national security, because we don't do that. Our borders are weak, our trade is terrible. You're going to see a turn that is so big, and it's going to happen so fast. And we started today in Indiana. Believe me, that's just the beginning. That's just the beginning. Our trade deficit now is nearly $800 billion a year. It's a chronic drag on growth and a destroyer. It destroys the wealth of our country and jobs, and jobs. Ohio has lost 1/3 of its manufacturing jobs since NAFTA. And you know the nice part? Now I don't have to say, signed by Bill Clinton and approved by Hillary. Who cares? All I can tell you is that NAFTA is a disaster. What difference does it make? We will fix NAFTA, or we'll terminate it and start all over again. America has lost 70,000 factories. Hard to believe. I always say that's a typo. 70,000 factories since China joined the World Trade Organization. Think of it. In the year 2000, America had nearly 20 million manufacturing jobs in the Rust Belt, okay? Today, we have only 12.3 million manufacturing jobs left in the Rust Belt. We're going to bring them back. We're going to bring them back. We're going to bring them back. The Rust Belt has been hammered. And one of the reasons I won. It's one of the reasons I won. Ohio, as an example, is down from 1.2 million manufacturing jobs in the year 2000 to only 690,000 jobs today. Not going to happen anymore, folks. Or take Michigan. They're down from 900,000 manufacturing jobs in the year 2000 to only 600,000 manufacturing jobs today. I see these numbers and it's sad. But what isn't sad, because this is all about hope, but it's real hope because we're going to turn that around so fast. And we don't want Ford leaving and going to Mexico to build its small cars. We don't want it. We're going to turn it all around. We're living through the greatest jobs theft in the history of the world. I've been saying it for months. It used to be the cars were made in Flint, right? And you couldn't drink the water in Mexico. Today, the cars are made in Mexico, and you can't drink the water in Flint, Michigan. You know that, right? What a difference. But we're turning that around. What a terrible thing that was, too. Gross incompetence on so many levels. The era of economic surrender is over. We're going to fight for every last American job. It's time to remove the rust from the Rust Belt and usher in a new industrial revolution. We're going to do it. On health care reform, we will repeal Obamacare. We have no choice. And we will finally fix health care for America's incredible, staggering. For whatever reason, people in uniforms like Trump, I don't know, I have to figure that out. These are great people. We're going to take care of our veterans. And we're working right now on somebody to run the Veterans Administration who will be terrific, believe me, terrific. And I'll be watching, too. I'll be watching. On child care, I'm asking Congress to pass legislation to support the American family and make safe and affordable child care accessible to all. It's so important. Our agenda will fight to increase pay and opportunities for women in the workforce. Support women entrepreneurs. Who's a women entrepreneur here? Who's a women? A lot of them. Hate to tell you, men, generally speaking, they're better than you are. Now, if I said it the other way around, I'd be in big trouble, don't you? And we're going to make sure that no one is penalized for the decision to have a family. Right now, they're penalized. On crime, the murder rate has experienced its largest increase in 45 years in our country. Think of that. We're going to support the incredible men and women of law enforcement. They are incredible people. My administration will marshal federal resources to bring this crime wave to an end, most in 45 years. We believe all Americans have the right to live in safety and peace, and we will never back down in fighting to deliver that security to every community in our land and to our inner cities that have been forsaken. Take care of our inner cities and the people in our inner cities. On defense, we will begin a major national effort to rebuild our badly depleted military. Have no choice. We have no choice. You look at this world, it's a tinderbox. We have no choice. And we want a strong military, and we don't want to have to use it. Ideally, we don't have to use it, although we will destroy ISIS. At the same time, we will pursue a new foreign policy that finally learns from the mistakes of the past. We will stop looking to topple regimes and overthrow governments, folks. Remember, $6 trillion, $6 trillion in the Middle East. $6 trillion. Our goal is stability, not chaos. Because we want to rebuild our country. It's time. It's time. We will partner with any nation that is willing to join us in the effort to defeat ISIS and radical Islamic terrorism. Okay, we have to say the term. In our dealings with other countries, we will seek shared interests wherever possible and pursue a new era of peace, understanding, and goodwill. On immigration, we will restore the sovereignty of the United States. We will restore the sovereignty. We will finally end illegal immigration. Have to. We will construct a great wall at the border. Dismantle the criminal cartels and liberate our communities from the epidemic of gang violence and drugs pouring into our nation. We will ask Congress to reform our visa and immigration programs to protect jobs and wages for American workers. I love American workers. I love these people. You know what I call the American workers? The forgotten men and women of our nation. And those men and women came out to vote. Nobody ever thought that was going to happen. They came out by the millions. These are great, great people. To keep our nation secure from terrorism and extremism, we will suspend immigration from regions where it cannot be safely processed. We have regions of the world, people are pouring in. I don't have to say who's letting them in anymore. I just have to say they're pouring into our country. We don't need San Bernardino. We don't need another Orlando. We don't need another World Trade Center. We don't need Paris. You look at Paris, you look at Nice, you look all over the world, look what's happening to Germany. We don't need that, folks. We have enough problems, believe me. Your state has just experienced a violent atrocity at the great Ohio State University. And that is a great place. That further demonstrates the security threats that are created. And these are just threats that are stupidly created by our very, very stupid politicians. Refugee programs. We offer our thoughts, prayers, and deepest sympathies to the victims. And our hearts go out to the entire community of Ohio State. What a great place. Great place. We're with you, and we will stand with you every single step of the way. The job of the president is to keep America safe, and that will always be my highest priority. We will do everything in our power to keep the scourge of terrorism out of our country. We're going to keep it out of our country. Just so you understand, people are pouring in from regions of the Middle East. We have no idea who they are, where they come from, what they're thinking, and we're going to stop that dead cold flat. And you just take a look at what just happened in your state. Just take a good look and really think about it. Ethics reform will be a crucial part of our 100-day plan as well. We're going to drain the swamp of corruption in Washington, D.C. Drain the swamp. Thank you. I will impose a 5-year ban on executive branch officials becoming lobbyists and a lifetime ban on officials becoming lobbyists for a foreign government. Change is not going to be easy, I am going to need you to fight as hard for these proposals as you fought for this great campaign of ours. We are going to need our government and this movement to be more engaged and more vigilant than ever before to help us accomplish the reforms and overcome decades of stalemate and gridlock. We're going to get it done, folks. Now that you put me in this position, even if you don't help me one bit, I'm going to get it done. Believe me, don't worry about it. Be easier if you help, but that's all right. Don't worry, I'll get it done. Importantly, we are all going to have open arms, and we're going to invite everyone from all political persuasions to join our movement to help us achieve our goals for this country. Great schools, safe neighborhoods, a thriving economy, and a government that answers only to the people, our people. We are going to have to dig deep, and I know you and I and all of the people working with us are up to the task. There are a lot of people working with us. Every single day, you will be the agents of change. Change for our country, but good change, great change. Americans must ignore the pessimists and embrace the optimism that has always been the central ingredient of the American character. We are the nation that won 2 world wars, that dug out the Panama Canal, that put a man on the moon and satellites all over space. But somewhere along the way, we started thinking small. I'm asking you to dream big again, and bold and daring things for your country will happen once again. I'm asking you to join me in this next chapter of this unbelievable and unprecedented movement as we work toward prosperity at home, peace abroad, and new frontiers in science, technology, and space. I am asking you to, is that right? Yeah. I love this guy. He's a believer. You are a believer, right? He's a believer. I'm asking you to believe in America once again. We have many challenges, but this is truly an exciting time to be alive. There's been no time like it. The script is not yet written. We do not know what the next page will read, but I'll tell you, it's going to be a great page. But for the first time in a long time, what we do know is that the pages will be authored by each one of you. Each one of you. Americans will be the captains of their own destiny once again. You know, I talk about our great movement, and you are the movement. I'm the messenger. I'm just really the messenger. Although I've been a very good messenger, let's face it, right? I've been a pretty good messenger. So once again, I want to thank Ohio. I want to thank the great people of Ohio. It's an incredible place, an incredible state. There's been nothing like it. And remember this, it was when they called the landslide that we had in Ohio that these extremely dishonest people started saying, something's happening very big tonight. Something's happening very big. And I've been saying it to you for many months, but I'll say it one last time tonight. We are going to come together and make America great again. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ohio. Thank you.
There it is, everybody. Donald Trump live in Cincinnati. And if maybe you came in the middle part, maybe you came near the end, or maybe you came at the very beginning but want to see it just one more time, a special encore presentation of the Thank You Tour 2016 live in Cincinnati, Ohio, coming up next.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Wow. Thank you. So, I didn't know this. I love you too. Look at this place. So, I didn't know what came with this position. And I didn't know that they closed down the roads around the stadium for an hour and a half. We got to work out a new deal with our Secret Service, but we love them, right? Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for being so patient. Thank you. Oh, you're going to be happy. We're all going to be happy. I'm here today for one main reason, to say thank you to Ohio. Thank you. We won the state by almost 10 points, which they say is totally unheard of. In fact, I don't know if you know, but at the beginning, they say you have to win Ohio. You must win Ohio, right? You heard it. Over and over and over. And we started off sort of even, and then we were 1 up and 2 up. We didn't have much help at the top levels, you know that, right? And that turned out it didn't matter. But we had help with the people, and that's what really did matter. So I kept hearing, you must win Ohio. You cannot win the presidency without Ohio. So we started really, we were about even, right, at the beginning. And then point by point by point. And then we had a couple of little troughs. But with Ohio, there was no trough. It just kept getting better and better. Just better and better. And the end result is incredible. I love you, Ohio. This is a great place, great people. I have so many friends. Thank you. Thank you. In the true sense, history called and the people of this great state answered. And you're going to be very happy. We're going to say right now, what are we going to do? We're going to make America great again. You watch. You went out and you pounded the pavement, organized your fellow citizens, and propelled to victory a grassroots movement, the likes of which the world has never seen before. This is what they say. Today on one of the networks, they said, maybe Andrew Jackson? I said, when was that? It was like in the 1838? And then somebody else said, well, that was great, but nothing like what happened here, okay? So it really has been fun. And more importantly, I heard Mike saying about what happened today in Indiana. We're going to do that all over the country. We're going to do it all over the country. Carrier, thank you, Carrier. Today we made history, and now the real work begins. That is the second reason that I'm here today. I'm going to discuss our action plan to make America great again. We're going to discuss. Although we did have a lot of fun fighting Hillary, didn't we? Okay. Right? And by the way, the people are continuing to pour in, so let them come in. We could wait a half hour, an hour, but I don't think we're going to do that, right? Let them pour in. Let's blame them for being late, right? But as I said, just now I was in Indianapolis to announce that we're saving the jobs at the carrier plant from going to Mexico, 1,100 jobs. And I'm asking all companies to keep their jobs in America, and we will work to make America a better environment for workers and businesses. And we will crack down on all foreign trade abuses that undermine your ability and your company's ability to compete. Those days are over when those companies are going to leave. We have so many problems to fix in our country, but I know that if we set aside our differences, and we do have differences, we're a very divided nation, but we're not going to be divided for long. I've always brought people together. I know you find that hard to believe, although this group probably doesn't find it hard to believe. But we are going to bring our country together, all of our country. We're going to find common ground, and we will get the job done properly. We'll get it done properly. And so importantly, America will start winning again, big league. We're going to win again. But to succeed, we must enlist the effort of all Americans. For too long, Washington has tried to put us in boxes. They separate us by race, by age, by income, by geography, by place of birth. We spend too much time focusing on what divides us. Now is the time to embrace the one thing that truly unites us. You know what that is? America, America. It's America. Because when America is unified, nothing is beyond our reach. I mean that. You're going to see. You're going to see. We're going to have a country that was never so great. You watch, in so many different ways. You hear a lot of talk about how we're becoming a globalized world. But the relationships people value in this country are local. Family, city, state, country, they're local. We'll compete in the world. We want to compete in the world. But we're going to compete in the world where it's a two-way road, not a one-way road. The advantages are going to come back to our country, and they haven't for many, many years. There is no global anthem, no global currency, no certificate of global citizenship. We pledge allegiance to one flag, and that flag is the American flag. From now on, it's going to be America first, okay? America first. We're going to put ourselves first. We seek peace and harmony with the nations of the world, but that means recognizing the right of every country, including our own, to look after its citizens. We would put other countries first. We had people running our country that truly didn't know what the hell they were doing, okay? Didn't know what they were doing. We're going to defend the American worker. Look what's happened right here. They forgot about the American worker. They forgot that it was the American worker who truly built our country. We are not going to forget, believe me. One of the reasons we're so divided today is because our government has failed to protect the interests of the American workers and their families, making it too easy for us to see ourselves as distinct groups and not unified as a whole. We're not unified. We're going to be. Washington's politicians have spent so long appealing to competing interests, they've forgotten how to appeal to the national interest, combining the skills and talents of our people in a common cause. And we have unbelievable talent. But that is all about to change. Our goal is to strengthen the bonds of trust between citizens, to restore our sense of membership in a shared national community. Global is wonderful, but right now we want to focus on our national community. Never again will anyone's interests come before the interests of the American people. It's not going to happen again. And over the last 2 weeks, since our victory, I've spoken to many foreign leaders. And I will tell you, they have such respect for us. They all tell me how this was amazing. They all tell me how they sat in their magnificent rooms in different countries throughout the world. These are the leaders, the prime ministers, the presidents, all of them. How they sat in their magnificent rooms watching in wonderment and hearing how people came to vote that didn't vote in 20 years. People came to vote that haven't voted before. And they had Trump shirts on, and they had Make America Great hats on, and they had buttons pouring off. And they thought it was amazing. And honestly, one of them told me, I truly respect the United States again because of what happened. We're going to seek a truly inclusive society where we support each other, love each other, and look out for each other. And that means that people coming into our country have to be people that have the potential to love us, not to hate us. We condemn bigotry and prejudice in all of its forms. We denounce all of the hatred, and we forcefully reject the language of exclusion and separation. We're going to come together. We have no choice. We have to, and it's better. It's better. We seek a future where every American child is fully included in the American dream. We're going to have our own American dream. And we're going to bring back the American dream. The problems that plague our inner cities or that afflict poor rural communities that we do have, those rural communities, some of them are poor. We're going to help those people. We're going to rebuild those communities. They're not permanent features of American life. They can be fixed, and together we're going to fix them. We are going to fix them. We've spent, as of this week, according to the latest count, we've spent $6 trillion in the Middle East. And the Middle East today is far worse than it's ever been. You will see changes very quickly. A shrinking workforce, you will see them. A shrinking workforce and flat wages are not the new normal. And we're not even talking about flat. We're talking about wages where some of you in this audience, hardworking, incredible Americans, were making more money 20 years ago than you're making today. And today, you're older and you're working harder. And in many cases, you have 2 jobs. Some of that's because of Obamacare. And by the way, we are repealing and replacing Obamacare. We can reverse the stagnation and usher in a period of true opportunity and growth. Endless gridlock is not a way of life any longer. We don't have to accept that. Government can be responsive, and we can become proud again of how Washington works. And I've spoken to Democrats, and I said to them, look, we can't go on with this gridlock. It's gone on for so many years. It's gone on for so many years. They can't get together. We're going to get together. And I believe they want to get together. You know why? Because it's time, and the people are angry. They're angry. And they're going to get together. We're going to make joint decisions. We are, and the nice part, our victory was so great. We have the House, we have the Senate, and we have the presidency. But we want to get them on board also. People are constantly telling me and telling you to reduce our expectations. Those people are fools. They're fools. But this campaign proved that the old rules no longer apply, that anything we want for our country is now possible. Anything we want, right? Now is not the time to downsize our dreams, but to set our sights higher than ever before for our country. Now is the time to push for real, profound change that restores the full promise of America for all of its people, and those people are great people. I got to know them, believe me, over the last 18 months. And what we've created is a movement, and it's a beautiful thing. You take a look here, the roads are all gridlocked, all locked down, all secured up, and people pour in. It's an amazing thing. Now is the time to unlock the potential of millions of Americans left on the sidelines, their talents unused, their dreams unrealized, and their aspirations totally forgotten. And these are people of great talent. This is the moment. This is our chance. This is our window for action. This is the hour when the great deeds can be done and our highest hopes can come true. We're going to do it, folks. We're going to do it. We're going to do it. Thank you. I love you too. Guy. Some guy. Look at this guy. And I do love him. He's a rough-looking cookie, though, I'll tell you. We love. We have a lot of love, believe me. There's going to be a lot of love in our country. Driven by these goals, I'm working to assemble a detailed action plan for America. My plan begins with a bold structural reform to create millions of new jobs and rapidly expand our economic growth. And you see what's happening with taxes. You see what's happening with regulations, which are totally out of control. Right now, we punish companies for doing business in America. They're actually punished. That's why they're leaving. And by the way, I have to say this. We are going to reduce taxes to a point that are incredible. For the middle class in particular, but for our companies. And we're going to reduce the regulations. But if a company wants to still leave the state of Ohio or Pennsylvania, or how about North Carolina? How well did we do in North Carolina, right? Remember when they said, he cannot win North Carolina? So we had just won Ohio, Iowa, and we had just won Florida. Breaking news, Donald Trump has won Florida. They say, whoa. And we won it big. But then the people back there, the extremely dishonest press, said, right? Very dishonest people. How about, how dishonest? How about when a major anchor who hosted a debate started crying when she realized that we won? How about that? Tears. No, tell me this isn't true. And you know what she doesn't understand? Things are going to be much better now. She doesn't understand. I mean, think of it. We won in a landslide. That was a landslide. And we didn't have the press. The press was brutal. You know what? Hey, in the great state of Ohio, we didn't have the upper echelon of politician either, did we? But I will say this. I will say this. And it was very nice. Your governor, John Kasich, called me after the election and was very nice. He said, congratulations, that was amazing. He couldn't believe how much we won Ohio by, or the election by. Remember, you cannot get to 270, the dishonest press. There is no road. Folks, how many times did we hear this? There is no path to 270. There is no path. There is no path. There is no path for Donald Trump. Texas is in play. Do you remember that one? Now, as a Republican, I'm supposed to win Texas. As a Republican, I'm supposed to win Georgia. As a Republican, I'm supposed to win the great state of Utah. I love Utah. Love those states. Remember when they said Donald Trump is going to lose to some guy I never even heard of? Who was that guy? He is going to lose to this guy. But the people of Utah were amazing, and we trounced them. We trounced. And by the way, Hillary came in second, and that guy came in third. I'm still trying to figure out what was he going to prove. I wanted to find what the hell was he trying to prove? I guess he wanted us to lose the Supreme Court. That's about the only thing he was going to get. But think of it. They said, I'll tell you what, just 2-3 weeks before the election. And my friends would tell me just the opposite. They live in Texas and Georgia. They said, Georgia is in play. Texas is in play. That means like we're even. And then we won in a landslide, both states. I said, what happened? Right? They go, for weeks, Texas is in play. Then you turn on the television like 2 minutes later. Donald Trump has won Texas, you know. These are very, very dishonest people. Okay. I love this stuff. Should I go on with this just a little bit longer? I love it. How about it's like 12 o'clock in the evening, and Pennsylvania, I'm leading by a lot. And we couldn't get off 98%. They didn't want to call it. We're leading by so much that it's impossible. I lost every other vote, and they refused to call. Then at 3 o'clock, I'll never forget, I watched a particular person, and we won Wisconsin, and we won Michigan, and we won Pennsylvania, right? And that person is doing the map. And that person was saying for months that there's no way that Donald Trump can break the blue wall, right? We didn't break it, we shattered that sucker. We shattered it. We shattered it. Man, that poor wall is busted up. So, I'll never forget it though, because it felt so good. You know, more so because they kept saying there's no path and all this nonsense. So, and I go out and I see the people like this, and I'd say, how are we going to lose? I mean, how are we going to lose? But what happened? So they'd say, we win Wisconsin. Donald Trump, 38 years or so. Donald Trump has won Michigan. And then they're looking at the map, they're saying, oh, wow. There's no way for Hillary Clinton to become president. Donald Trump is president of the United States. Oh, amazing. It's amazing. Really amazing. And one of the announcers, I have to tell you, from ESPN. Now they cover football and boxing and everything, right? And he went out, he said, I got to tell you, that event last night, meaning the election results, was better than any fight, any baseball game, any football game. He said that was the most exciting event I've ever seen, and it was politics. And then you look at the NFL. Well, now they should start recovering. But their ratings were so far down. And you know what the reason was? This. Because this business is tougher than the NFL. It's crazy. The people liked it. Their ratings were down 20 or 21%. And it was because of us. So we had a lot of fun. The bottom line is we won. We won. We won big. Whether it's producing steel, building cars, or curing disease, we want the next generation of innovation and production to happen right here in America and right here in Ohio, right? First on taxes. We're going to massively lower taxes and make America the best place in the world to hire, to invest, to grow, to create, and to expand. We're going to do that. On regulation, we're going to eliminate every single wasteful regulation that undermines the ability of our workers and our companies to compete with companies from foreign lands. We're going to do that. We have the greatest competitors on earth. And by the way, I've put on some of the greatest business people in the world. One of the networks said, why, he put on a billionaire at Commerce. Well, that's because this guy knows how to make money, folks. He knows how to make money. I'd like to put on a guy that failed all his life, but we don't want that, do we? No, I put on a killer, and I've been honest. I said, I am going to be putting on the greatest killers you've ever seen. We need that. It's time. It's time. It's time. We have a great, great cabinet, I'll tell you. It's coming, and wait till you see what we have next week. Are we doing a good job with our cabinet and our people? And I don't want to tell you this because I want to save the suspense for next week. So I will not tell you. I refuse to tell, and don't let it outside of this room. Do you promise? Raise your hand. Promise. So I will not tell you that one of our great, great generals Don't let it outside, right? And of course, the press is very honest. They'll never let this go. Even though it's all live, they got about 7 stations live. We are going to appoint Mad Dog Mattis as our Secretary of Defense. But we're not announcing it till Monday, so don't tell anybody. Mad Dog. He's great. He is great. I asked one of the generals, I love the generals, and I won't use his name, but he probably would come forward. But I said to him, "You're a good general, aren't you?" "Yes, sir, I am." I said, "So how do you compare to General Mattis? How do you compare to Mad Dog?" "Sir, he's better than I am." I loved it. I said, "I love you to say that." They love him. So we're going to be announcing him on Monday of next week. Keep it inside the room, but that's what we have, and he's our best. They say he's the closest thing to General George Patton that we have, and it's about time. It's about time. Okay, so I gave up a little secret. My people over there are probably saying, "You weren't supposed to do that, Mr. Trump." On energy, we will pursue energy independence and cancel the job-killing restrictions on the production of shale energy, oil, natural gas, and clean coal, and we're going to put the miners of Ohio back to work. On infrastructure, we will build new roads, tunnels, bridges, railways, airports, schools, and hospitals, including major projects in the inner cities. There's such potential in the inner cities. We're not using our potential. Remember when I would make the speeches, I'd say, "What the hell do you have to lose?" The African-American community was so great to me in this election. They were so great to me. Amazing. I couldn't believe it. I started off at a low number, and every week, boom, boom, boom. And I got it up to a number that's higher than all of the Republican candidates for years. And it was great. The Hispanic community, I did great with the Hispanic community. Great. Higher than people that were supposed to have done well. I felt it. And is this really a big surprise? We did great with women. Can you believe it? Great with women. A couple of polls came in. A couple of polls came in the early states, and they said, "We don't believe it. He's doing well with women." But every time I went out, I saw those beautiful pink signs, right? Women for Trump, and I knew we were going to do well. So we did great with women. We did great with everybody. We will deepen our harbors and new lanes of commerce across the nation. We have harbors that ships can't even go into. We will have 2 simple rules when it comes They don't know that Hillary lost a couple of weeks ago. They forgot. I don't know. Where do these people come from? Oh, well. They're taking her back home to mom. No, it's true. It's true. They don't realize. They don't know. You know, a lot of the people that protested, we said, did you vote? No, I didn't vote. They don't vote. They never vote. And do you agree with my stance that if people burn the American flag, there should be consequence, right? Think so. Think so. We will have two simple rules when it comes to this massive rebuilding effort. Buy American and hire American. We're going to do it ourselves. We're going to do it ourselves. And that will be our new mantra. On trade, the history of nations teaches us that the strength of a country and its trade and manufacturing sector is vital to both its economic prosperity and national security, because we don't do that. Our borders are weak. Our trade is terrible. You're going to see a turn that is so big and is going to happen so fast. And we started today in Indiana. Believe me, that's just the beginning. That's just the beginning. Our trade deficit now is nearly $800 billion a year. It's a chronic drag on growth and a destroyer. It destroys the wealth of our country and jobs. And jobs. Ohio has lost 1/3 of its manufacturing jobs since NAFTA. And you know the nice part? Now I don't have to say, signed by Bill Clinton and approved by Hillary. Who cares? All I can tell you is that NAFTA is a disaster. What difference does it make? We will fix NAFTA, or we'll terminate it and start all over again. America has lost 70,000 factories. Hard to believe. I always say that's a typo. 70,000 factories since China joined the World Trade Organization. Think of it. In the year 2000, America had nearly 20 million manufacturing jobs in the Rust Belt, okay? Today, we have only 12.3 million manufacturing jobs left in the Rust Belt. We're going to bring them back. We're going to bring them back. We're going to bring them back. The Rust Belt has been hammered. And one of the reasons I won. It's one of the reasons I won. Ohio, as an example, is down from 1.2 million manufacturing jobs in the year 2000 to only 690,000 jobs today. Not going to happen anymore, folks. Or take Michigan. They're down from 900,000 manufacturing jobs in the year 2000 to only 600,000 manufacturing jobs today. I see these numbers and it's sad. But what isn't sad, because this is all about hope, but it's real hope because we're going to turn that around so fast. And we don't want Ford leaving and going to Mexico to build its small cars. We don't want it. We're going to turn it all around. We're living through the greatest jobs theft in the history of the world. I've been saying it for months. It used to be the cars were made in Flint, right? And you couldn't drink the water in Mexico. Today, the cars are made in Mexico, and you can't drink the water in Flint, Michigan. You know that, right? What a difference. But we're turning that around. What a terrible thing that was, too. Gross incompetence on so many levels. The era of economic surrender is over. We're going to fight for every last American job. It's time to remove the rust from the Rust Belt and usher in a new industrial revolution. We're going to do it. On health care reform, We will repeal and replace Obamacare. We have no choice. And we will finally fix health care for America. Staggering. Staggering. For whatever reason, people in uniforms like Trump, I don't know, I have to figure that out. These are great people. We're going to take care of our veterans. And we're working right now on somebody to run the Veterans Administration who will be terrific. Believe me, terrific. And I'll be watching, too. I'll be watching. On child care, I'm asking Congress to pass legislation to support the American family and make safe and affordable child care accessible to all. It's so important. Our agenda will fight to increase pay and opportunities for women in the workforce. Support women entrepreneurs. Who's a women entrepreneur here? Who's a women? A lot of them. Hate to tell you, men, generally speaking, they're better than you are. Now, if I said it the other way around, I'd be in big trouble, don't you? And we're going to make sure that no one is penalized for the decision to have a family. Right now, they're penalized. On crime, the murder rate has experienced its largest increase in 45 years in our country. Think of that. We're going to support the incredible men and women of law enforcement. They are incredible people. My administration will marshal federal resources to bring this crime wave to an end, most in 45 years. We believe all Americans have the right to live in safety and peace, and we will never back down in fighting to deliver that security to every community in our land and to our inner cities that have been forsaken. Take care of our inner cities and the people in our inner cities. On defense, we will begin a major national effort to rebuild our badly depleted military. Have no choice. We have no choice. You look at this world, it's a tinderbox. We have no choice. And we want a strong military, and we don't want to have to use it. Ideally, we don't have to use it. Although, we will destroy ISIS. At the same time, we will pursue a new foreign policy that finally learns from the mistakes of the past. We will stop looking to topple regimes and overthrow governments, folks. Remember, $6 trillion, $6 trillion in the Middle East. $6 trillion. Our goal is stability, not chaos. Because we want to rebuild our country. It's time. It's time. We will partner with any nation that is willing to join us in the effort to defeat ISIS and radical Islamic terrorism. Okay, we have to say the term. Have to say the term. In our dealings with other countries, we will seek shared interests wherever possible and pursue a new era of peace, understanding, and goodwill. On immigration, we will restore the sovereignty of the United States. We will restore the sovereignty. We will finally end illegal immigration. Have to. We will construct a great wall at the border. Dismantle the criminal cartels and liberate our communities from the epidemic of gang violence and drugs pouring into our nation. We will ask Congress to reform our visa and immigration programs to protect jobs and wages for American workers. I love American workers. I love these people. You know what I call the American workers? The forgotten men and women of our nation. And those men and women came out to vote. Nobody ever thought that was going to happen. They came out by the millions. These are great, great people. To keep our nation secure from terrorism and extremism, we will suspend immigration from regions where it cannot be safely processed. We have regions of the world, people are pouring in. I don't have to say who's letting them in anymore. I just have to say they're pouring into our country. We don't need San Bernardino. We don't need another Orlando. We don't need another World Trade Center. We don't need Paris. You look at Paris, you look at Nice, you look all over the world, look what's happening to Germany. We don't need that, folks. We have enough problems, believe me. Your state has just experienced a violent atrocity at the great Ohio State University. And that is a great place. That further demonstrates the security threats that are created. And these are just threats that are stupidly created by our very, very stupid politicians. Refugee programs. We offer our thoughts, prayers, and deepest sympathies to the victims. And our hearts go out to the entire community of Ohio State. What a great place. Great place. We're with you, and we will stand with you every single step of the way. The job of the president is to keep America safe, and that will always be my highest priority. We will do everything in our power to keep the scourge of terrorism out of our country. We're going to keep it out of our country. Just so you understand, people are pouring in from regions of the Middle East. We have no idea who they are, where they come from, what they're thinking, and we're going to stop that dead cold flat. And you just take a look at what just happened in your state. Just take a good look and really think about it. Ethics reform will be a crucial part of our 100-day plan as well. We're going to drain the swamp of corruption in Washington, D.C. Drain the swamp. Thank you. I will impose a 5-year ban on executive branch officials becoming lobbyists and a lifetime ban on officials becoming lobbyists for a foreign government. Change is not going to be easy. I am going to need you to fight as hard for these proposals as you fought for this great campaign of ours. We are going to need our government and this movement to be more engaged and more vigilant than ever before to help us accomplish the reforms and overcome decades of stalemate and gridlock. We're going to get it done, folks. Now that you put me in this position, even if you don't help me one bit, I'm going to get it done, believe me. Don't worry about it. Be easier if you help, but that's all right. Don't worry, I'll get it done. Importantly, we are all going to have open arms. And we're going to invite everyone from all political persuasions to join our movement to help us achieve our goals for this country. Great schools, safe neighborhoods, a thriving economy, and a government that answers only to the people, our people. We are going to have to dig deep, and I know you and I and all of the people working with us are up to the task. There are a lot of people working with it. Every single day, you will be the agents of change. Change for our country, but good change, great change. Americans must ignore the pessimists and embrace the optimism that has always been the central ingredient of the American character. We are the nation that won 2 world wars, that dug out the Panama Canal, that put a man on the moon and satellites all over space. But somewhere along the way, we started thinking small. I'm asking you to dream big again, and bold and daring things for your country will happen once again. I'm asking you to join me in this next chapter of this unbelievable and unprecedented movement as we work toward prosperity at home, peace abroad, and new frontiers in science, technology, and space. I am asking you to, is that right? Yeah. I love this guy. He's a believer. You are a believer, right? He's a believer. I'm asking you to believe in America once again. We have many challenges, but this is truly an exciting time to be alive. There's been no time like it. The script is not yet written. We do not know what the next page will read, but I'll tell you, it's going to be a great page. But for the first time in a long time, what we do know is that the pages will be authored by each one of you. Each one of you. Americans will be the captains of their own destiny once again. You know, I talk about our great movement, and you are the movement. I'm the messenger. I'm just really the messenger. Although I've been a very good messenger, let's face it, right? I've been a pretty good messenger. So once again, I want to thank Ohio. I want to thank the great people of Ohio. It's an incredible place, an incredible state. There's been nothing like it. And remember this, it was when they called the landslide that we had in Ohio that these extremely dishonest people started saying, something's happening very big tonight. Something's happening very big. And I've been saying it to you for many months, but I'll say it one last time tonight. We are going to come together and make America great again. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ohio. Thank you.
All right, everybody, well, here is a live look of New York City right now. We'll be right back in just a few moments where we're going to be showing you Donald Trump's speech from earlier today at Carrier. All right, everybody. Well, we are about to take you to the speech that Donald Trump gave earlier today in Indiana. As you just saw, he was just speaking in Cincinnati, Ohio. That was for his thank you tour. He'll be visiting many other places across the United States for his thank you victory tour, mostly just in the states that he won and the states that he was able to turn red. But earlier today, Donald Trump visited the Carrier plant in Indiana, and we're just now learning that Carrier is also going to be receiving $7 million in tax breaks to keep jobs in Indiana. As you guys know, the jobs were going to be sent to Mexico, and now Donald Trump is going to be keeping those jobs in the U.S. That means thousands of people are not going to lose their jobs, and that's great, just in time for the holidays. We do have that full speech. Mike Pence speaks before him as well, so let's take you there.
I assume this isn't all for me. First of all, welcome to Carrier, Indianapolis, and it's an honor to welcome President-Elect Trump, as well as Vice President-Elect Pence and the new governor, Governor Holcomb from Indiana today. First thing I'd like to do is thank our Carrier workers for their dedication and loyalty over many years, but especially for their continued focus and dedication during a very difficult year here in Indianapolis. Over the past couple of weeks, we've had productive discussions with President-elect Trump and Vice President-elect Pence about their plans to improve the competitiveness of the U.S. business environment through tax reform and through a more thoughtful approach to regulation. Those plans have given us a renewed confidence in the future of manufacturing here in the United States. It's why today we can talk about 1,100 jobs in Indiana going forward. So I'm pleased to announce that we have decided to keep Carrier Indianapolis. The plant will remain open and continue manufacturing operations here. We'll also designate this facility as a center of excellence for gas furnace production. We'll invest more than $16 million over the next 2 years to ensure that this remains a world-class manufacturing facility with the ability to compete globally. Thank you again for your hard work and dedication to the entire Carrier team. And I look forward to this facility continuing to deliver industry-leading products to our customers across North America. With that, it's my pleasure to introduce Vice President-elect Mike Pence.
How about another round of applause for Greg Hayes, the Chairman and CEO of United Technologies. It is great to have him in the Hoosier State. To the executives at United Technologies who are with us, to the executives with Carrier, to the great Carrier team here in Indiana. To our honored guests, Governor-elect Eric Holcomb, Indiana Speaker of the House Brian Bosma, Indianapolis Mayor Joe Hogsett, and my fellow Hoosiers. It is great to be back home again in Indiana. And this is a great day for Indiana. And it's a great day for working people all across the United States of America. Now, the state of Indiana is very proud. We're a proud manufacturing state. We're home to low taxes, sensible regulations, great schools and roads, and the best workforce in America. Since the 1950s, Carrier has been a part of Indiana's manufacturing success story, and we've been proud of it. As governor, I couldn't be more pleased and grateful that thanks to the initiative and the leadership of President-elect Donald Trump, Carrier has decided to stay and grow right here in America. We're so grateful. We're so grateful that thanks to the initiative of our President-elect, that I'll talk about in a minute, and frankly, thanks to the confidence of Greg Hayes, United Technologies, and Bob McDonough at Carrier. That Carrier
has decided to stay in Indiana, invest more than $16 million in this facility alone, and will keep more than 1,000 jobs right here in the heart of the heartland. What a difference a year makes. You know, the truth be told, job announcements are almost a daily thing here in the state of Indiana. We're at record employment today. We have more Hoosiers going to work than ever before. That's why, frankly, along with all of you who work in this facility, that day, February 10th, was a heartbreaking day when Carrier made the difficult decision to close this facility and move jobs out of our country. We met with the leaders of the company back in March. And try as we might to make the Indiana case, it was clear that the die was cast. The simple truth was that policies coming out of our nation's capital were literally driving jobs out of this country. What was missing was clear to me as your governor. What was missing was leadership and change. Well, the American people voted for change last month, and even before taking office, our President-elect provided real leadership that made the difference. You know, President-elect Donald Trump did just what he said he would do. He picked up the phone. I was actually in the room. He picked up the phone. He talked from one American to another. He talked about our plans. Our plans to make America more competitive, to reduce taxes, to roll back regulations, to put American jobs and American workers first again. He made the case for America, and Carrier decided to bet on a brighter future for the American people, and we are grateful from the bottom of our hearts. You know, I'm very humbled to be standing before you today. I truly am. My family and I are deeply moved by the opportunities the people of Indiana have given us, and now the American people have given us to serve. But I'm especially humbled as the holidays approach to have played some small role in this wonderful news, not only here in Indiana, but all across this country. But I think it's important to give credit where credit is due. First and foremost, I want to thank Greg Hayes and his team at United Technologies, Bob McDonald, and the team at Carrier. Thank you for renewing your commitment to Indiana and renewing your commitment to the people of the United States of America. I also just want to thank the great Carrier team here in Indianapolis and in the state of Indiana. Your hard work, your resilience, your work ethic, even in disappointing times, I know for a fact, gave this company the confidence to double down on the future of this company and the future of the people of this state. And so I thank you, the Carrier team, for giving them the confidence to do just that. But lastly, on behalf of all the people of Indiana, allow me to thank the man we wouldn't be here without for his efforts, for picking up the phone, for keeping his word. His efforts to bring us to this day of renewed hope and promise, not just here in Indiana, but really for people that know that the strength of this country comes in our ability to make things and to grow things. It's a renewed day for manufacturing in America. You know, I remember when Donald Trump was running for president, he said that if he was elected president of the United States, America would start winning again. Well, today America won. And we have Donald Trump to thank. And I got a feeling, working beside this extraordinary man, this is just the beginning. of a lot more good news all across America. So, without any further ado, my fellow Hoosiers, it is my high honor and distinct privilege to introduce to you a man of action, a man of his word, and the President-Elect of the United States of America, Donald Trump.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I love that red hat. Thank you, everybody. I want to thank all of the dignitaries that are with us today. We have a whole host. The mayor and the governor-elect, great people. It's a big victory for the governor-elect. He won very convincingly, so we're very proud of him. And, Mike has been such a wise decision for me. When people were saying, I don't know, how good is he at decision making? They'd always say, yeah, but he picked Mike Pence. That's a good decision. And everybody loves Mike. He's become something very special. I want to thank Greg Hayes of United Technologies, because when I called him, he was right there. I wish I could have made the call when they were doing their original decision, but it worked out just as well, other than I would have liked to have had an answer a year and a half ago. We had a tremendous love affair with the state of Indiana, because if you remember during the primaries, this was going to be the firewall. This was where they were going to stop Trump, right? And that didn't work out too well. And it was a firewall for me. It was a firewall. And we won by 16 points. And the election, we just won by 20 points, almost 20 points. And that was some victory. That's pretty great. And I just love the people, incredible people. So I got involved because of the love affair I've had. This has been a very special state to us. And I'll never forget, about a week ago, I was watching the nightly news. I won't say which one, because I don't want to give them credit, because I don't like them much, I'll be honest. I don't like them, not even a little bit. But they were doing a story on Carrier. And I say, wow, that's something. I want to see that. And they had a gentleman, worker, great guy, handsome guy. He was on. And it was like he didn't even know they were leaving. He said something to the effect, no, we're not leaving, because Donald Trump promised us that we're not leaving. And I never thought I made that promise. Not with Carrier. I made it for everybody else. I didn't make it really for Carrier. And I said, what's he saying? And he was such a believer. He was such a great guy. He said, I've been with Donald Trump from the beginning. And he made the statement, the Carrier is not going anywhere. They're not leaving. And I'm saying to myself, man. And then they played my statement. And I said, Carrier will never leave. But that was a euphemism. I was talking about Carrier like all other companies from here on in, because they made the decision a year and a half ago. But he believed that was, and I could understand it. I actually said I didn't make it. When they played it, I said I did make it, but I didn't mean it quite that way. So now, because of him, whoever that guy was, is he in the room by any chance? That's your son. Stand up. You did a good job. You did a great job, right? That's fantastic. And I love your shirt. Oh, wow. Oh, put it on, cameras. Go ahead, put it on. Well, your son is great. And he meant that, didn't he? He really meant it. At first I said, I wonder if he's being sarcastic, because this ship has sailed. And then I said, it was 6:30 in the evening, and I said, boy, the first thing I'm going to do is go there, and I say, do I call the head of Carrier, who's a great guy? But I've always learned I got to call the top. And I heard about Greg Hayes. He's a great executive. You know, I don't know if you know, United Technologies is one of the top 50 companies in the United States and one of the top companies anywhere in the world. They make many other things other than air conditioners, believe me. Their list of companies is incredible. So I called Greg Hayes. I heard of him, but I never met him. And he picked up the phone, Mr. President-Elect, sir, how are you? It's wonderful to win. You know, think if I lost, he wouldn't have returned my call. I don't know where is Greg? I don't know. Would you have returned? If I lost and called you, I don't think you would have called. I would have tried for you guys, but I think it would have been tougher, right? What do you think, Greg? Yeah, he's sort of nodding. Yes, you're right. But I called Greg and I said, it's really important. We have to do something because you have a lot of people leaving. And you have to understand we can't allow this to happen anymore with our country. So many jobs are leaving and going to other countries, not just Mexico, many, many countries. And China is making so much of our product that we're closing up a lot of plants. And I mean, I wrote down some numbers that are incredible, but the numbers of manufacturing jobs that are lost, especially in the Rust Belt, and the Rust Belt is so incredible, but we're losing companies, it's unbelievable, one after another, just one after another. So I said, Greg, you got to help us out here. We got to sit down. We got to do something. I said, because we just can't let it happen. Anyway, he was incredible. And he said, I understand. And I said, I wish I made this call a year and a half ago. It would have been a lot easier call. Only because of your son, okay? Believe me. Your son, whoever the hell your son is, these people owe him a lot. And I just went through, he's out in the factory. I thought they were all going to be in this room. This room's not big enough. Yeah, I know. I don't know who arranged that one. Because we just visited 1,000 people in the factory that are going wild in the plant. But I will tell you that United Technologies and Carrier stepped it up. And now they're keeping, actually the number is over 1,100 people, which is so great, which is so great. And I see the people. I shook hands with a lot of the people. They're right behind us working. I guess, what is it? You're making so many air conditioners, you didn't want to even have them come off for a half hour. He's a ruthless boss. He's ruthless. But that's okay. You know, I did say one thing to the Carrier folks and to the United Technologies folks. I said, the goodwill that you have engendered by doing this all over the world, frankly, but within our country, you watch how fast you're going to make it up because so many people are going to be buying Carrier air conditioners. You know, we've had such help here. Bobby Knight. Nobody in Indiana ever heard of Bobby Knight. How great is Bobby Knight? Lou Holtz, Gene Cady. We had such incredible support. But I'll never forget, a friend of mine called up and said during the primaries, he said, you know, if you could get Coach Knight. And I said, you know, Coach Knight called me a year ago. This was a year before I decided to run. He said, if you ever run, I'm supporting you. I said, thanks, Coach. I just don't know if I'm going to be doing it. And then when he said, if you could get Coach Knight, I'll tell you, I got Coach Knight. How good was Bobby Knight as far as we're concerned in Indiana? Is that right? We got Bobby Knight, 900 wins, 2 championships, right? 2 or 3 championships, Olympic gold medal, Pan Am Games, and he was unbelievable. He wouldn't stop. He was just going all over. He was the greatest guy. We came into an arena, Greg, and we had 16,000 people inside, outside. We had, I think, 10,000 outside. It was, and I left. This was 3 weeks before the primary, and I left. I said, how are we going to lose Indiana with this? I didn't think we were going to lose, and we didn't. We won big. But so I want to thank all of those folks because they really helped with Indiana and with a lot of other places. So United Technologies has stepped up, and I have to say this, they did it in such a nice and such a professional way, and they're going to spend so much money on renovating this plant. And I said, Greg, say that number. You know, he said 16 million. Well, the minimum number is 16. It's going to be, in my opinion, a lot more than that. He said, well, I'd rather say the lower number. See, I'd rather have him say the higher number, so I won't say it, okay? It's just a difference in philosophy. Do you agree? Both are okay, but difference in philosophy. But they're going to spend more than 16. They're going to spend a lot of money on the plant. And I said to some of the folks, I said, companies are not going to leave the United States anymore without consequences. Not going to happen. It's not going to happen. I'll tell you right now. We're losing so much. So one of the things we're doing to keep them is we're going to be lowering our business tax from 35%, hopefully down to 15%, which would take us from the highest tax nation virtually in the world. This is terrible for business, to one of the lower tax, not the lowest yet, but one of the lower tax. The other thing we're doing is regulations. The regulations are, in fact, if I asked Greg and your folks, you would probably say regulations might be worse for you than even the high taxes, which is the biggest surprise of the whole political experience. I thought taxes would be number one, regulations would be up there someplace. Believe me, these great leaders of industry and even the small business people who are just being crushed, if they had their choice between lower taxes and a major, massive cutting of regulations, they would take the regulations. I don't know how you feel about that, Greg, but I just noticed, I wrote down because I heard it, since about 6 years ago, 260 new federal regulations have passed, 53 of which affect this plant. 53 new regulations, massively expensive, and probably none of them amount to anything in terms of safety or the things that you'd have regulations for. 6 of 8 of the air conditioning companies right now are located in Mexico. 6 of 8. I mean, think of that. And 80% of the supply chain for Mexico, 80% is located in Mexico. And we're not going to have it anymore. So we're not going to have it anymore. And we like Mexico. We think it's wonderful. I was there 3 months ago with the president of Mexico. Terrific guy. But we have to have a fair shake. We're not getting anything. We have NAFTA, which is a total and complete disaster. It's a total and complete disaster. It's a one-lane highway into Mexico. Nothing coming our way, everything going their way. And I don't have to mention who signed it anymore. It's so nice. I don't have to mention who backed it anymore, right? We don't have to mention that anymore, fortunately. But it's a one-way street, and it's going to be changed. It's going to be changed. We have to bring our jobs back. And when they expand, and one of the things that made me so happy is when Greg said that they have over 10,000 jobs that they're going to be producing in the very near future, and now he's looking to the United States instead of outside of the United States, where almost all of those jobs would have gone. So one of the reasons I wanted to do this particular conference is it's so great. So many people in that big, beautiful plant behind us, which will be even more beautiful in about 7 months from now. They're so happy. They're going to have a great Christmas. That's most important. But also, I just want to let all of the other companies know that we're going to do great things for business. There's no reason for them to leave anymore because your taxes are going to be at the very, very low end, and your unnecessary regulations are going to be gone. We need regulations for safety and environment and things, but most of the regulations are nonsense. It's become a major industry, the writing of regulations. And that these companies aren't going to be leaving anymore. They're not going to be taking people's hearts out. They're not going to be announcing, like they did at Carrier, that they're closing up and they're moving to Mexico. Over 1,100 jobs. And by the way, that number is going to go up very substantially as they expand this area, this plant. So the 1,100 is going to be a minimum number. So I just want to thank everybody, and specifically I just have to thank the people that I met backstage. Incredible people. The spirit, the love. People are crying. I mean, they're all crying. And it's taken us a little while. But think of this. I don't think we even announced we were running when this deal was originally announced. And in the end, what happened is, because that makes it much more difficult. I mean, it's hard to negotiate when the plant is built. You know what Greg said? Greg said, but you know, the plant is almost built, right? I said, Greg, I don't care. It doesn't make any difference. Don't worry about it. What are we going to do with the plant? Rent it, sell it, knock it down. I don't care. But we're going to do, and they're going to do fine with their plant. I don't know if they're going to be able to do with an American company, but we'll figure that out. But where we're starting is from a much easier place. It's hard. A year and a half ago, they make an announcement, and you know all of that work is done, which is why I have such respect. I always say great business people, they have flexibility. You know, if you're hard line, well, we're not going to move. Flexibility. That's why they've done so well over the years. That's why it's a great company, because they have flexibility.